修練の炎と心とも魂を燃やせ尽きない命とともに奴を道連れに最高のショータイムこの世の終わりが不死の呪いどちらかが勝利を収めるこの炎は消えない大嫌いだった月も人も少しは許せたから恨むことにも飽きたしたださまようだけの抜け殻には興味がないの不自然に揺れる森の先へ突き立てた指豪華に抱かれる準備はいい魂を燃やせ生きてる証を探そう私一人では見つけられない永遠の苦しみも切なの安らぎとなれ胸を焦がすこの炎は消えない魂を燃やせ尽きない命とともに二人ならきっと分かり合える聖なる裁きが気まぐれな戯れかはどうでもいいや魂を燃やせ尽きない命とともに退屈しのぎに最高のショータイムこの世の終わりが不死の呪いどちらかが勝利を収める
missed the Fool there, so we'll be rocking the Dubu. Pretty straightforward Otten City picks for the most part. Timeless start. We see the Juno, we see the Rasmus, kind of staples of this map. We got Bam on the Asher here, the Asher Brawler, and Dr. Bebop rocking the classic Atlas. So a little bit more corner presence for Ballin' Ballers, but of course they have the Estelle to keep things even in the midfield. Got the... We'll just have to see. Whichever, I'm not too familiar with Ballin' Ballers game this season, so it's... Yeah, I think it's going to be a relatively close match, though, but it is Ballers off to a good start with that first barrier. Bam pushing the corner hard with the path splitter. And you seem like only a matter of time. They still keeping the pressure up. Finally, Chaotic able to make a bit of a breakaway to the top corner and even up the barriers. But now Bam versus the Log gets it past A. The redirect round. Bam gets it through, but the Fool right there to save it. Pressure in the corner from Lufoxio, and Bam able to find the center of the net. It will be Ballin' Ballers up first.
Very nice consistency from Ballin' Ballers. Very nice on Bam to be able to be in the right position at the right time, and that seems to be like a lot of the cornerstones of like their game plans, with how they've been already moving, trying to like feed it up to the corners and trying to get some of these quick Atten City goals.
And now both sides opened up very early once again, as is tradition here. Now Bam with the core flip in the corner. The Fool gonna trade flips, and Dr. Bebop able to catch that one. Lufoxio hunting down a KO there. A little bit too close to the edge of the map. Bam, Lufoxio finds the bottom of the net with the Thorns. A nice passing play from Ballin' Ballers. They bring it to set point.
Yeah, they are already very much in sync, and that was just like very good coordination between Lufoxio and Bam. So now the question is, how can Polar manage to like shake back from this? But with that other kill, like Lufoxio and Bam just providing an incredible duo in the front, just managing to get around all of the attempts at defense and shoot it through. Just very nice on Lufoxio's part, and a well-deserved MVP.
And on his first draft here coming up, gotta see a Spark showing up. We see that among Titans as well, but it will be Missile Prop and Happy Star going over first. Spark picked up here instead of among Titans for A. Looking to potentially stack that Sparks later, but that will leave Twin Drive available for Dr. Bebop. Could be pretty valuable, and Stinger is actually going to pick up at the end there for Lufoxio. Or sorry, not Lufoxio, for Chaotic. For a little bit more damage on that Rasmus. Interesting, and no one went for the Titans. No one went for the speed on this map. But not an insane draft there, but I think Ballin' Ballers coming out a little bit happier, but they will get scored on first.
Yeah, definitely the draft was interesting. It definitely seems like both teams are going for very strong aggression, which, again, not too surprising considering this is Atten City. There's going to be these fast goals, so it's a lot of who can kind of like drill through the opposition first. And if Polar Vortex managed to figure something out, especially I'm looking at that Juno with that Spark. If Juno can get a Spark Belt going, that can be absolutely horrendous. But Chaotix, Stinger, I feel, is also kind of like in undersell. Really, I actually like Polar Vortex's draft a little bit more.
And energy now coming up for the Ballin' Ballers. Corflip's got to get used there by the Fool to clear it out. Chaotic with the Whiplash to dribble. The Expanse shuts it down, now rotating it to the top side. Chaotic with the dribble, looking for the bottom of the net. Flip from Dr. Bebop sends it back to the midfield, where A pass to Chaotic now in the corner. The Blobbo with a shot on net. Now Chaotic with a pendulum swing, can't find the hit stun. Corflip from Lufoxio, pass to Bam. Cazzes it just a bit and gets back to Chaotic now, looking for the center off the dribble. Will be able to find it. And now Polar Vortex bringing it back in this set, up 2-0.
Very nice, very quick responses for Polar Vortex. Chaotic, very good positioning. With the very nice jumps and allowing like the little blobs to just be able to intercept the court. So if they can keep playing like this, that would be fantastic. Fantastic save by the Fool and almost a little bit by Bam, just like not quite in the right positioning. So that wouldn't last, but fantastic try anyway.
Nice shot from Bam there. Making good use of that flip when they really needed it. And, you know, it's been a bit of a pendulum swing so far this match, but Ballers getting some control back in this set, and we're seeing them attack these corners pretty aggressively here. The Fool having some trouble on the Dubu, able to cover, you know, both sides really easily, whereas Lufoxio making good rotational plays to pressure the bottom corner with Bam. When that doesn't work, just quickly get it up to the top corner, and just like that, we see the barrier fall.
Yeah, definitely. It seems like the Fool wants to kind of like, if they're comfortable, they want to play up. They want to start tossing those logs out and like those tofu fortresses a little bit closer to the center line. But they're having like a bit of an issue because, like you said, Lufoxio and Bam just very good at rotation and being able to get it in situations that cause the Fool some stress, like pop that flip right there. So it's something that they're going to have to watch out for and maybe try and like figure out, is there a way that they can adjust their game plan or try to just, again, rely on more of like their scoring potential than any kind of like sustained defense.
Stagger bars getting low here as Bam looking for the KO and then in Chaotic. Not quite the distance on that hit. And now attacking the corner. Polar Cortex looking for something. He's going to get cleared out though by Dr. Bebop. An opportunity for Bam, but the Fool able to clear it back. A great save against the red core now. So Foxio up in the midfield. A with a slime pass and Chaotic looking for the death touch dribble, but this core flip passes up to Bam with core flip in return. Sends it right to the bottom of the net. Ballers tie it up on set points. Are looking pretty decent. I mean, they came back in this set pretty convincingly now.
Oh yeah, definitely. They had a game plan and they've been executing it very well. Polar Vortex hadn't quite been able to find an answer for it, although I feel like they've gotten close a couple times, but again, they've managed to kind of squeak it out. Very good, especially with that last point, just core moving too fast. Overtime is an absolute killer on maps like these, so not too surprised that's what it's been like, that's what it's come down to.
Ooh, and the Expanse not quite able to make contact with the core. It looks like it hit Name Chaotic before it fully expanded there. Of course, able to find its way to the goal. Name Chaotic will be first pick here in this draft as Polar Cortex put a setup on the board. We see Fight or Flight, we see Spark of Rezil showing up here as well. Also stacks on stacks, and notably Good Awakening on this map. There's some size here, so Name Chaotic getting first pick. Maybe actually not the greatest in this situation. Will end up going for the Fight or Flight. You kind of have to take it here. Will allow for the Spark Deny here from Dr. Bebop, but that means stacks on stacks goes to A, which is still really valuable. 1-2 punch picked up by the Fools, a deny away from the Asher, who will get the recovery drone instead. An explosive entrance, that dash distance on Lufoxio. Pretty dangerous. A lot of denies had to come out that draft, but each team got at least two things that I think they really wanted.
No, I agree. This was a lot of defensive drafting in that one. So, but what they ended up getting as substitutes, still not bad at all. So definitely something to kind of like watch out for. I'm still thinking Polar Vortex actually got the better of it personally, but that's not to discount, especially things like that explosive entrance.
Nice save here from Lufoxio in good position behind the goalie as Name Chaotic and A attacking the net. The core slipping past though. Can the Fool get back in time? Bam! Able to get there just barely first to strike it in and stop the somersaults off of that clear. Ballers will strike first yet again.
Yeah, just very, very nice hustle on that play, and unfortunately, the Fool just wasn't in the right position for a proper like defensive effort for the core. They do seem to be wanting to like make that up very quickly. Got the barriers down, already threatening at the goal line. So we need to see if they can keep that offense up.
And now Dr. Bebop, a nice clear up to Bam, drops the pass splitter, pressuring this corner hard. A core flip here from the Fool, gets caught by the Thorns, but in Chaotic with the flip defensively. Rotates it back out to the midfield now. There'll be a recovery drone on Bam. Getting KO'd there. Now a core flip coming out from this Asher. Dodges the pendulum swing, but A with the save. Now bringing it down to the bottom side here for Polar Cortex. A pass up to Bane Chaotic in the top corner. The expanse from Dr. Bebop shuts that down. Now the Fool back to midfield. It's got the somersault to try and catch up to it. These are the rotation plays that we're mentioning. Has to drop the Tofu Fortress to shut that down. A Death Touch from Named Chaotic sends it just a little too far back. And now the Fool looking for a clear angle. And they're flying into the bottom corner here. The Slimes from A. Bring it up. Can't find the core flip, but pass from Named Chaotic. Shot to the top. Blocked by the core flip from Dr. Bebop. They'll have another chance, though. Passing plays from Polar Cortex with the Whiplash. Looking for the dribble to the bottom of the net. LuFoxio makes 2 saves there. They're looking for a third one. And Piercing shots it out of there. Rotates to the top corner here. For Ball and Ballers. A Fool. A somersault save. Gets it back to Named Chaotic, but the expanse sends it right back to him. Now Named Chaotic dribbling up the field with the Whiplash. Finally able to make the play and find the nets. 1-1 here in set 3.
That was honestly just an incredible set of passing plays from Polar Vortex. Like, it felt like Ball and Ballers had a rough time trying to catch the core, but they did. But they definitely had to sweat for it, and in the end, the passing plays did end up overwhelming them. So that might be how they managed to kind of like take this game, Polar Vortex. They have like a lot of capability when it comes to like passing, intercepting passes as well, and just getting that core speed up to crazy levels.
Fool up here in the midfield, feeding the core to the forward with the barrier still remaining. Gives him a little bit more leeway to play aggressively here, and does have a flip to work with. A nice Death Touch from Named Chaotic to bring it around the midfielder, keeping possession and finding the net there. As it's Polar Cortex who bring it to set points. They still have a flip on the Fool. They're going to have one on A, but Ball and Ballers, they'll have 3 up at some point in this set as well.
Yeah, I figure those flips will be coming sooner than later, and there's 1 up and gone already. Because the way that they've been playing Polar Vortex, again, a lot of very capable passing plays, a lot of trying to get the core around, so they're going to want to kind of like intercept that as soon as possible.
Yeah, the flip here from the Fool sends it across the field and picks up the barrier. Now core flip here from Bam, looking to get it past, but the defense from Polar Cortex holds LuFoxio, blinked up to the top corner. The pass burst comes through, but the core able to slip back out. Now core flip here from LuFoxio, picks up a KO on it as well as the power play, but Named Chaotic looking for the breakaway. The core, though, slipping out. A backwards Tofu Fortress from the Fool makes the save. And now, trying to defend this bottom corner, a nice clear to Named Chaotic. Bam, looking to pressure the barrier, will bring it down, but A is back online. And then Chaotic's got a flip available, pushing up the field, the expanse in the way, but looking for the top of the net. There's the flip, and there's the shot to the corner. It's perfect. As Polar Cortex take set 3, and now they're up 2-1.
Just a very impressive tightening of their plays, honestly. The passing was pretty much immaculate. They knew exactly when to use their flips, and now very much rewarded with these sparks and slight non-spark build, but hey, spark of focus, increased cooldown, and speed is going to make that Juno be everywhere. So excellent on them. Rasmus gets his big fish, always wants size. Honestly, I'm looking at this, and yeah, while I definitely wouldn't say that Ball and Ballers got bad drafts, I'm still saying like Polar Vortex has been doing very good in these drafts for pretty much the whole game.
Yeah, you got size on Named Chaotic and a second spark here on A. Yeah, there's not too much on the side of Ball and Ballers that is particularly scary, I don't think, but they do manage to pick up the first point. Orb Replicator, not as strong as it once was for sure, but on Otten City it can definitely be a little bit more useful just for getting more energy, keeping the forwards alive, though there hasn't been too much problem with that. Real quick barrier here from Polar Cortex, though, to start off the second points. And then Chaotic with the Whiplash, keeping the possession up as well as they continue to attack this top corner. The Slimes forcing LuFoxio onto the defense. Named Chaotic not quite close enough for a Whiplash. The Death Touch doesn't quite bring it back. The Expanse blocks that one. As it becomes Ball and Baller's turn to take over. The top corner, Bam brings down the barrier. 3 flips available. Bam pushing up at the flip at the goal line, and that'll just go right in. Now it's set point for Ball and Ballers.
They have been very aggressive for this set. They really did not care about how whatever way the draft went. And sometimes, yeah, like it's just players decide to like tighten it up and knuckle down. So very good on Ball and Ballers to kind of like bring this back, bring this to like a 0.3. Need to see if Polar Vortex can kind of, you know, shake that off and see if they can like keep that momentum that they had from the last set, because BAM in particular has been playing like very, very strongly.
And now the barrier down on Ball and Baller's side of the field. Death touch here from Named Chaotic. Look for this bottom corner. The Whiplash is blocked by Dr. Bebop. A nice save to get it back to BAM, who's now pushing this top side. Core flip from A, blocked by the blink from Lufoxio. The piercing shot opens up the goal. And now it's both sides opened up here. The Fool with the core. A pass up to Named Chaotic. Fighting against the Expanse to maintain possession. Almost picks up a KO on BAM off the wall. Now has the Whiplash available. Drop the Death Touch. Lufoxio clears it out of there. And now faced right back in this bottom corner. BAM not looking too healthy. The pendulum swing and Named Chaotic brings him down. A power play for Polar Cortex. A shot to the top. Dr. Bebop with the save. The Fool sends it back in. A another shot to the top. Passive to Named Chaotic. Back down to A. Up to the top. The pendulum swing cannot connect. And now the slime's coming out, but BAM has respawned and brings the core right back up field. A blink into the core flip from Lufoxio. What a play to intercept the pass. And Ball and Ballers will take set 4, and we'll be moving on to a set 5.
That was an incredible adaptation. Lufoxio has, in particular, Lufoxio was intercepting a lot of passes that set, like was intercepting the attempted like death touch pulls, was intercepting a lot of the slimes, was just intercepting like everything, whether it be a rose warp or like the piercing shots. Just very good like acknowledgement of like their placement and when to take these opportunities, and that rapid fire is definitely going to help them continue to do that and shut down this passing game.
And Rapid Fire and Primetime. Manu showing up here as well for Dr. Bebop. That's Manu Timeless Twin Drive Atlas. That is, yeah, those expanses have been giving Polar Cortex quite the trouble. Though Named Chaotic picking up that extra size and damage can also be nice here as well. And as for the final draft, it's certainly a pretty solid one. Another backwards Soup Fortress there from the Fool to make the save in the corner. Been pretty successful with that maneuver this game, and they will manage to stall out the power play there. A with the slime to the bottom corner, but Ball and Ballers will hold firm. Now Named Chaotic though with a bit of a breakaway. Astral Projection block that. Core flip here from BAM in the top corner. The Fool rolling up to stop that. Now in the midfield, Named Chaotic with the breakaway to the bottom corner, looking for the center of the net. Dr. Bebop with the flip makes a save. Now Lufoxio with the flip to the top corner. The piercing shot brings it down, but Named Chaotic KOs him for his efforts. And now in the top corner, Named Chaotic look for the strike war, but Dr. Bebop able to win it. Pass up to A. Goes to the bottom side, but the Expanse in the way, still blocking the slimes. And now A with a possible shot to pass on to Named Chaotic, and it's perfectly wide open down there. And it will be Polar Cortex taking point 1.
Yeah, very nice on Polar Cortex's part. Managed to draw Dr. Bebop out of position. No more cooldown. Spent everything and clear shot to the bottom. So right now they need to figure out how to shut down the shutdown of like their passing plays, because like you said, the Expanse has been giving them fits. The piercing shot from Lufoxio has been giving them fits. So they need to figure out what's going to be their solution to that. They need to kind of like outfox the fox, and with that kind of like aggressive play, that may be a key to it.
I mean, speaking of outfoxing the fox, I mean, you see that that core flip stall out pass,
Exactly.
little trick play there on the goal line. And now, I mean, they're on match point here for game 1. Polar Cortex will be a snipe here from Lufoxio as BAM looking to get into scoring position with that barrier gone. Core, though, forcing back into this bottom corner on Ball and Baller's side. Lufoxio faced with a decision, not able to get it very far. The slime comes in from A, and that's the barrier down. Core flip, but it will get sniped away. Fool passing it back in. Core flip shot from Lufoxio all the way from midfield, barely banking it in off of that top wall. And it will be Ball and Ballers putting themselves on the board here, staying in set 5. They've got the energy economy. See if they can bring it to a 0.5 as well.
Yeah, they've been pushing very hard, and they've been able to tie these up before. We need to see if they can go all the way. And with that kill, that is a very nice start. Even managed to deflect like the attempt on barrier. So very good on Ball and Ballers, try and keep the aggression up, not falter, and try and figure out what they are going to do to kind of like bring this to set 5.5.
Yeah, it'll be Polar Cortex bringing down the barrier, and Name Chaotic splitting the uprights, threading the needle there between the Foxio and Dr. Bebop to steal the point away. A well-played final point there. They stalled out the power play, didn't even lose the barrier, and came up with the win here in Game 1. We head over to the stat screen briefly. 20-minute match. Oh yeah, I mean, I don't think there's anything too crazy to look at here. Everyone kind of pulled their weight, I think, in that match on both sides for the most part. But, I mean, you can see from the shots, it ended up kind of being Polar Cortex who, it really started in that second set. They were able to keep the core on Ball and Baller's side of the field a lot more consistently than previously. You know, Ball and Baller started off kind of hot, but Polar Cortex quickly were able to flip it around and just kept attacking those corners. Name Chaotic did an excellent job just maintaining possession of the core, and ultimately I think that's kind of why they came out on top there.
At Polar Cortex's team and went, that was a nice team, let's try that. So that's going to be both confusing and it might be very, very impressive.
Yeah, and it will be A actually is going to be the one rocking a Spark Hero, Spark of Agility. Everyone else on that side going for 1-2 punch. Meanwhile, 2 Sparks over on the other side, just the Foxio on the 1-2 punch. Pauldrons for the goalies. Pummelers here for Name Chaotic, naturally. And think about the Luna Rune combo. Timing is absolutely key on this. You got to have good synergy and work together to tie in those banishes into Crater Makers. Otherwise, you just end up kind of wasting 2 ultimates, and the enemy team is totally fine for it. But the Fool up in the midfield will pick up the first KO there off of that barrier beam. The power play starts off, and Name Chaotic with the Strike War will bring the first point home for Polar Cortex.
Yeah, like, Luna Rune can be very feast or famine, I agree with that. But you saw how that opening gambit went. Name Chaotic just immediately two-pieced up. Like, I believe that was Bam that got just like immediately two-pieced, and that's kind of like the power of that combination in general, is that, yeah, it's risky to get off, but if you get it off, that's just absolute pain and heartache for whoever has the misfortune to be on the receiving end of it. So we need to see if they have that kind of teamwork locked in. They certainly have the early damage, you can tell that.
Or flip here from Name Chaotic and wide open at the top side. Bam, too injured to even, be down in that area or across the net. Fear of just getting KO'd. And it leaves a big spot open to find the shot. And Polar Cortex taking pretty early command of this match. And there it is. There's the combo, the banish into Crater Maker, and his Name Chaotic who ends up picking up the KO off of that. The first one coming out pretty strongly there. As Polar Cortex getting yet another power play. They will lose 1 barrier here on the return. Lufoxio back alive, threading it around the Rune Pillar and picking up that barrier. It's a really nice shot to keep Ball and Ballers in this for just a little while longer. But Name Chaotic boosting in, wins the Strike War here. Now it's an open net on Ball and Ballers' side. Bringing the core in, the Crater Maker comes in. Nice core flip from Dr. Bebop. Gets to Bam, dribbles with the Whiplash, but forced against the Path Splitter. Will be able to dodge the banish, and the core just barely slipping around, but with the pillar makes the save. Foxio trying to pass it in, drops the Blobos. I'm trying to get it past here with the Death Touch, able to steal it away and find the bottom of the net. A nice play here from Ball and Ballers, as they will take a point, put themselves on the board.
Yeah, that is definitely going to be Ball and Ballers' kind of like win condition already. Just again, it actually like we said earlier, is going to come down to like a lot of core control. Polar is definitely trying to out damage and just cause a lot of pain and kind of win off the power plays. That's what that comp and their strategy seems like to me. But if they don't get those KOs, then it's a problem. But hey, they have been getting like a couple of those KOs, so good for them. They get one barrier, going for two. There's the two flips going out, a little bit overzealous, but Ball and Ballers do survive the power play and get one of their own. So yeah, a lot of back and forth with this one already, even though it looks scary coming out from Polar Vortex.
Yeah, that was a crazy aggressive play there with the Fool getting up in there and spending 2 flips. They will lose both barriers here, and they're going to get punished big for it as Bam just patiently waiting to receive the rock. And in fact, Ball and Ballers able to tie it up. Polar Vortex may be getting a little bit overzealous on that one. If you're going to commit to a play like that, you have to finish it out and get the point. And unfortunately, a little bit of miscommunication on those flips, and they just couldn't quite do it. And now it's anyone's set here. Ball and Ballers start off with pretty decent kickoff. Lufoxio bring it down to the bottom corner. Bam brings up the barrier. And A is pretty hurt here as well. Has to spend some energy to dodge and has no resources left now. And Chaotic just having to be on the defense here. And Lufoxio picking up the KO now to power play for Ball and Ballers. And Chaotic a boost up to the corner. Looking to just buy some time here. Wait out this power play. Is able to pick up a barrier. So that's nice. And A comes back online. A pillar to stop the death touch. And now they're just right back to pushing, but a banish coming out. There's a Crater Maker. Will land a hit, but not quite enough. Dumping some damage onto Bam, though. They've got a core flip available, but with no health, they got to be careful where they stand. The Fool is hunting for this KO, and so is A now into the corner. Has to spend the flip to stay alive. As the core slowly working up, Will able to win the strike war and gets the barrier before they die. Just in time, but it's another power play for Polar Vortex. Lufoxio off the center to the slime. What a play to sink it in. The 1-2 punch coming in massive to send that core screaming to the top of the goal, and Ball and Ballers somehow managed to come up with that first set.
That was incredible. Nearly snatched defeat from the jaw. Nearly snatched defeat from the jaws of victory, and like very scary opening draft. They had like Juno has to deny that Deadeye. Bam, and there it is. Juno very good for the Juno wants that Deadeye almost just as much as Luna does, maybe slightly less, but still great for him. Some starting awakenings looking not half bad for either team, really.
That double spark there for A is actually kind of big. And they also got Stagger Swagger. The Polar Vortex came out. Like, they didn't pick the damage awakenings, right? They picked all the good survivability ones, which is kind of just as good, because Ball and Ballers were able to dish out quite a bit of damage themselves when they needed to. And now they're just not able to do that. And of course, they denied it away from the Ballers. And as I think we're going to see here, there's going to be a lot less power plays on the side of Ball and Ballers the more we go into this match. And of course, A has access to some pretty scary scaling on this rune. And already both barriers down from Ball and Ballers. Bam with a dribble off the pillar, attacking this bottom barrier here. We'll be able to pick it up. It's Polar Vortex forced here to defend. Lufoxio sending it back in. Bam looking to set up. Doesn't even really need to. The slime is just enough to open up the goal. The banish comes out in the Tofu Fortress. There is the Crater Maker, but it makes its way back to Bam. Now the Fool forced to try and clear it out of here. The slime looking for the pass. Name Chaotic makes clear. Now Lufoxio with the strike war drops the Blobos. The Fool, the barrier beam, sends it back out. The pillar from A gets him to be a self-pass. Lufoxio getting right back into position perfectly. A pass to Name Chaotic. More shots on net. Not able to find much, though, as he gets cleared back out. The Fool rotating it back around. Has to spend the flip to avoid the primary. Dr. Bebop sends it right back around to Bam, though, but the Fool waiting there to rotate it around the world to banish into Crater Maker, and now Bam's not looking too healthy here. Trying to stay alive, but Name Chaotic boosting back. Gotta be careful of Lufoxio and these Blobos, though. Not get too much tunnel vision. Core flip here from Dr. Bebop at A. A pass up to Name Chaotic with a flip to the top of the net. And that's the point for Polar Vortex.
Very nice hold, honestly, by Polar Vortex. Very good, just very good defense by the Fool in general. Managed to hold that goal, and very nice on Name Chaotic and A to just be able to not only coordinate but keep the offense up and be able to figure out how to fake out the opposing team. But that kill, very scary, and they're going to have to try and find a way to hold.
Nice flip KO there, but well, they're able to get one barrier here off the power play. So even it up. The Crater Maker, though, coming in, and that will send Bam off the map as a power play now. Shifts in favor of Polar Cortex. Looking to push from the top side down, it looks like. His name Chaotic setting up in this top corner. The Pillar is doing a good job keeping it in, but they just can't force anything through. Dr. Bebop and Lufoxio stacked up like that. Bam, right back alive and working their way up the field. Looking for the second barrier. The Pendulum Swing brings down Name Chaotic. And the power play just keeps shifting back and forth here. The banish comes through, but Lufoxio with the core opens up the goal. And I have a few more seconds here to try and make something happen. And Chaotic boosting back in. Blobbo, though, a nice pass up to Bam. And that was 1-2 punch. Blobbos have been huge this match for just getting the core up the field. Ball and Ballers tying it up.
Yeah, it's just been kind of like crazy how many of these points have been going to overtime and how much like the core speed has been needed to make like something wild happen. Just being able to send it absolutely flying with that 1-2 punch, like you said, has been absolutely vital for Ball and Ballers offense.
Cool. The nice dash save here, but Bam still looking for more. Picks up one barrier. Takes some damage for it, but now Lufoxio joining in on the fun. Brings down a second one. There's another open goal on the side of Polar Cortex. Lufoxio down to Bam, looking for the bottom of the net. Doesn't quite have the angle, but might have another opportunity. Coreflip's got to come out here from A to make the clear, but it just gets right back to the forwards of Ball and Ballers. The Tofu Fortress coming out here in the midfield. Foxio with the core, looking for a pass into the top corner here. Bounce off the center, keeps it in Bam's possession for just a moment. Has the Whiplash available. Trying to get it past A, named Chaotic, but with a dribble off the center, it goes right to the Blobbo. And Lufoxio will get the point here. Bit of a misplay there from Polar Cortex, and Ball and Ballers bring it to set points.
Lufoxio has been doing absolutely insane on these matches, and definitely, I would say, definitely seems to be kind of like the problem that they have not quite been able to solve yet. So they need to figure out something to like get Lufoxio like out of the play, or at the very least cause some kind of stress with because like these Bobbos have been making some insane plays, just the placement and the positioning.
Bam now taking up quite a lot of damage, forced to fall back a bit, but Named Chaotic looking to stick to him here as barriers will get traded 1-1. A with the core, dribbling up, goes for the banish, gets down Dr. Bebop, but a well-timed Tofu Fortress means that's no big worry. Core flip here from Named Chaotic. The somersault shuts it down, but the flip is blocked on the line, and that's an open goal on Ball and Ballers. A with a shot, Named Chaotic with another, but the Blobos from Lufoxio able to hold it down. The death touch angle up the center from Bam gets the second barrier. What a shot, and has a flip available here. It will get cleared out. Named Chaotic not able to follow up on the boost. Core flip here from Bam to the top. Core flip from Fool down to Named Chaotic, looking for the dribble, trying to get it past the log to the bottom side, off the bumper to the center shot. Named Chaotic ties it up 2-2 here. The forwards coming out in style this match.
Yeah, just very good patience on Named Chaotic. Caught the dribble, was like, okay, you're gonna try something here. Basically kind of had to gamble a little bit to get that dribble off and kind of like figure out when it was gonna happen, because that overtime came in very, very clutch. Just managed to like red core it right before the Tofu Fortress could actually manifest. Might have been a little bit too close if it had managed to come out. Maybe it wasn't. We weren't sure. We'll never know. And Polar Cortex wants it that way.
Open side for Ball and Ballers here, but Bam, though, opening up a goal in return now with the core, has a Blobbo for some help, and the Fool Strike still on cooldown, it looks like.
Yep.
In that little ping-pong sequence, and Bam able to come up with the points. Ball and Ballers, these have been very close sets, all 5-point sets, but Ball and Ballers have taken both of them. It looks like they'll be rewarded. There's no sparks on the board here for A, but there is Fight or Flight, there is Stacks. You see Reverb, as well as Ad Rush showing up here, so a lot of relevant awakenings to look at.
Yeah, it's going to be like scary. I'm actually looking at like missile propulsion. I wouldn't be surprised if I would say Luna or Dubu went for that, but no, Luna went for Ad Rush. Yeah, it is the Dubu who goes for like missile propulsion. So that's going to be a lot longer range logs. That's going to be a lot of more like offense coming out of like the backside of Ball and Ballers, if you'll pardon that phrasing. But even then, still just very, very scary, very worrisome. And I think that I wouldn't be surprised if they managed to like finish it off here.
I think it's pretty good awakenings from both sides here. I like the reverb here from Lufoxio, and I do like the ad rush from Named Chaotic. If they're able to get more KOs, it can be game-changing. But this whole, you know, I was going to say it's a gamble, but really this whole strategy is kind of a gamble when you, you know, look to do something as eccentric as Luna Rune like this. But it'll be Named Chaotic down for just a moment here as Ball and Ballers all in the power play. Come back alive. Not too much pressure coming out off of that one. Foxio trying to force it through. A nice boost from Named Chaotic. Gets it past, forces Dr. Bebop to make a save. Gets it back to Bam. A nice back pass to Lufoxio. Sets up the Blobbo. The Fool holding strong though, but the Tofu Fortress coming out offensively, and that's the barrier gone. Dr. Bebop up to Lufoxio. Trying to get it past the Crater Maker. Not quite in time. Named Chaotic with the dribble. Core flip from Lufoxio. Get it up to Bam. Looking for the shot to the net, but the Fool make the save. A somersault from Dr. Bebop. Saves it on the return, and now another Blobbo brings us to the corner. Bam looking for the strike war, but the Fool holding strong so far. Lufoxio drops the ult. Core flip's got to come out from the Fool, but can't get it out of this corner. Lufoxio to Bam, but A wins the strike war. Now Dr. Bebop trying to send it back in. A nice dodge against the Banish, and the forwards of Ball and Ballers looking to push back up. There's the Tofu Fortress to stop Named Chaotic, but still maintaining possession, though. It gets right back to Bam on the return with the red core. Keeps the speed up with the redirect, and that's the point for Ball and Ballers.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure what to say about this one, just because, yeah, these points have all been very close, like you said, and it feels like Polar Cortex is like never completely out of it. But if you look at the score, it just feels like, yeah, like Ball and Ballers basically has managed to hold control of these points all when it comes down to it. Maybe it's just they're better in the clutch. I'm not sure, but they have been having this very well, and that was pretty much like an own barrier off a bad bounce off the center, which has kind of been an issue for Polar Cortex for this whole match.
Yeah, they've gotten a couple not so great bounces off of that center there. And Chaotic able to bring down one barrier and trying to keep the offense up, but Dr. Bebop with a clear to Bam forces the Fool to leave the crease and try and cut that pass. Core flip here from Bam, looking for the top of the net, just sends it right through the Fool. No barrier beam to stop that one. Yeah, now Ball and Ballers up 2-0 here in set 3, looking to take game 2. And yeah, I mean, they just picked the more consistent comp, and consistency has just kind of won them this game. The big plays that we wanted from Polar Cortex just weren't really enough to do what they wanted to accomplish here, and looks like they might just have to go to game 3.
Yeah, definitely. Like, they tried to, I don't want to call it like a gimmick team, but it was kind of but Luna Rune is kind of like a gimmick duo. Like, yeah, they can cause like some major damage, but you have to be really on point for it, like we said earlier, and you have to be able to take advantage of like those points and those attacks. Great, like, good point out of them for that one. You know, just some signs of life, but it's a long road. Yeah,
they have to make a full reverse sweep here. They've got some flips available. They couldn't take it 1 point at a time. But, you know, as we've seen, the consistency from Ball and Ballers this match has kind of just been pretty dominant. So they do get one barrier here. Named Chaotic looking to pick up a barrier of their own. There's a pillar set up, but Dr. Bebop just playing it real patiently. The strikes and the logs, able to keep both the barriers alive here. Is now Polar Cortex looking for another attempt at offense. A with the pass in, but all three members of Ball and Ballers will hold this corner pretty well, and Bam able to pick up the KO with some assist from Dr. Bebop there. Now Foxio with the core, looking to capitalize on this power play. A nice back pass here. The Fool pushing up, does burn the flip a little bit early there. And A also going to burn the flip. Doesn't quite get the barrier, but allows Named Chaotic to come back online. As it looks like they're playing this one a lot slower than they were those previous points now. Dr. Bebop with the core flip burn here as well. And another KO on the Named Chaotic off of the Blobbo on the wall. And Bam picking up that second barrier. Lufoxio up to the top, and Bam with the redirect around the Fool off of that corner. And it's all coming up Ball and Ballers here in game 2. We will be going to a game 3.
Yeah, that was just Ballin' Ballers being able to, like we kept saying, consistency, 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 and that's so important for a reason. The fact that you know that as long as you execute your general game plan, you are good, you have a reasonable chance at just like scoring, defending, whatever. That is just such that's just such a relief, and something that you can just kind of like be able to hang your hat on. It's just something you can, something that you can trust, and they were able to do that, and Polar Vortex wasn't.
Goalie, it looks like, yeah, from the Fool and then Chaotic is on the X. Everyone with Stinger, by the way, not a siege machine to be seen. Magsouls for the forwards, or for the midfielders, siphoning one on Bam, named Chaotic just rocking the slicks. Of course, Pauldrons on the Rasmus and Vice with the eject button, but yeah, this is going to be a brawl. We're already seeing the damage come out a little bit. And I mean, this is for the series. It's for the week 1 series.
Yeah, so of course they're gonna, they're gonna let it all hang out, and definitely just with how the life bars are looking already, it's probably not going to get any nicer. They're already just throwing things at each other, even after these first 2 barriers go down, and Polar Vortex trying to make something early happen. I think they're almost more concerned about like swinging at each other though.
Yeah, right there, Dave Chaotic, the bell ringer, able to get the KO on the goalie at the perfect time. Pick up the first point here for Polar Vortex.
Oh yeah.
And then Chaotic's got the flip available. It will be 2-1 flips this point though, so we'll see what use they make of that. But we've already seen quite a bit of energy just get burnt in terms of having to dodge some things.
Oh yeah, for sure, and that's gonna continue definitely. Look at the damage coming out. Both Bebop and Bam nearly staggered. Well, Bebop was staggered. There we go. There's Bam. Just blood's flying everywhere. This is the second point, and there goes one.
Yeah, Bam almost getting taken off the board there as well, but it's the power play for Ballin' Ballers despite losing their barriers. Doing a good job here though, buying a lot of time and just keeping the pressure up. Named Chaotic will come back online now. The Foxio taking quite a bit of damage from this X here early on the bull rush into X Maximus, and that's the KO. Polar Vortex right back in this shot to the bottom. Dr. Bebop's got no abilities to catch that one. And it will be Polar Vortex starting off strong here in the 2-0 set point.
Yeah, and honestly, because this is going to be because this has been such a bloodbath already, and because we can see like both of these teams' game plan seems to be almost screw the points, I just want you dead. I think that the draft is going to be like absolutely huge as like for the start off. So if Polar Vortex can get like this first set, that is going to do absolute wonders for their momentum.
And Bam already pretty hurt here. Dr. Bebop with a nice supernova does get some damage here onto the Fool, but it's going to be a little bit difficult. Bam trying to get the KO, is able to steal the orb, but the Fool with the death touch makes him pay for it, as they were both staggered in that back line. That's why Rasmus goalie's so scary, but Dr. Bebop, a nice teleport up into power chord, will make it a 2v2 here for a few seconds. Bam comes back online, 5 seconds of a power play for Ballin' Ballers. But A just keeping the core up in their field. Core flip here from Named Chaotic. A back pass to A to bring down the barrier, and the Fool will keep the pressure on Espos. Barriers down, but Bam getting taken out for it in return. A with the core, passing up a Slime. Looking to bring this point, and it's the Fool with a pendulum swing, who's able to sneak it through Foxio and take the set. For Polar Vortex, looks like the MVP here will be A. And this draft could be potentially pretty important.
Yeah, I'm seeing some very scary stuff here. Prize fighter, like off rip, explosive enters, even 1-2 punch. Also, we saw it being absolutely horrendous last game.
That's huge.
Like, yep, just gonna do that again. And honestly, even stuff like Big Fish, Miserable Potion would be scary. But yeah, everybody naturally just going into everybody except maybe Rasmus and even 10 then with the size just going into pain, more pain.
Yeah, this is kind of a good draft for both sides. You know, Name Chaotic still ended up getting some good size and a little bit of stagger, even though wasn't able to pick up the prize fighter. But you got explosive on Bam, which is just really good. Oh my gosh, there's a brawling in the backfield. Name Chaotic brings down Dr. Bebop, almost gets taken out himself. Fool managed to stay alive. The Fool with a death touch, looking to bring it back upfield, and it's A who gets credited with the points. But some serious brawling going on in Ball and Baller's goal box there, and now Dr. Bebop losing that prize fighter stack is pretty big for Polar Cortex.
Yeah, they are swinging at each other, and you saw that how like the core nearly got past them. Fool had to like you said, like Fool had to death touch to bring that back because they were just so focused on like swinging at each other. Kind of forgot it for a moment, but fortunately that is what X is best at. X is all about getting stuck in and just beating the ever-loving crap out of everybody. So as long as they can do that, fine, but that doesn't mean that the core isn't going to do as it will.
Oh, nice read there from the Fool. Will place the death touch exactly where that shot was going. Gets a nice soaring angle to triple it, but that's A off the field. Bam, not looking too healthy either. Name Chaotic picks up a double. And now Almo's going to have a flip available here. A nice glitch pop from Lufoxio to keep it up, though. Dr. Bebop forcing the Fool to stay on defense. Now A back alive. Name Chaotic brings it down. Pass to the Blobber to the bottom side. A pass back up to Name Chaotic. The core flip to the top side, and Bam, not quite able to get there in time off the respawn. Polar Cortex continue their onslaught. Now on set point yet again.
Yeah, it's almost like it's basically what I was kind of like worried about. Just the fact that like everybody is going so hard at each other that it's going to be hard for Ball and Ballers to kind of like shake back from like that first draft issue. They did manage to take down Name Chaotix, but they did get a barrier taken in return. That's equalized it very quickly. So yeah, it's just absolute carnage right now, but it does seem to be Polar Cortex getting the better of it.
And another KO here on Ball and Ballers, and now the Fool just becoming the forward here, letting A handle the midfield line, and with the Blobos set up, there's not a lot Vice and Imi can do about all that pressure right in their face. And now it's Polar Cortex up 2-0. It's been a sweep so far this game 3. We're getting to get another draft where A is the MVP. Some more big awakenings showing up here.
Oh yes, Deadeye, you know that's getting taken. Probably like I wouldn't be surprised if Siege Machine gets taken by the Imi, Might of the Colossus, just all of this very good, very skilled stuff there. Yeah, Spark just continuing just to beat you down and beat you down and beat you down until you cry uncle strategy. And if it's working, it's working.
Yeah, this is a weird draft because it's like creation stuff, and then literally 3 Sparks showed up. So Sparks are dead, by the way. There's only a couple like really big things there, mainly the Deadeye, which A did deny smartfully. I think if Dr. Bebop had gotten that, it could have been pretty bad. Lufoxio, though, a really quick point here. 7 seconds in, the barrier's just falling instantly, and Ball and Baller starting to set off decently strong. But yeah, having only 1 Spark on Name Chaotic and the Fool is not... It's not ideal. However, Lufoxio managing to pick up a second one is going to be pretty helpful, especially with that stagger.
Yeah, absolutely. Just being able to just have a little bit more resilience and maybe try to like blunt this absolute carnage that's coming out of Polar Cortex, even for like a couple more seconds. It may be the difference between victory and defeat, but then again, it may not, just because again, that Deadeye, that spark of strength even, and even more like just the cooldown and stuff for that Rasmus. So we'll have to see, but they do seem to be trying to make something happen with this, although quick 2v2, so hey.
And Brawler's getting traded there as they were slugging it out. Fool and A playing the 2v2 but keeping the pressure up. Core flip come out here from Lufoxio. Juno's really good in 2v2, and we've been seeing that kind of consistently through this match. Pass down to Name Chaotic here, but not able to grab the core. Just swinging away at Dr. Bebop, it looks like. We'll be able to get the core here, and with the X Maximus, gets the point and the goalie to tie it up now. Polar Cortex have gone absolutely nowhere since that last draft, and they are still dishing out the punishment.
Yeah, for sure. I will say that Ball and Ballers got a little bit closer at that point, but close only counts in a couple things and not quite in Omega Strikers.
Yeah, there's the Supernova coming out onto Named Chaotic, and will be Bam picking up the KO there. This one barrier does fall, but Bam taking quite a lot of damage themselves. Picks up one barrier here. Not quite enough power on the other side to get the KO. The Death Touch almost finds it, but not quite enough. And now that's both barriers gone. Polar Cortex a little bit distracted, trying to pick up that KO. Leave the door a bit open for some core control. They finally are able to find it. And with this power play, they should, or might be able to, pick up the points. A in the top side, drop the Blobos. That's the barrier gone. Dr. Bebop's going to get taken off just barely with a pendulum swing. The Foxio forced to defend here. But the pressure on, blinking up with the core flip into the bottom corner. There's the Zen ult. Not able to get a good shot. 2 seconds till Dr. Bebop is back, but Named Chaotic has the core dribbling to the bottom side. And Lufoxio can't get there in time. Matter of seconds there between possibly saving that.
I actually think I could have sworn I saw Lufoxio like try and go up. I think he tried to read it and just picked wrong. At least that's how it looked. That's how it looked to me. So it might have just been kind of like wide 50-50, so to speak. But they're trying not to let that like fuss them too much. Meanwhile, it's pretty much business as usual for Polar Cortex.
Of course, really low here. This could be an ace. But Bam back online just in time. Dr. Bebop almost getting taken off the field here. The core does float back. Polar Cortex's side of the field is opened up now. It's Bam with the slice and dice, looking for the shot to the middle. Is just able to find it through both of them. A and the Fool misread that timing just a little bit. Yeah. And it will be Ball and Ballers with a bit of a breath. They have tied it here on set point and the opportunity to extend this game. And we'll see if they're able to do it.
Yeah, I will say that like if they do, I would not like put aside the possibility for like sincerely for like a reverse sweep. Just the pain has been coming out on both sides. What they need, what Ball and Ballers need is just some slight equalization, because both teams have been trading like both teams have been trading blows really hard, and both teams have been getting like these vicious KOs. So it's not like one is like completely out damaging the other. Like Named Chaotic nearly about to fall and barely managing to save themselves. So yeah, this is a very critical moment for Ball and Ballers.
Named Chaotic and Bam have just been trying to kill each other for so long, and the Fool with the Death Touch finally gets the KO on the ladder, but Dr. Bebop up in the corner is able to beat the slime and force it through. We've seen Polar Cortex get a little bit distracted sometimes with these KOs, and finally it's coming back to bite them. As Ball and Ballers taking advantage of that critical situation and stealing that set away. I think with them coming back here, it still could be anyone's game at this point. This is not what you want to see as Polar Cortex. And now Ad Rush showing up here in the draft. Super Surge will go over to the IME. Ad Rush for the Fool. A Reverb picked up on Bam. Just some much needed survivability for the Brawler. Looks like Named Chaotic's not going to have that same luxury. We'll go for the Twin Drive here. Prime time on the Juno. And it'll just be aerials for Dr. Bebop.
Yeah, I definitely think, honestly, I feel like Polar Cortex got the better of that one. Just the Twin Drive scares me so much. The Ad Rush, very, very scary as well. Reverberation, nice, but we'll need to see if that actually holds out. Super Surge is good, though. Aerials, I think, is a little bit better than I'm honestly just an Aerials fan in general, so I'm just glad that picked up, and I hope it works out for him.
Yeah, the stagger from Reverb is going to help out Bam though a lot. Bam's been taking a lot of damage, so I think it's a pretty decent pickup for sure. But already, Ball and Ballers in this game, in this point, a little bit more than we've seen. They're actually able to pick up a KO there onto A with the flip, and it's one barrier to one barrier here. As this point goes on, getting around the back of the barrier here. The Fool trying to make the clear, but Dr. Bebop pushing up on the offense will be forced to blink back. Foxio setting it back in around the back. Fool still trying to find this clear angle. Meanwhile, Named Chaotic just wailing away on Dr. Bebop and able to pick up the KO there onto the goalie. Bam not looking too healthy either. The flip getting popped here, and that's the second barrier gone. Power play available with a glitch pop from Foxio. Evens up the playing field. A core flip here brings it to the center. The Fool not quite able to get it back up. Has to use the flip to send it to the top corner. The Slime coming out from A. Chaotic with the dribble. Looking for the bull rush. Able to find it right to the center. Perfect shot there. And Polar Cortex go first yet again.
That one was a lot hard. I feel like that one was even harder fought than average for this game, which is already very, very hard fought. So that says that, yeah, those awakenings that they got, just the stagger, the survivability, may have helped almost critically, but they're going to need to make that count. And right now, it is Polar Cortex that are trying to kind of like end this very quickly. Name Chaotic with the kill and easy goal. So yeah, they want to end this fast.
Yeah, I mean, they don't want to have to drag this out any longer than they have to. Every point that they don't score is a point that Rolling Ballers can use to come back into this game. But Name Chaotic has had Dr. Bebop's number this entire match, and now it looks like the damage coming back the other way, though, is Name Chaotic getting blasted off the screen, but Bam also might get traded here, as we've seen so commonly through this game. Rolling Ballers able to pick up one barrier here. Got a lot of damage onto A as well, though. The Glitch Pop does knock him a little bit the wrong direction. And Name Chaotic back online, looking to hunt down Bam. Bebop trying to protect the forward, able to pick up an orb here. Popsy X Maximus, though, and just dumping out even more damage. But meanwhile, Lufoxio in the 1v2 brings down that second barrier. And Bam trying to push up into scoring position. Not trying to get hit with the hook, though. Name Chaotic opens up Ballin' Baller's side of the field. Foxio with the flip available. Dr. Bebop taking a lot of damage, but still managing to stay alive. The Death Touch from the Fool brings it back in, and Name Chaotic gets the holy KO. Core flip here from Lufoxio to try and buy some time. If it gets past this midfield line, it could all be over. Now Name Chaotic with the dribble. The glitch pop up from Lufoxio makes one save, but A with the shot to the top, and it is all over. Polar Cortex coming out on top in a pretty dominant Game 3, and they will take the series.
That was pretty much everything we expected. It was brutal, it was bloody, and it basically just came down to, honestly, after that first draft, I feel it started to like run away for a little bit. They did manage to come back for a little bit. They're Ballin' Ballers. They tried to kind of like equal it up. They pushed, but at the end of the day, it was like only one can stand at the end of the day after all that blood on the floor. And for this, I mean, just look at the KOs. Absolutely monstrous.
11 there from Name Chaotic.
煮え切らない思い抱えてなんとなく過ごした日々説明のつかない感情難しい言葉などいらないと気づいたんだ茜に染まった過去と今を癒す手段は修練の炎と心とも魂を燃やせ尽きない命と共に奴を道連れに最高のショータイムこの世の終わりが不死の呪いどちらかが勝利を
the side of Heavy Metal Gundam, I think. But we'll see. They are going triple among. They do go big on the side of Heavy Metal Gundam, though, with Josh actually going to build difference. So we're going to have a big Rasmus, as a matter of fact.
Yeah, very interesting that they decided to opt for Rasmus staying the double sides. A very good character to pick it up, especially when he's got Mako as a teammate that can actually make up for the lost speed that he would have lost without picking the one. But as you see, Josh is already making great value out of the side, just taking so many strike boards with his slick kicks and then, I don't know, 30% size. I don't know the numbers on it anymore. Size keeps getting nerfed. Same size, but both sides trading in the corner and a lot of scrambling going on with a lot of like,
It's fine, but yeah, it's going back and forth quite a bit. But I mean, we're sitting on an Among Titans start, right? It's always going to be very fast. It's always going to be fast paced, and yeah, that exercise on Josh is going to help him quite a bit, especially if you are on Erasmus like that. But I think Josh right now needs to be careful not to be taken off the map because that banish did come out 6 seconds longer on that banish, by the way. Yikes! But it's still going to hold a lot of damage, and I'm also going to be curious to see how well Assertive's going to be able to play out this era in net, because that era change is going to be rather big as well, right? Her cast comes out so much more faster to a point where, personally, I'm saying it feels more like going up against a Drakkar shotgun than anything else. But it's gonna be interesting to see how well they're meshed together and how well this era is gonna hold defensively as well. Huge KO.
Huge KO coming out. I will say, the new air changes, that beam, that is unreactable. And when you're playing a character that needs his size so much like Rasmus, not being able to dodge the air beam, it makes offense really difficult for the Rasmus. Like, whenever he's beamed, he just can't really do anything to interact with the court, because all of his abilities except hooks need his size. And when he's permanently beamed on such a short cooldown, it's almost possible to dodge. There's going to be a lot of stress on Zay forever trying to kind of get the core forward to stall out time for when he's going out. And so corner offense trying to get that time, but Zoe Witch able to hit the core back in. And a huge NATO actually securing the bottom barrier. Eric Oli kind of popping off right now.
Yeah, sort of making it work really well here. Got the second barrier. Did lose her second barrier as well there to get 2 open goals. Tragic has a flip in net as well if he doesn't get to use it. Uses the Mako ult. And Zoe actually taken off the map. The Double Living not much longer. But Cyberside will have the opportunity to just kind of stall it out. They have a flip on Assertive as well if they do need to use it. Can hold on to it for now, and Zoe's going to be back on the field again.
Yeah. We've seen Zoe die there. Makes you all think about how damage is actually. It may not look like it with the 2 team powerful. They very forward to orient on both sides, but damage is going to matter a lot, namely on the brawlers. Estelle Rasmus can do a very good job at putting damage on people who can't really run around as much because he's fat hamster, you know? It's really easy to hit him. But also, on the same side, it is extremely hard for Josh to dodge all the abilities. Like I already said, Air Beam is almost undodgeable. Dubu Roll is a giant circle that he's on he doesn't miss. And then on top of that, he has to pay attention to the ring damage. If he ever take vanishes like he has just now, there would be huge damage coming out unless Safer ever can once again get in and help his teammates just kind of destroying the pillars before they can form.
Yeah, and it's gonna have so much more value here as well on the sort of the awakenings further down in terms of survivability, right? Stagger Striker, that's gonna have high prior for both of the brawlers here.
Oh, got bad news about what happened to Stagger Striker. Wait, pretty sure I got camera move.
Oh wait, it did? Maybe it did. Maybe I'm not up to date with my patches.
Maybe I'm not up to date on my patches.
Yeah, I'm not up to date with my patches. Unlucky.
It's not like there's no survivability left. There's now Reptile. Reptile Romanade has to come in instead, which can actually give more healing on instead of created Stagger Striker. If whoever gets it can keep their hands on the core. But Expo cracking it down with their rune primary. I mean, it was a great primary placement from her. Just so much range that your rune cover. It's really scary clearing against it because you don't know where that pillar is going to appear and just kind of snipe your clear. Let's say it against Tragic.
Yeah, I mean the pillars are going to be difficult to work with and work against because it's going to be a prediction game, right? You're going to have to try to guess, maybe figure out where Expo Chan wants to place them down and then counteract it, but that just turns into a big mind game at the end. And not a mind game you want to find yourself in, but the position you do want to find yourself in is winning the first set here, actually, in favor of Cyberswipe. We'll see what Awakenings are going to be able to pick up here. Speed is obviously going to be great because we just want to continue to snowball it. We have a team player, we have a Hotshot here. Nerfed Hotshot, but still holds a lot of value, I say.
Still a lot of cooldowns on the Hotshot. 2.5 seconds when hitting the core is not something to scoff at. And as we can see, it's now picking up. The core speed might be extremely good for getting past Era. A character doesn't really have any super fast defensive abilities. But I'd like to say the team player pickup from Era and the Cash Slash pickup from Rune going to be extremely hard to deal with for the side of Heavy Metal Gundam. Team player is just an Awakening that a lot of people seem to forget about in draft, but the way it can just accelerate the play so fast that makes it super hard for a non-case character like itself to react to in midfield. Be able to get the core up the field so quickly.
Yeah, and especially on a character like Era, right, that doesn't necessarily have a lot of like great anti-forcing tools. Having the ability to just send the core flying almost immediately off of a single strike is going to make her defense a lot more easy to as well. So we'll see how well it's going to pan out. I do feel like, though, this draft's very much not in favor of the side of Heavy Metal Gundam the way it ended up playing out.
Yeah, for sure. But nothing to scoff at on their side. Hotshot is still, like I said, a very big pickup. And Rasmus picking up Explosive Entrance he's got a lot of impact damage right now with the build difference. Solid 20%. It's probably counteracting the nerfs he got recently, so the damage way out from Heavy Metal Gundam is quite a lot now. And the speed is nothing to scoff at.
Yeah, most definitely. But the damage right now actually is going to land on Josh as he's just been being taken damage over and over again. He gets taken out by Expochan there as well with a great killer. So now Tragic and Zay will have to try to hold on to this. Both of them have a flip available if they do need to use it. Tragic does use it here, so he's trying to predict the strike out, but didn't time it quite right. But the pendulum swing from Josh going a little bit out there. They're sending it directly up to Zoe again, and Cyber Swipe now able to get this goal and get the lead in the second set.
Yeah, a bit of a miscommunication on the defense from Heavy Metal Gundam, but great reactions from Expo to catch the core with that rune primary, able to just react forever. Like once again, there we saw it go all the way back to catch the core going past us to the corner. This rune character is just so good at covering space. Like it's hard to imagine his range around him, but him just walking around with primary up. If he can get any cooldowns and setting up that Castle Last pillar, it puts so much pressure on Heavy Metal Gundam with Tragic being unable to get the outclear, which is the killer place. And that means they're forced to hit it into the Dubu. And that Dubu is a large and fast Dubu built to bulk up. That's a lot of power, a lot of strikes. And it's extremely scary to clear into, especially when you have so much surprising about stuffing power with his lock. And using that speed and size to get such great dribbles, kind of going all the way from one side to the other and managing to dribble the core all the way to the other side of the net with Tragic unable to reach it with the primary.
And bulk up also being a great awakening for Zoe here because it gives you HP, right? It's going to help you with that survivability aspect that is a concern in this game, right? You're an AtLab, it's a heavy damage game, and the Rasmus that they sell together will do a lot of damage just passively as well while trying to contest the core. So it's going to help Zoe stay on the map, but we'll see if it's going to help her as well, or help her enough, because there's going to be damage pumped into her. She's going to be down at low HP again. And it's not going to stop anytime soon with how these abilities are coming out. Almost gets KO there with the Double Fortress, but doesn't quite find it. Power play now in favor of Heavy Metal Gundam.
Yeah, great kill coming out from Tragic, spending the flip to get the KO on Expo, but a beautiful pass from Zay Forever down to the bottom side where Josh is able to slot the core in beautifully to the bottom side. A lot of resources spent for that point, but if they can turn around this set after being down to 2-0, it's not going to be great for the draft. It's going to be great for the mental of Heavy Metal Gundam.
Yeah, mental being such a big factor as well, right? And the momentum, the way you play it out, and Cyberswipe definitely really wanting to completely shut that down before it goes anywhere too close to gaining too much momentum for the side of Heavy Metal Gundam. But they do get both of the barriers back. Assertive on the Era with Flip, probably trying to walk up here, try to use it aggressively as well, but she can't quite find the angle to run up. As Expochan and Zoe now on the attack, trying to set up. Tofu Fortress coming out, but a great defense from Tragic will hold on to it, and an even better pendulum swing from Josh will find a KO. Josh in front of the goal now with a flip. Probably wants to use it. No, gets KO'd by Assertive, but this piercing shot from Zay coming out for getting a return KO, and more importantly, the goal.
Yeah, a lot of kills coming at that point. But one people with the 20% impact on Josh, but even more importantly, the kill on Zay with that primary there actually took away Assertive's flip. It's going to be huge for Heavy Metal Gundam. They were very behind on energy before this point, but now they were able to kind of just turn the tides And now they're the ones with the energy lead. Even without 2 barriers, if they can get some flips off, they're able to turn this point around.
We're gonna need to find him soon though, because the attack from Zoe and Expo-chan is not slowing down. Expo-chan is a bit low, but a great swap comes out actually. Finds a strike past Zay there. And Cyberswipe now find themselves in a 2-0 lead in terms of sets. Really good for momentum and for mental as well. So they want to try to carry that through this draft and into this next set as well, as we do have our Awakenings available here. More size on the board as well. Might have the Colossus gotten a little bit buffed recently, but I'm not sure if it's going to be the difference maker. Reptile Remedy, great pairing though with Poco.
Yeah, Zoe opting for the double stagger combo. I'm going to be honest, Stevie's unkillable now. I mean, she's currently gonna have like 2,600 stagger and healing 4% of that every time they strike the core. I mean, it's gonna be insane. In addition, Fight or Flight picked up by Expo is going to be huge for the rune. Just more speed on that character means that his effective range just gets even bigger. Like, it's even harder to track where his primary is gonna appear. I will say though, heavy impact and light on Josh and Zay, a lot of damage coming out. Again, if they can somehow, they have to change their targets on Zoe with the Reptile remember to bulk up to her other teammates, but hey, match 4, I can't track it.
Yeah, I mean, the damage is gonna be an aspect, but I think as of right now, it's not gonna matter as much because that force that the Rune and the Dubu can pull out with Zoe and Expo-chan, it's just a lot. You can see Tragic has a very hard time keeping the barriers up. Matter of fact, he even has an easier time defending on the open goal because then you have a bit more area to be playing with. Dubu and Rune being really good at shutting down specific angles, but not necessarily shutting down the entire arc in front of you. So we'll see how it's going to pan out. The Banish comes out. Josh does not get taken out by the side of Cyberswipe just yet. HP still low though, and even though Heavy Metal Gundam has better damage stat, HP bars right now are looking like the opposite.
Yeah, the Banish is coming out from Expo, just putting so much damage on Josh. They, I think, forced to spend his secondary cooldown and kind of just teleport on top of Josh whenever he's banished. Just stop the pillage from forming, but still a beautiful teleport from Expo, able to snipe the pass across the map, just stealing that possession away and taking the goal against Heavy Metal Gundam. And going into this set, a flip about to come out from Expo, and Zay Forever, it could go either way at this point with both flips coming up.
Yeah, that's Rune's secondary placement, which is so great from Expo because that's the second goal already that she was able to snipe by positioning it smartly, and she doesn't want to slow down in any way. She gets a double vanish there. Sadly, not able to capitalize on it as Pendulum Swing from Josh will actually get the KO, and Zay with a clean piercing shot will return the goal almost immediately. Strong point from the side of Heavy Metal Gundam here.
Yeah, rotates like that are what I think everyone wants to look for a lot more. For both the Rasmussen and Stella, both characters who can kind of take goals on their own with their long range, very hard hitting primary abilities. And against Era, who kind of only has haste whenever her secondary's up, and other than that, her abilities are kind of low range. I think rotates like that could be a great effect, kind of crossing up the angles of Cyberswipe. But keeping it in the corner for now, and again, it's time to take the priority, but a big explosion here actually put a lot of damage on Heavy Metal Gundam, which could be bad going into this set. It kills a triple banish coming out, and I mean, the health bars aren't look great. The damage should be going towards Heavy Metal Gundam's favor, but there's so much damage coming out from the side of Cyberswipe that things are just looking low for everyone.
Yeah, and again, it's a surprising amount of damage, right? Because you wouldn't think of it that way, but it's just the characters on their own, they're just gonna do a lot of damage. Also, Era Beam, not to be underestimated, her primary does do a decent bit of damage. You're not really thinking about it from prior patches because it was a bit more difficult to consistently land it. But with the change, it's gonna hit their target very, very often, and it's gonna stack up. I've been in games actually since the patch where I had Centauros, where I had Estelles in lobby, but Era ended up being the one with the most damage in the end, which is a bit crazy to think about. But I mean, you can see it this game as well, right? Heavy Metal Gundam is just taking damage, and a decent part of it is just as this assertive Era coming through with all of these beams and just dumping it over and over again.
Another thing about Beam is that Asura's been doing a very good job of trying to hit both the core and also Zoe with it. Whenever Zoe is beamed, she is at 222 power. And when Dooku secondary has like one of the largest like damage scalings in the game, that's nothing to scoff. Like getting hit by that roll whenever she's beamed, that hurts. And we've been seeing it coming out on the side of everyone. Like whenever she's beamed and she gets a roll, it's a fat amount of damage. You're kind of chunking them out, getting ready for the banish kill. But Expo and Zoe keep it in the corner, looking to get the core to Zoe so that she can flip in the face of everyone of them. Almost gets it, but the clear from Tragic, spending his own flip to get it out, clears to the middle, and is up the field for everyone. Again, spending the Mako secondary to get up the field, but the flip comes out from the beam to Zoe. The 222 power flip just KOs Zay forever outright. And once to get the Josh doing extremely well, but beautiful primary to snipe the pass from serves to Expo. I mean, that's the what is that? That's triple size Erasmus with 2 Among Titans on him. That's nothing you can just pass around that easily.
Yeah, Josh had a really good eye there to watch out for that cross pass and punish it, because if he doesn't get that strike or doesn't get that pendulum swing, I think it's looking really grim for you at that point. But now suddenly you're finding yourself in a 0.5 in his third set, and you need to carry momentum as you can. You want to continue to play off of this goal, even if it is a good opportunity that has been found. In the end, the goal is a goal, and you need to find them even more now, because if you want to look to take this first game here, you're going to need to win 3 more sets. And the attack is still very relentless from the side of Cyberstripe, though. As they take a barrier, Tofu Fortress comes out, doesn't find the second just yet. Josh needs to flip and gets a double barrier with a great angle there. Now tries to run up. Flip has to come out from Assertive. She will hold on to it, but Josh with a great hook will get the core across. Defended well from Assertive and Zoe, though. And the attack doesn't slow down. The strike does come through, and Assertive doesn't have the cooldowns to actually respond to it. Heavy Metal Gundam will find their first set here to force at least a set 4.
Yeah, a beautiful flip coming out from Zay earlier. Like, again, just be able to shoot it at the other side of where Era, she sometimes just doesn't have the tools to catch up to it in time. And now everyone was able to take their first set, and some big awakenings are going to be able to come in. Prime time coming out for this cell with both heavy impact and hot strike. She can have that primary up so often. And Zay forever getting more stacks. He's kind of keeping up now with the Among Titans that was initially keeping him from getting the core that often, but stacks and stacks lets him catch up much more easily now. And I think this is the first draft of this game that's going towards Heavy Metal Gundam's favor.
Yeah, it's going to help them a lot with what they need to be doing. It's still a bit scary on the side of Cyberstripe because they do have a Super Search on Era. This team is going to be so incredibly fast off the gates now as well. And the 1-2 punch on Dubu, Zoe might be looking for a little bit more damage now. Dubu turning into a proper brawler, one might think, as they take one barrier, try to set up a second one. Assertive doing a great aggressive push there, though, making use of these momentum boots. The recent buff working wonders for a pick like Era as well, and the pressure in the end was just too much as Expo-chan will find the barrier to actually get the goal and the point lead in his first set in favor of Cyberstripe.
Yeah, great snap coming out from Expo, and the 1-2 punch from the Zoe is, again, doing so much damage. Like, just being so, you have to be so careful around this Dubu because you don't know when she's gonna click spacebar and just boom, somersault slams the ground, just chunks out the other team, but unable to hit, only hitting the core for that one, just kind of keeping possession in the corner. And Expo looking for a great advantage against Zay, and again, keeping it in the corner. This is where Dubu thrives. You don't want to be in this. You don't want to be striking against Dubu in the corner. They're real scary. But trying to swing the damage on Expo attempting to find a teleport and take another point with it. But the rotates around the Dubu and a huge, I mean, that's the 1-2 punch. Somersault rolls, just KOing Zay forever outright.
They do find the KO. They use a flip here as well now, trying to get this momentum going to get the score in. And in the end, they do find the strikes. They find the pillar to also just completely destroy any kind of clear upwards there. So well played from Expo yet again. She's doing such a good job at being this nuisance up front with these pillars, making Tragic's life so much more difficult to properly play out these defenses, because either Tragic's going to hit it directly into Expo-chan or it's going to hit it directly into her pillar. So there's kind of not really a proper answer at that point. And the side of Cyberstripe is playing for that perfectly, as they also get a second barrier with a flip here. Matter of fact, they don't want to get this game going any longer as they're here and immediately find the strike, find the goal, and find the victory in this game 1 on Atlas's lap.
Yeah, that was kind of a beautiful play coming out from Zoe, just kind of dribbling in their face in the corner with Assertive actually managing to get a beam during all of that to give Zoe even more size to kind of just secure the ground with the slick kicks and size. Just so fast, and it's really hard to track that Dubu. I mean, Dubu's got the biggest strike box in the game. I mean, and striking around him is a lot harder than it can look at first, especially once he gets enough size, her speed just kind of take advantage of that strike box.
Yeah, I mean, even if you find a way around them, in the end, Dubu can just answer with, like, the somersault and then just stop the core anyways. Or if you're not past them already, Dubu has the tool to just completely lock you out of anything with the primary and ultimate. So, well executed from Zoe here, and it's Dubu as well. 21,000 damage. Very much not bad for a Dubu. You wouldn't think of a Dubu as a damaging character. If we're looking at damage though, Josh actually, 37,000 on the Rasmus, really showing why these Awakenings mattered so much for the Rasmus here. But in the end, they got a lot of damage. They didn't really get the KO confirms though, because Cyberswipe did have more KOs in total than a Heavy Metal Gundam player.
Yeah, Rasmus still managed to put almost 40k despite the damage nerfs he got for the exact reason. I mean, his Awakenings were nothing to scoff at. A lot of impact damage, and of course a fight the Colossus to on top of all that. But just only able to find a couple of kind of knockback KOs, not really able to get that much damage stacked up on the other team, which it can be a little rough against Dubu, who's got that much HP, and Rune, who is a character that a lot of people kind of can't figure out why he can kill, but that teleport, just be able to go from one side of that to another, it kind of ignores the damage that Rune can take. Just be able to completely disengage and usually find like an orb left for him in the team. It's extremely hard to find like just damage kills against this team. So it could be interesting what they might try to adapt to do with their team comp. Maybe a less traditional Rasmus, Mako, Estelle, and maybe looking for something a bit more unorthodox to get through. Well, let's be clear, Cyberswipe's very unorthodox team with the Dubu Brawler.
Incredibly unorthodox, and I feel like if we're looking at the next game as well, we're going to Taiko Temple, right? Dubu Brawler can still very much work on Taiko Temple as well. So it's something that you need to keep in mind when you're going into this draft, that there is a potential that Zoe will just lock it in again. And I'd argue it's even better on Taiko Temple than it is on Atlab, specifically just because it is less area to play for. So that big Dubu strike range that you were talking about earlier is going to be even more difficult to play around. And also, the Rune, I feel like, also very much underrated on a map like Taiko Temple. With these pillars, can be so incredibly annoying to work around. So honestly, I feel like if Cyberswipe can get an identical draft going for Taiko Temple, they would be pretty happy already. So I'm curious to see how Heavy Metal Gundam will try to approach this next draft, to maybe disallow such a strong comp from coming through, or if maybe, again, like you said, maybe they're feeling a bit spicy themselves.
If you can get around the secondary, you should have so much time to work with now. And then with Juno Rasmus, they're very low cooldowns, you can take advantage of that. Like if they could spend one primary for the price of a secondary, it just comes out like 10 seconds faster than Atlas.
Yeah, most definitely gonna be the play, but we'll see how it's gonna be panning out, as the first barrier does drop already on the side of Heavy Metal Gundam. The second one just barely holding on, as again, you'll see what you saw last game, right? You'll see Zoe up front on this Dubu pick, doing the damage, taking the barriers, Expo Chan with great banishes, and the pillars that are gonna be making it very difficult for the side of Heavy Metal Gundam to defend, and that's kind of how it started off here as well. Both barriers dropping pretty fast, but it's going to get answered by one barrier now initially from Doxy. Zay on the Rasmus is going to try to walk up here. Good Junopla will keep the core up front, as Assertive will still hold on to this barrier for now. But Cyberswipe can't really get the core in any position where they can get a solid attack going. Defense in the midfield area already from the side of Heavy Metal Gundam looking really effective.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be tough getting, especially the midfield line into the corner against. They basically have 3 defensive goalies on the team with Cyberswipe. I mean, Dubu Atlas is one thing, but Rune just gotta be able to kill her on top of these small barriers is extreme. It's gonna be extremely annoying to Heavy Metal Gundam to get there. Again, all these creations is just gonna be such a nuisance, but to find a kill on Zoe, this is the kills that we need to look for on Heavy Metal Gundam, and just kind of force out this Dubu from being able to just walk all over our face.
Yeah, and you will do that by finding KOs like that. You're also going to be able to find a goal like that as the bounces favor the side of Heavy Metal Gundam. There, Zay puts it into corner and just slightly out of reach from Assertive there, as she's not quite able to get to it. Energy looking very high across the board, but heavily in favor of the side of Heavy Metal Gundam as well, as Zoe has been taken out and has been reset in that department. So Tragic has flipped, Doxy's going to get her flip soon, and Zay has flipped soon as well. First coming out here to defend from the side of Tragic, as Assertive might have to flip defensively here. Never mind, a great strike will just completely shut down the flip from Zay there, and Energy actually now being slightly in favor of the side of Cyberswipe. What's not in favor are the HP bars, so his Expo's just getting bounced around the map.
Yeah, I mean, the Deadeye coming off from the Juno and just heavy impact start in general is putting so much value. I mean, again, look at Well, not only has Xbo's died, but he's so low right now. And again, with Rune Dubu not really able to output any damage to fight back. They're kind of just forced to either keep the core up or die trying.
Yeah, Flip has to come out from assertive there to actually hold on to the point, but the attack immediately gets set up by Zay and Doxy again. As the core does find its way up, but Tragic holding a strong offensive line on this era, right? Making use of these momentum boots, making use of that extra speed to intercept the core as early as possible and keep the attack up. And we do get the core on the side of Heavy Metal Gundam, but it's almost immediately being sent back to Cyberswipe. So as of right now, game state just kind of feels like Cyberswipe is just kind of playing to survive the current point and kind of hoping on maybe some kind of mistake from the side of Heavy Metal Gundam to let the core sneak through, because Era doesn't really have the best like coverage in terms of width in the net. So maybe you get a funny little angle off the drums into the net, but it's not been found yet, as Doxy actually does get the funny angle with the Blobos to get a 2-point lead in this first set in favor of Heavy Metal Gundam.
Yeah, I mean, Juno Era, being able to kind of just use their primaries off the floor, kind of take the core back up is very, very strong. It's just stopping Zoe and Expo from getting the kind of corner plan that they want. But a great kill coming out from Zoe. Again, the roll ultimate, this Dubu character, he's got his own unique little dash punch. But again, these low cooldown primary characters able to kind of get off the field, denying any power play that Cyberswipe really was looking for. And Heavy Metal Gundam is again just starting their own offense, able to find so many opportunities with their kind of low commitment characters. Oh, beautiful Deadeye Juno core speed, just kind of sending it past Atlas, forcing their surge to react to their secondary. But Cyberswipe is not able to actually get their corner that they've been looking for, and things are not looking great. Low energy on the Dubu, and a shock coming out from Tragic with the flip, defended by Surf, and again, things are not looking great. Low, Zoe Witch low on the other side of the field, can be KO'd anytime by a Razzle Tuck. It's a really stressful situation, in fact, time would be it.
Yeah, it's difficult to really be playing through that because, again, the pressure just doesn't... They just are not giving any kind of area for the side of Cyberswipe to play, right? Heavy Metal Gundam just continuously pressuring them, using these bubbles to intercept, using these pendulum swings and these death touches to find KOs. And in current state, I feel like this was a very decisive set 1 win for Heavy Metal Gundam, and they are rewarded with this draft here. Hotshot is in here. Reptile Remedy might be something to consider as well, because if Zoe is able to pick up something like that, maybe she's going to stay on the map longer, but there's just so many high-value awakenings here to pick up over it, so we'll see how that's going to go.
Yeah, I would like to see a double stagger tonight come out from Heavy Metal Gundam, but often pick up the sides on their ass. It's not even stop and be able to just kind of run over the map like they've been kind of doing so far. You know, picking up the aerials to look for maybe even more Deadeye value. I think the main thing this draft is that Zoe was able to pick up a Reptile Remedy. Again, we saw last game that Zoe was basically unkillable once she picked that up. So it could be rough for everyone. All the damage they were able to get on Zoe in the last set could possibly be null every time she checks score, getting 4% health. There's a lot, but let's be clear. Heavy Metal Gundam wasn't only killing the Dubu last set. Both actually was also looking extremely low and occasionally even asserting. So even though Dubu picked up a Reptile Remedy, it might not be over for the damage game plan in Heavy Metal Gundam.
It might not be over, but it's definitely going to be more difficult because you also have the Spark of Leadership pick up for Expo Chan. Now, it's not a lot of stagger, but right, it's a little bit, and it sets you up potentially as well to start stacking sparks throughout the game as well. So we'll see how that's going to pan out. And Assertive is incredibly happy with a hotshot pickup for the Atlas as well, right? Atlas being a great user of that hotshot, it gives that a little bit of extra speed, and more importantly, gives you these cooldowns to have that ultimate and those secondaries much more consistently, which, again, the Atlas ultimate's going to be a great tool with staying alive, and you can kind of see it as well, as I said, it's being played out. It does look a lot stronger from the side of Cyberswipe. In the end, Zay did end up getting the first goal with a great death touch there to actually shoot it right past Expo Chan's defense there, but they're putting up much more of a fight now, which is already a great sign for them.
I mean, Zoe being able to kind of walk up safely is what is really kind of denying damage from Heavy Metal Gundam. Like, Expo is no longer forced to kind of make up for the fact that the Dubu is 0 HP in the net, and just be able to kind of walk up for free now. I mean, Zoe's been eating so many abilities at this point, and she's feeling good, full HP over there. Dubu does not care right now, striking through all 3 of them. Xavier will force the pop split to get it back out, but things are not looking good. They're gonna 2 flips coming out or up on the side of Cyber Stripe. They could just go in at any moment.
Yeah, Expo-chan is, I think, trying to position herself to get a flip out of the rune here, right? Try to get that secure as well to even off the set, but she wasn't able to get herself positioned quite yet as the Banish comes out. Flip comes out now as well, tries to pass it to Zoe, but a great interrupt from Doxy will actually shut that down almost immediately. The strike from Zoe will send it back to the attack, but Tragic, Doxy, and Sage is doing such a good job finding the gap here as well, and now immediately setting up their own attack as this Deadeye in overtime comes out from the Juno, red coring it and sending it past Assertive there to take the barrier. Assertive does have a defensive flip if she does need to use it, but for now opts to use the secondary to get it out over to the side of Heavy Metal Gundam. Zay actually now being the target in terms of damage, looking really low here, but will be able to recover some of the HP. I think Zay might be dead here. No, still holding on.
Oh, no pillars coming out from Expo. Nothing off cooldown. And unfortunately, the Chino with Hotshot, instead of, or not Hotshot, just Deadeye, just Deadeye, nerf Deadeye, setting the core so fast that Serap's not able to react in time 1 second. And unfortunately, bounces off the secondary to put it into the net before Heavy Metal Gundam.
We'll see if they can keep this momentum going, because in terms of points, right, Heavy Metal Gundam is having quite a strong streak, right? This is I think 5 unanswered goals in a row now. Whereas the last 2 goals were much more of a fight. In the end, it's still great for your momentum and great for your mental there as well to have such a situation. And they're trying to keep this going, trying to get another 3-0 set here. A great Banish comes out from Expo-chan, but answered almost immediately by the flip from Tragic here. And it's just a lot of back and forth in that bottom corner, a lot of abilities being used, but nothing really falling. As Tofu Fortress comes out from Zoe, doesn't really find a target in the end though, as now the attack is trying to be built up again. But again, it's just like nothing, a lot is happening, but not a lot is happening. Does that make sense?
Yeah, the Cyber Stripe is very comfortable with just playing out these defensive directions in the corner. I mean, like I said earlier, they've got a lot of defensive abilities to work. They've got, basically 5 on the Dubu and Atlas. Then occasionally the rune and the Dubu covers it all. But a beautiful Banish and then shot to the top side. Coming out from Expo, showing off that their rune can kind of just find, that's what they're looking for, right? Looking for Assertive and Zoe to kind of get the core out using the defensive ability, use runes, pillars that can kind of take control wherever the core ends up going, and just kind of find these goals out of whatever situation they can get.
Yeah, they do need to find themselves up on the enemy half though, and right now Doxy has something to say about it as she takes a second barrier there as well. Zay now front, trying to get this goal in, trying to call the set right here, but they can't get it past Assertive. She's just holding on so well on the defensive end there. Strike Shot also interrupting the core a bit early there, making it easier for the defense. And you just see Zoe and Expo-chan doing a good job as much as they can with these creations, trying to keep it up, trying to hold it in that midfield area, but actually Zay finds a beautiful flip there and just threads the needle in the top half of the goal there. Surf just barely out of reach, not being able to get to that core.
Yeah, and the upbeat 2-0 right now after what was kind of a rough last game for Heavy Metal Gundam. I mean, things probably feeling great for them right now. Juno is getting an option, picks up the fighter flight, and lets the speed not only on Juno, but also her blobs can be extremely hard to deal with. And the Castellas on air as well, just to keep these beams up. But team player on Alice might just be what Cyber Stripe was looking for. Just again, kind of get the core out quickly so that Rune can look for kind of whatever plays that Rune wants. I mean, he's got TP, he's got Pillar. That's a lot of scary. It's 2 scary abilities to deal with on the there for whatever they're looking for to get the core out.
Yeah, most definitely. The specialized training on Dubu is going to be quite lethal, and also first spark pickup for Expo-chan that isn't leadership. So if the side of Cyber Stripe can win this set and force another draft here, they're looking actually pretty good, right? Because there's only been 2 sparks in drafts so far, which means if they can get a set win here, and they're gonna get priority picks on that draft. And if Expo-chan can put herself in a situation where she's gonna get first pick, maybe we can even get a focus or a strength on this room here. So, and together with that leadership, that could just completely change up the dynamic of this game as well. So, incredibly important set for the side of Cyber Stripe to win here, because I feel like if they are able to do it, we might be looking at a reverse sweep overall.
Yeah, next drafts are going to be extremely scared. If Cyberswipe can start winning these sets, like you said, these drafts are going to be getting extremely scared for them. A lot of big awakenings that haven't come out yet, like Timeless Creator for either the creation characters, more size for the Dubu, and of course the Sparks pickups for Expo. Could be just kind of game ending, and the team player already kind of coming into play here. Just gotta be able to shoot. I mean, Jesus Christ.
That's a little bit fast.
Yeah, it's a little hard to react to, but the flicker of the Dead Vegeta also sending the core so fast. I mean, odd shot, Deadeye, and by the way, 1-2 still in the pool. A lot of core speed in this game. Just kind of looking to just break the opponent's angles, kind of destroy their minds with the core speed, unable to react to how fast the core speed going.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about reaction times before with the Arrow Beam. I feel like there is something that's a bit more difficult to react to, and that's whatever's happening in this game right now, because it is just being sent back and forth continuously. Cooldowns are coming out. Zay uses the flip here aggressively as well, tries to get the second barrier, but doesn't get it as Expo tries to set herself up to get the second off of Tragic, but not quite able to do so as Somersault comes out from Zoe. Gets a funny bounce on Zay there, gets the primary to actually secure the barrier here, and now Zoe trying to confirm the skull as Assertive is holding on so well on the defense there with this Atlas, making good use of these cooldowns and making sure that the second barrier doesn't drop, because it's so much easier for an Atlas to hold on to one barrier than an open goal. So as long as Assertive is able to hold on to this barrier, Cyberswipe's looking pretty, and then they're looking even prettier because they just got that flip, they got that KO. That's a huge XP boost for Expo Chan as well, which is important because you want Expo Chan to be the first pick in this draft if you do happen to win this set.
Yeah, and I will say that flip, I'm going to be honest, I don't think that was intended. I think Expo just decided to flip so that she could hit stun the arrow on the other side, but tried to go so far back that it actually did just manage to kill. It is a very, very good look for Cyberswipe. Again, the XP, great for Rune specifically, who's kind of been in the middle side some of these drafts, but able to try to look for a first pick next start, maybe even a second, force them to deny Spark. And only one Spark, not that great of a pickup for anyone on another team, but just able to, no barriers lost yet for Cyberswipe. Doxy trying to jump in, trying to get some offense started, but this team player on Atlas, every time the core gets up, it just gets back in immediately. Team player. But even so, they're kind of forced to defend in the corner, trying to look for a NATO setup, forcing Expo to evade. But I mean, the core speed is just, the core is just going so fast. Except on Taiko Temple, where the core can just bounce off the drum like that and go past everyone on the field.
And again, Expo Chan was the person that ended up getting that goal, right? Which again is a really good look if you're looking to get that pick on the rune, as they almost immediately find the first barrier, can't quite get the second one as a Great Flip and Tragic will actually trade it, but now Zoe's in the corner with Flip on the Stubu. Surely this means we're going to get this barrier as the Flip comes out from Doxy. Great angle will absolutely disengage that situation though, but they're not out of the hot water yet, as Zoe and Assertive both have Flip to their names. Can use them defensively, or might have to use them defensively. A bit late on Assertive there. That's a Judo Blow was completely mix her up and actually get it around her excellently. We're now looking at Heavy Metal Gundam being one goal away from taking game 2 and tying the series.
Yeah, I mean, those were some beautiful redirections coming out from Doxy. Kind of just crossing up the entire enemy team with those walls, going around every single one of them to get slotted in the top side. And things are looking up for Heavy Metal Gundam. Only 1 point away from taking the series, but this might just be the most important point in this set, or in this game, for either deciding whether or not Cyberswipe have been able to scale with their Sparks and possibly pick up some more core speed, or if Heavy Metal Gundam can just close the game out before they want to let that happen.
That flip was very scary there, but well defended from Tragic, as Zoe was able to almost get a double barrier, but matter of fact that she did not get a single one. Expo though will use her Pillar Stair to get this first barrier down on the side of Heavy Metal Gundam, as sort of still holding on for both barriers right now. Caster Curse, it is one barrier now down on both sides. Heavy Metal Gundam trying to keep up the pressure here, trying to close off this game as soon as they can, but the side of Cyberswipe has something to say about it. Spanish comes out from Expo Chan, gets a core onto enemy half again, but Tragic is going to be able to find that clear through the bottom. Zoe there to answer it, but the Strike Wars, they're clean from both sides. No one's clearly outperforming the other as it stands right now in terms of Strike Wars, which means it's going to be so back and forth, and that one mistake that a player can make will be so impactful when it comes to winning this point.
Yeah, I mean, 2 flips coming out, both whipping the core. I mean, both sides are just so scared. I mean, look at how fast that just the Rune Pillar is sending it. But a huge barrier take from Cyberstripe. It was his first side to get a barrier taken, and with how fast the core can be going sometimes. But such an unfortunate Atlas secondary, not quite coming out in time, trapping the core in the core, and Doxy taking that opportunity to jump flip in there right as the gate is opening up and securing the game as a kind of, I wouldn't say decisive, but a very strong 3-0 coming up from Heavy Metal Gundam.
Yeah, Heavy Metal Gundam, they looked a bit more, or the side of Cyberswipe looked a lot more competitive towards the end there when they started scaling, when they saw pressure, that little bit of extra force to take the set and take the game. And I feel like that's just so important, right? Because I genuinely believe if we go to a set 4 there, the game looks completely different. And Heavy Metal Gundam would have to start sweating to take the game. So incredibly important for them that they took that third set and that took this game to force us into a game 3 situation.
Yeah, I'd like to point out the very different damage numbers coming from both teams. We kind of expected this coming into the game, but having, like, hold on, they have about double the damage of the other team, just kind of showing how much more value they're able to get out of the starting Awakenings. No one on the other team, outside of, I guess Expo getting the Deadeye value every now and then, was able to get that much value at starting Awakenings, but Heavy Metal Gundam kind of went as far as they could with it, with 2 heavy impact pickups, and I think the biggest one being the Deadeye Juno, is to be able to not only get so much more damage off passively off random slimes that the enemies are kind of forced to walk on, but as we saw, the core speed from Deadeye, especially in overtime, kind of went very far in that game. To be able to hit it upfield so fast before anyone could react, and just be able to steal so many more goals than Juno would have been able to otherwise.
Yeah, and that held a lot of value, right? That Runo pick that come in, that substitution that the side of Heavy Metal Gundam made for this game too definitely made sense and paid off. So we'll see how they're going to be approaching this game 3. And game 3 is going to be Demon Dice. So we've had like 2 games here that I'd argue are pretty normal. You know, you have like an Atlab, you have a Taiko Temple. We've seen those before. They happen. It's very entertaining to watch and play out. And when you get into Demon Dice, I feel like a lot of strategy just gets thrown out the window.
I don't know, is it able to adjust to that? They might just not be able to get the core up the field, which is very important for damage. Not being able to kind of have the core up while you're hitting them is very important for the side of Heavy Metal Gundam. It does not want to spend their abilities to keep the core up, but actually it is a Rasmus midfield. I was thinking it was going to be Rasmus goalie for Finny midfield, but Rasmus midfield is pretty good. However, he does not get as much Pauldron's value, or he's not missing on the Pauldron's value I think he would have gotten, but hey, good like you see, but there's the Kazan value coming out immediately. Dash hook immediately putting in bottom side, as we saw that Cyberstripe wasn't able to actually keep the core up the entire time, so it could be exactly what we're talking about, where they're just kind of able to deny possession from Heavy Metal Gundam, not let them get their damage game unbuilt.
Yeah, because that's what you're gonna have to play for, right? Because as soon as you're giving that damage kind of like control to the side of Heavy Metal Gundam, you're gonna start falling behind pretty swiftly, and you're gonna have to start scrambling to get some kind of results going. So very much looking to be suffocating the side of Heavy Metal Gundam there with that control, as they are continuously on the attack here. Somehow it's only now got the first barrier there, as Seraph's not going to be playing through the back. Josh is going to be able to get this first barrier touch on the Rasmus, but actually surprising amounts of damage on the forwards on the side of Heavy Metal Gundam there, as Josh almost gets taken out now. The barrier does end up dropping on the side of Cyberswipe, but the play is in no way dead so far, as they're looking to get the second barrier touch on Tragic.
I will say, even though it's going to be less likely for Cyberstripe to find the scales, they aren't going to, if they ever get anyone staggered, it is almost okay. A little bit of our primary kind of putting the core in. It happens. Rune's a hard character. Sometimes you just misplace the primary, and you kind of have to be able to come back to the mistakes that someone has made on such a difficult character.
Yeah. Also, I want to point out here, if I am assertive here, I would have a serious think about maybe trying to go Pauldrons just for survivability. Maybe it's a bit grief, but I mean that is the game plan from the side of Heavy Metal Gundam, right? They're just wanting to take you out, and Pauldrons, that damage reduction can do quite a bit for you. And you see it in the gear choice as well. Zoe ended up going for the Vambrace pickup here, which is the reason why she's continuously healthy, and also a reason why she's not going to be damage dumped into as much as Expo-chan or Assertive, because she can just heal it up almost immediately whenever she gets a touch on core, which is going to help her quite a bit with playmaking potential up front. But it's going to be difficult to get playmaking up front if your defensive line is taken off the map, as Expo-chan and Assertive are just kind of fighting for their lives right now.
I will say though, if Air did pick up Pauldrons, she's a better Pauldrons user than one might think, because for her getting size when she beams, I mean, I know her size on beam has never been nerfed. I think it's like a solid 40%, plus the 30% coming out from Pauldrons. I mean, 70% size is nothing to scoff at. It is extremely hard to kind of get past that strike box. But like, both barriers down is actually looking in favor of Cybertruck. The two hitters can kind of take advantage of all this open space. But Flip coming out from Safe River almost finds the bottom side shot, but the air buff's kind of saving the corner just in time. But both Expo and Zoe looking extremely low. If Hero Games can get any of these go confirmed, it might just be over.
It might just be over, but Zoe just uses one open form primary on the Kazan, is almost close to being full HP again. Vambrace is very much doing its thing here as Expo is slowly recovering her HP as well. Still gets damaged on by Zay, but in the end the pillars are too much for the side of Heavy Metal Gundam to defend. And even though we kind of went into this game expecting Heavy Metal Gundam to just kind of walk over the side of Cyberswipe with the damage that they have, Cyberswipe is actually managing themselves excellently to not give those KOs. They do have to take the damage. It's difficult to completely avoid it, but by smart positioning and rotations between Expo-chan and Assertive as well, they're not being taken off the map, which means in the end it's still going to be a 3v3 core control type of game plan in which their team comp is very much favored.
But still a lot of... Oh, wait. Great. Wait, that flip was crazy. Losing one barrier to actually take the second barrier of Cyberstripe was actually kind of huge, but Cyberstripe is able to find their own second barrier and trying to get forced to use the Finial defensively. And unfortunately, the Arab Tornado actually makes it roll around the Finial and bounce straight back at the top side of that. Cyberstripe kind of stealing the first set, and this could be huge for whatever awakenings they're able to find.
Ooh, you do see a prime time, which is going to help with the core control aspect of it. The only real survivability awakening that you have here is Big Fish for the HP. Fighter Flight's going to do a good job for you in terms of like speed. It's going to give you your secondary back, which is a great pickup for Expo-chan because you mentioned it in previous games. Rune has the ability to just completely disengage immediately on that secondary. So if Rune ever gets staggered and not taken off the map almost immediately, Expo-chan's going to be able to just completely swap sides of the map depending on the placement, which is going to help quite a bit. The prime time, a great pickup for Serve as well, especially considering we're starting with a Castellast here. These buffs and debuffs going to last so long here. But if we're talking damage, I don't think we can ignore the heavy impact Centauro that Zay was able to pick up there.
Yeah, the heavy impact is going to be finding a lot of value on the Zen, especially for more cooldowns when you can keep Stinger up more often. But I will say, they waited everyone waited extremely long time in draft to let Centaur get his heavy impact. It kind of did lead to Cyberstripe getting all three of like their first covered like best Sonic Awakening. Size Kazan, and that is one of the most annoying picks to come out from. But I would like to point out that that's the first offensive Finial that we'll see for kind of been kind of forced to use the Finials defensively with how much pressure is coming out from the Kazan Rune combo, which a lot of us like a huge number of damage coming out onto Zay forever, and is kind of forced to stay in the back right now. And Josh able to find the killing token from with his ultimate, and everyone gonna finally able to put their KO plan into fruition, and manages to not only get the goal, but manages to get a Serve's flip out as well in a great start for HMD.
That is great for them as well, because not only do they have the energy advantage, Expo-chan and Zoe both just have one flip to their name, Assertive have none. So if Zay ever decides to just do funny Centauro things and just completely stand on top of them and make use of that heavy impact and that stinger, there's not really a lot they can do about it, as Zoe's just being taken off the map there as well. Power play in favor of Heavy Metal Gundam now. They almost immediately get one barrier, get the second barrier. Josh running up with the Ravnus, tries to get the goal in, but doesn't quite find the angle up, finds a strike past Assertive there, breaking her ankles ever so slightly as they find another goal, and more importantly, they were able to find it without having to use a flip. Josh basically one strike off of getting a flip, And Zay very close to his as well.
A beautiful hook coming out from Josh, and a actually beautiful bad coming from Exo, but unfortunately, with the core being backside means that she was unable to look for any pillars to get maximum damage out of it. But Zoe managed to find a huge primary kill, finding a kill on Zay, taking out all that energy, and things are now so low for Josh. It was kind of completely turning this set. Maybe it would completely turn the set around if they were to secure this point with all the energy they managed to take.
Ooh, the death touch there sent it flying right past the Assertive, not able to get into position to defend the barrier, but the KO is still being found on Josh there, as now Expo-chan just wins strike bar after strike bar up front, really well executed.
That was a little disturbing. Expo opting to dribble into her own primary, actually giving her the strike reset and immediately able to hit it past Tragic before his strike is up. Very, very well played. And that point was very, very big for Cyberswipe. They managed to steal so much energy. If you gotta look at it right now, the energy's kind of been flipped. Zoe now being one with flip coming up, and Josh having no flip himself, and immediately able to take both barriers with that flip, and it just looked so scary. Open that with a Kazan in the front, now beamed. I mean, things are just so hard to deal with a Kazan with that much size in your net.
Yeah, they just completely they had such a great offense to take the barriers and then didn't let up right after it either to force this 0.5 now, in which, again, they're not too far off of flips, right? Expo-chan and Assertive are close to having theirs as Zoe's fighting for her life right now. But the energy is still looking pretty nice on the side of Heavy Metal Gundam as well. Zay has a flip, uses it here, but gets answered with a normal strike almost immediately. Tragic has a flip as well if they need to use it defensively as the banish comes out from Expo-chan. She gets taken off the map though, so power play now in favor of Heavy Metal Gundam, but the barriers are falling on their side as well, as Cyberswipe is just not letting up the aggression even if they're down a member.
Yeah, it was beautiful NATO coming up from Sir. Kind of get him split the path and open up a little shot for Zoe, but another Finny ultimate coming out, forcing a Surf to spend the flip and actually move all the way up the field, afraid of death, but the core being on the other side of the field means that Josh and Zay are able to really look for a kill on Assertive, and she's able to pick up an orb and a double beam. Kind of so scary right now. It forcing Josh to flip it out, but so much damage coming. I think things are super good for Cyberswipe. They keep the core up, keep the damage up. I think they're super stressful in that fight. I don't even know what killed Expo there, I'm gonna be honest.
I don't think I saw either, but what I see right now is double barrier on the side of Heavy Metal Gundam. Zay in front of the net with flip and will just put it right in. Very unfortunate misplay there from the end of Cyberswipe to end up losing that set, as we're now going into the second draft, and Centauro first pick is something to be worried about. We have a 1-2 punch, we have an adrenaline rush. Ooh, there's gonna be a bit of damage in this draft.
Yeah, a lot of options coming out. I'm very happy that Zay opted to deny the Reptile Remedy from Zoe. We saw how much value he got in game 1 and 2, but the Adrenaline Rush being denied from Heavy Metal Gundam is actually pretty big for Cyberswipe. We haven't been able to see it. They've been able to pick up a kill every now and then, and just one kill. If Zoe could be the one to kill confirm it, is going to be huge. Not only resetting all of Kazan's cooldowns, because it applies to both forms, but also the movement speed just lets him run all over the map with a slow strike.
Yeah, we'll see if it's going to be paying off. As of right now, though, Zoe's just fighting for her life. Damage coming up, but the Fan Brace not doing so much. A lot of damage coming through. The HP just resetting as well. Zoe's back to close to being half HP. Cyberswipe will find the barrier here. Tries to play Tragic, but Tragic is going to be able to strike it out cleanly. Because again, Zoe's being put down into stagger, and Assertive now running up, trying to make use of those momentum boots, of that extra speed that Era has. Zoe back to FHP again. Honestly, personal MVP is that Fan Brace pick on Zoe. She's just getting so much HP back continuously without it.
Yeah, it's been able to get so much value, but Zay almost managing to find the dribble to look for the flip. Things not looking great for Centauro right now. Forced to burn the flip to keep the core up, but Assertive being the one to actually up the walk all the way up with the Mon boots and speed and flip the core in herself with a beautiful shot onto the top side. All right, as we saw at that point, it is a very, very chaotic game here already. A lot of things can happen, and a lot of people are getting low, forced to spend evades, forced to spend their flips. That kind of whoever can take more, whoever can like take initiative and kind of take advantage of like the very chaotic situations that they're able to deal with, or being the ones able to kind of secure these points.
Yeah, I mean, it is a lot of abilities being tossed out because, again, we're on Demon Dice. That's just kind of how this map works. As a barrier now does drop on the side of Heavy Metal Gundam, they're still in the corner. Zoe doing a good job pressing that as a big vanish comes out from Expo-chan there to disrupt the defense. Flip has to come out from Josh here, which means Josh is going to be on 0 of 8 now, which Zoe's going to be able to catch on almost immediately. Never mind, she's going to prefer taking the KO off of Zay there, and with the Adrenaline Rush proc, all these cooldowns reset, and that extra speed buff, she was able to just get that goal in really quick.
Yeah, Zoe wish we would kind of like threaten these KOs with primary. It's kind of huge, especially with how much that assertive and actually kind of forcing out evades. I mean, Rune Banish is one thing, but people don't talk about that. Era NATO being on such a short cooldown means they can kind of find evades out a lot more easily than one might think. And Zoe's just kind of putting this to work, using the energy lead to get her flip in and kind of force the Heavy Metal Gun in such a defensive position. Though no barriers taken yet. They're attempting to move their way up the field and kind of fight back. Tragic looking for any pressure he can get with the long range Infinity abilities, but the core barely doesn't go into the Rune pillar. And again, so much pressure coming up the Rune Kazan combo. So many hitboxes, low cooldowns. It's just so scary to make.
Yeah, and it's very scary. Zoe's also very scared right now, though, as she's being put down into stagger and almost taken out. Josh not quite able to get the kill confirmed there. Right, as the flip comes out from Tragic. Assertive is 1 strike away, has a flip herself now. Is Josh being put down into stagger now? Will likely die here? No, I don't think the angle's quite right. He's going to be able to stay alive with the flip still, and Zoe wants to get Josh out of here. But needs to be careful, as Zay actually is the one to kill confirm on her, as the barrier now drops as well for the on the side of Cyberswipe. He's sort of trying to run up, but not quite able to get the attack going, but an unfortunate angle from Tragic will shoot it into the into the pillar from Expo-chan, and that's the Castellas difference there.
Yeah, yeah, the Castellas, as we saw, the core barely hit on time to kind of keep the core in for as long as possible, and just barely Tragic to miss timing what time the Castellas Rune killer would go away. Unfortunately, puts it in 3-0 coming up from a Cyberswipe, and now picking up the Timeless Rune with the Castellas. I mean, these pillars are going to start lasting forever, and with recovery jump picked up from Zoe the Witch, the game plan for Heavy Metal Gundam just got a lot harder to execute.
Most definitely going to be more difficult to find these KOs on Zoe, and the Monumentalist on Era is also going to be something to consider, because that's going to be a lot of damage coming out from these NATOs now, which have already been finding so much value. The saving grace that you do have is that Josh was able to pick up the Spark of Focus, which is just, together with the Spark of Leadership, is going to help your entire team a little bit on that cooldown department to just get more damage out consistently. But I feel like, looking at the draft as a whole, Cyberswipe were able to pick up huge awakenings for themselves here.
Yeah, I mean, like nothing terrible was picked up from Heavy Metal Gundam, but the amount of value that's going to be gotten from, like, there's just so much more, like, the characters like, defining. Like, Aramonu, Rune Timeless is insane, but a great actually combo coming out from Heavy Metal Gundam, comboing all their primaries together. But Zoe just clicking the primary button once, just kind of windboxing Save Forever into the bottom side of the map, and looking for it again with the Dreadnought proc. Zoe coming up, vanished, and things are looking really low for Zoe, but Zen ult is spent to actually get the barrier, which is strong, but now there's nothing really to KO Zoe, even though she... Okay, I was gonna say it's gonna be hard to find a kill confirm, but well played, Save Forever, I guess.
able to get it at a crucial moment there. Gets a power play now as well, but it's sort of doing a good job holding on to this defense. Josh might have to use the flip here to get this in, but they're currently still greeding, trying to get it without it. Not willing to use the flip because sort of can just answer with the flip of their own. As the attack still holds. Infinity Ultimate coming out. Expo-chan being put down into stagger, but actually the goal will be found by Josh there, using that flip with a great time.
Yeah, again, just be able to, like, that was a very, like, again, chaotic point where they were actually trying to double vanish coming up from so getting the double pillar, and yeah, I mean, Save Forever just nuked off the map. And luckily he's able to pick up an orb to get himself unstaggered, but things are not looking great for either. Both of them, no evade, half HP, and double beamed again. If Zoe can find some, like, strong abilities, like open primary and, like, open ultimate, like, she can find one of these kills and just kind of take the game with the Adrenaline Rush. He's looking for these open primaries, these open low strikes, just keeping the core up the field.
Yeah, the pressure is not giving in at all from the side of Cyberswipe here, as they're continuously just walking upfield. Assertive doing such a good job making use of this era pick, being so aggressive and upfield, essentially acting like a second midfielder almost, which just makes it so much more difficult for the side of Heavy Metal Gundam to really get a clear out. And even if you do get it onto the enemy side, Assertive with that era, with that Primetime Castellast era, is going to make sure you're continuously weak and small, while her teammates are going to be absolutely massive. Flip coming out here. Tragic is going to be able to catch it for now. The recovery drone was popped off of Zoe there as well. So now Kazan back on the KO board. But the strikes are going to be found. Tragic not able to get up in time to go catch it, as we are now in a best of three left in the set.
Yeah, I will say a lot of resources were spent from Cybertruck at that point. Like both ultimates from Rude and back. I mean, I should stop talking. Arrow data's off. Let's be honest. That's an 18-second cooldown. But I would point at the recovery drone being Alpha Zoe means that she's a valid cooldown. With that Finny card, if that hit, we've almost been staggered already, but no evades anymore. And Zay Prepper has realized this and actually just kind of looking to dump damage on Zoe before she can get any value out of the Vamp Races. With no more recovery drone, is able to actually find the kill and look for their own power play. A beautiful flip angle coming from Zay Forever. Looking to pass around the Rune era, with Josh looking for his own opportunities, and a beautiful primary coming in from Zay to just slot it in. Yeah, the recovery drone being out, like, last point, huge for Heavy Metal Gundam.
Yeah, and at this point now, whereas the size on Kazan does so much work for Zoe here, it's now slowly turning into Sleight of a Curse, right? Because now your hitbox is absolutely massive, and you do not have anything to keep you alive other than that big fish HP, and the recovery drone that, well, is gone now. So your Vamp Races are still going to do quite a bit for you, but the side of Heavy Metal Gundam, they've scaled with damage, so it gets increasingly more difficult to kind of offset that with the Vamp Race here. As the KO gets found again on Zoe the Witch, and now power play in favor of Heavy Metal Gundam. They're now only one goal away from forcing a set 5 here, as Josh finds another KO, Assertive in a 3v1. Is she going to be able to hold on to this point for long enough? Zoe back on the field. A huge NATO finds the KO on Zay there, as now 2v2 and soon a power play in favor of Cyberswipe. They're very much not giving up. A bigger banish comes out from Expo-chan as both barriers are off. Cyberswipe does not want to go into a set 5 situation here, as now open goal on both sides. Zoe is getting low and not taken out just yet though, as Assertive now back to catching that core there, and we're still alive.
Wow. I mean, that point was looking unwinnable for Cyberswipe, but a huge NATO, and then a beautiful banish coming out from Assertive and Expo just kind of stole that point away. Able to bounce back from being down 2 players. I mean, it was just beautiful to look at.
Absolutely beautifully executed there, but now we're back to another 0.5. We're back into another situation where Assertive's going to walk up, make use of that era, make use of that flip, will find the goal open right there, as Josh uses the flip but doesn't find the core with it. Assertive again running up, but this is the downside of when you're running up like that. If the core gets past you, it's going to be a bit awkward to recover, as Heavy Metal Gundam is going to be back on the offense here again. But Zay and Josh not finding the strikes to take the barrier. Zoe recovering some of her HP there with the Vamp Races, as Expo-chan is just going to continue to be a nuisance in terms of core control of these pillars. The Finny Ultimate will find the first barrier, but now Cyberswipe on the attack. The pillars will actually hold on to the barrier for a little bit, but Zay uses the flip. Josh in the attack, and is going to be able to use the Pendulum Swing to secure this point. And even though Cyberswipe looked like they got a second win coming in that last point, they weren't able to close off the set, and we're going to a set 5.
Yeah, Heavy Metal Gundam did not want to lose after getting that 2-person kill, but able to fully take back the set, and now are looking to pick up some huge awakenings, denying the bulk up for more survivability, but also that's just a big chunk of HP for the Razas. And Centauro is finally getting his dash range that he's been looking for the entire game, opting to go in for explosive entrance over Super Surge. Stacking all the Impact Awakenings, actually. Heavy Impact's built different and explosive for like, it's like 35% impact damage. Pretty huge. But I think the most important to pick up is either going to be the team player from Era be able to just look like again Velasquez get the core up so quickly, just kind of deny possession from Heavy Metal Gundam or the extra special Finny. If Finny Tragic can get some strong Finny holds on top of the enemy blocks, things are going to be looking super up for Heavy Metal Gundam.
Yeah, that's going to be so difficult to defend for the side of Cyberswipe, and the recovery drone is already off of Zoe, and the first goal hasn't even happened yet, so basically just a bare size awakening on Zoe now at this point. So we'll see how it's gonna be playing out, but Cyberswipe definitely fighting for their lives right now. But holding on, not a barrier lost just yet, right?
Yeah, but first barrier finally being secured, and an unfortunate misclear from Assertive, taking the second barrier, and a huge secondary coming out from Save Forever. And the damage game plan, I mean, again, like, so much has been balanced for Hero Gundam, and X was forced to evade early and just get collapsed on by the Zentaro Rasmus combo. Two brawlers means that this offense is actually so much scarier than compared to, like, a usual, like, traditional midfield setup.
Yeah, and I mean, even if you're looking into net, Finny, wouldn't say a very weak character when it comes to damage as well, especially considering you do have a Deadeye on that Finny as well, so... uphill battle as Expo-chan is now being put to almost 1 HP again, needs to use the orb to get some of that HP back, but immediately gets taken out again. As Heavy Metal Gundam will try to get this KO, try to finish off this rune, but not able to find it just yet, as again, it's taken a while for the first barrier to drop almost a KO off of Zoe there to get Zay, but misplaces A ever so slightly there to deny that, as Josh tries to find the first barrier touch here, but again, not able to find it. Has to flip on the Rasmus, looking to potentially use that as a KO confirm even, as a sort of an Expo-chan are just fighting for their lives right now.
Yeah, sort of kind of forced to run to the enemy side of the field, but it's still just kind of be hunted down by Zay Forever, securing the kill with his ultimate, and Expo is looking like she could be next on the chopping block, and a hook from Josh actually secures it with the bulk up, giving him enough damage to kill outright. And Expo and sort of our left kind of trying to defend while they're down to player, stall for time until Expo can come up right now. But a big flip around from Zoe securing the first barrier. But again, they're just doing Everyone is doing such a great job at setting up these kills. Whenever one person gets KO'd, they look to like get ready for the next person. They can kill them right as the next person comes up. But so they managed to stay alive long enough with the fan braces to not really let that happen yet.
Yeah, the course continuously being forced onto the side of Heavy Metal Gundam now. So they're now in an open goal. A double banish will be found, but the core is not going to find its way past the defense yet. But the attack's not slowing down in any way because the beams are coming out. Zoe is up front with that Kazan. Scary because Kazan has so much playmaking utility. But an even better playmaker is Expo-chan with her pillar there. A great deny of that clear to even it out.
Yeah, I mean, I'm very surprised that actually, despite all the damage coming out, they're not able to find these kill conversions inside Heavy Metal Gundam. They should have on paper have extremely strong kill conversions, but Josh is being forced to kind of like use this hook to control the core up, because Rasmus, of course, he's not a traditional midfielder. He's a little bit more unorthodox. He's kind of forced to spend his resources a bit more selfishly than another midfielder. And again, these hooks are coming out before the kills can happen. Means that the kill confirm is going to be a lot harder to find on Josh. But of course, when both okay, beautiful killer from Expo to slot in the bottom side before the Zay or Josh can actually find these kills with how low they are.
Yeah, so much action happening there. A lot of HP bars almost immediately going away, and we're now into the most bare-bone version of Omega Strike, since almost no one has an evade available to them, which means every single ability that's going roughly the direction of someone is likely going to hit as well. So we'll see how that's going to work for Cyberswipe, as they're going to have to be dealing with a lot of damage that's coming out, but that exercising Kazan making it so difficult to work for the defensive side of Heavy Metal Gundam. It's always just winning Strike Wars over and over again with that extra little bit of poke range. As the first barrier does drop, the second one, they're looking to find it. Expo-chan down to being staggered, but again, the great rotation is sort of walking up, helping, using that Era NATO as well to get the KO. 3v2 power play. Can they find the finishing goal here? No, not yet. The defense is holding on from Heavy Metal Gundam, but Expo-chan, no! It's being saved by Zay with the Zentaro ultimate. 3v3 back on the field, but the secondary put it into the own net. So unfortunate. Cyberswipe going into this first series of NASA and making it a statement. They played NASA last season, but this season they're here to take it into NASA League. We do find the victory. Well played.
Yeah, a great last point coming out from Cyberswipe. I mean, they looked so dominant in that last point, and both Zay and Tragic were putting up a great fight while Josh was down, but unfortunately was not able to hold for long enough. And even though there were some very, very, very disturbing damage numbers coming up from the side heavy one Gundam, Cyberswipe was able to navigate the rate around the damage and secure the game despite being pummeled permanently on Demon Belts.
How is the lowest damage number on the side of Heavy Metal Gundam? 47,000.
Hey, as a reminder that is a nerf for Rasmus. That guy lost so much damage, and all of his abilities got damage from this patch, and he still managed to find a way to almost 50k damage.
Oh man, yeah, that adds up to like 150 damage total. I don't remember seeing this damage heavy of a game in quite a bit, but. Yeah, I mean, in the end, a lot of damage wasn't enough to find the win for the side of Heavy Metal Gundam, but still an incredibly strong showing for them in this first game, and a lot of problems for both of these teams in this season, as they're starting it off strong in performance, not as strong in score for the side of Heavy Metal Gundam, but still two very strong-looking teams as of right now.
For sure, and going forward, I'm actually hoping to see a lot more of these like unique picks, like a Rasmus midfield coming out from Josh, and of course, all the Dubu games earlier from Zoe, a lot of like unique picks that we don't really see in any of the leagues that often. So I'm really looking forward to more of these unique and kind of interesting drafts coming out from more of these teams in the future.
Definitely something that I think is very new to this patch. So then we might have to talk about later since Eri isn't in this game. But while we're looking at it, let's talk about some other things. Specifically, I'm thinking about Dubu, right? The melee goalie that escaped the nerfs and how that's gonna interact here in the meta, especially now that momentum boots, I think, is something that a lot of people are looking at.
I was thinking the same thing. I think Momentum Boots Dubu, being the only melee goalie that's untouched from last patch, and Momentum Boots buffs will be a very strong pick as we see both goalies taking that gear in the goalie position.
Yeah, we'll see if that comes into play. Notably, it does take a bit of a while to fully charge up, and it's going to cost Pensando a little bit dearly. Forced to actually pillar, but doesn't get the prediction that he wants. Tempo Melon, first goal.
Yeah, Tempo Melon having the restraint not to go for the bottom pocket there, knowing Rune might be looking for that, going for a straight shot followed up by Glitch Pop instead. It's a pretty wise way to mix up the Rune goalie there.
For sure, and that's like, I think as well, Rune goalie, another thing that I think has been coming back into prominence, probably would have come back into prominence regardless of the patch, but I think correct me if I'm wrong, but a lot of people have been really experimenting with the pick.
I could understand why, if that is the case, because he can have that lockdown pressure that might be lost by the other goalies with his pillars, and he doesn't need strike shot as much as those other goalies do. Raw cyber swipe kill coming in for Tempo Melon. This is a strong power play coming in.
Yeah, J-Man now going to be staggered for a bit, has to play very defensive, does get the orb, barely avoids that pendulum swing as well. Tempo Melon blink forward means that that's the end of this play here. Coin trying to get the core pass, but a Crystal Thorns found by Firemat and actually gets it through 2 here, evening up the game.
Yeah, it was in a position to layer, but since Coin went for that bumper clear and it didn't time properly, then Mangoes was no longer in range to layer the strikes to beat that Crystal Thorns. So Firemadden covering that down clear that Coin wanted very effectively.
Now Banish comes through. Firemadden, though, the one worst for wear here. Oni's blade comes through, but Tempo Melon shrugs that off with a little bit of orb munching now. Clear midfield now allows Tempo Melon to get some space. Coin gets one barrier with a flip. A little bit of value here as J-Man now forced to play for his life. Has a recovery drone in case he'd like to suicide for the defense here. Instead elects to walk forward or walk backwards to get the orb. Flip here for Tempo Melon. Going to be a little dangerous. Glitch Pop comes through and J-Man wins the interaction to get the clear. Mangoes are yummy now. Forced to play in a defensive position. One barrier goes down. J-Man with the Oni's blade trying to make it 2, but it's going to be a flip for flip trade going the way of Tempo Melon. Snap and Sando forced to defend. Mangoes are yummy, clearing through the portal. Going to be sent right back by Fireman and Coin. Not able to get his hands on the core here. As again, we find ourselves in a corner offense. Overtime is hit. The flip is there for Fireman and immediately capitalized on. Good presence of mind.
Cashing out the moment Flying Blobos gets that play going, they're able to capitalize, convert the corner into a goal, into the opening barriers, and even taking Tempo Melon's recovery drone. That might prove useful later in this set. One thing that I think is notable, by the way, is the Rune nerfs. It's 6 seconds down off Banish. It's a longer cooldown now. And having a lower cooldown on Banish I think is important for Rune goalie because it can pretty much just guarantee a defensive interaction. So if Pass is able to keep up momentum, I think those nerfs will really start to get noticed by Pensando here.
Absolutely agreed, and something that I just noticed, this is a team that is like literally known for taking double maximals, and they're no longer taking double maximals in this meta. That's a big change to think about as well. Flying Blava is notably always going for that. J-Man now electing for the slick kicks, though putting it to very good use here in these corner offenses. It feels like he actually is getting through Mangoes quite a bit, who has been so far looking really good on the debut.
Yeah, slick kicks are known for being a lot stronger on Brawler when you're trying to run that pressure on the goalie like Dubu. Weaker for getting the core in the first place, but once you do get it, it lets you get the outlet movement speed for those mix-up opportunities versus these like lockdown melee goalie picks. So I think that might be his idea behind it. And it's seeming to work out very well.
Yeah, absolutely agreed. That being said, Mangoes are yummy. Not out for the count. Has the opportunity to play aggressive. Does take it, but gets that momentum boots resets. Now J-Man, good slice and dice. Means that final goalie barrier is going to go down. Coin, though, gets the clear that he wants. Not the clear, sorry, the barrier that he wants. But now it's a 2v1 situation. Good summer assault, though. Buys a little bit of space, but the play is not over yet. Tempo Melon now fully assisting on the defense. Flip coming through from Coin. Going to be intercepted by the flip of Pensando. Coin moving forward. J-Man trying to get his hands on the core and not be able to get it. The Crystal Thorns comes out. J-Man loses the strike core. Now Coin and Tepamelon have an opportunity, but a good clear going to be found. Blick just going to be using a little bit of time to delay. So now patience for both teams are going to reign strong. The flip comes through. Summer Assault gets J-Man, and Coin tries to find the goal, but he just doesn't have the cooldowns to get through what Pensando has to offer. Tofu Fortress now down for the count as well. The Cyber Swipe finds a fast core, but doesn't get it in. Good reactions by Pensando. Fire Madden now starting a corner offense. Pass down to J-Man, though. It's what's going to close out the set in favor of Flying Blobos.
It must be really hard for Coin to play this game right now, because every single pillar I'm seeing come out from Pensando is a cut offense. And it's not a high cooldown. He can just layer that perfectly, especially if the Fire Madden is helping on defense. So it feels like Coin's chances at scoring are very few and far between if Pensando keeps up these pillar usages.
Agreed. And one thing I'm looking at, new to the patch, right? Hot Shot, nerfed, but not forgotten, right? Coming back in, going to be probably just as good as it was on the Estelle before. Why don't you run me through that?
Yeah, Rasmus isn't left with much here, going for the Stinger instead of something like Orb Replicator or Monumentalist. But notable in this draft, I think, alongside of the dash range for Amy, is Team Player on Dubu. That's a very, very good pick for melee goalies. It opens up a lot of clear angles. It's new this patch, so we're going to get to see it again back in its old glory. So we'll see how Mangoes can use it.
Yeah, and especially in these overtimes, it might be particularly useful to get some reaction checks on Pensando, Estelle as well, right? Not going to be able to get as many intercepting, piercing shots. Not that we've seen too many, but that core speed is definitely going to go the way of oncoming traffic here. Fireman, though, finds himself with possession of the core. The death touch comes out, buys Mangoes Are Yummy a little bit of time. Flips come through for J-Man, intercepted by the 3-man defense here of oncoming traffic. Tepamelon blinks forward, hit stun not enough to get one goalie barrier, but the strike afterwards is Coin now contending against the pillar, man versus wall. Unfortunately, the wall's going to be winning that one. Clear finally going to be made topside. Now J-Man goes down, but quickly recovers here with the recovery drone. Dubulog keeps the core forward. Another pillar, though. It's going to make life miserable here for Coin, but eventually does get it through here. And now Tepamelon has to hold. The pass comes through Coin. An amazing whiplash there, covering both clear angles from Pensando. 1-0 here.
Yeah, that was very clean from Coin as he walks back after striking it forwards to cover all that area. Really capitalizing off just a single missed strike from Pensando, able to find a goal off of it. Very efficient from Coin here. And one thing I'm noticing too is that Pensando seems to be holding his banish a lot of the time for when the Amy turret comes in. Because by the time the banish is gone, the Amy turret is too. So if he's able to like sync up that cooldown, then Tepamelon's offense gets a lot weaker.
Good observation as well, and we'll see if that has to be burned anyways. It looks like Tepamelon electing to hold off on the Firewall Sentry for now. Mangoes Are Yummy now. Forced to clear, loses one goalie barrier, but vitally keeps the second. Flip does come through, tries to get a Coin, but it's going to be intercepted by J-Man's Oni's Blade. Slash comes through, nothing to be found in the clear top side. Finally gets the core free. Good glitch pop to prevent that easy clear coming through. Now a corner offense to be made. Coin winning strike war after strike war against Fire Madden. Again, the piercing shot, not enough, and J-Man gonna be found sleeping a little bit here. As Pensando force a bow the Blanish immediately followed up with by Bandit or a dodge from Tepamelon, and now here in overtime, the advantage now going actually to both teams. Fire Madden with the flip, gonna be blocked out by Coin, who wins strike war after strike war. Coin going crazy with it right now.
Yeah, he was. I mean, he's in the Rasmus zone, the Scyther 12 zone, as some might call it, where he's just on everyone's strike cooldowns, left clicking at perfect times, and just constantly, consistently winning strike wars, and that's absolutely enough to take a point. So it's looking like the tempo is very like convincingly shifted in the favor of pass here, or oncoming traffic.
Yeah, I know, oncoming traffic pass, I mean, which one is it? They still have the same freaking logo, so it's just pass! But, hey, regardless, all good. Coin looking to get a pass down to Tepamelon, intercepted for a moment by J-Man, but immediately cleared out again. Banish comes through, this time going to be focused on Coin. Glitch pop now forces out the Coin flip, or the core flip by Pensando. J-Man forced to retreat in this situation. Corner situation comes through. Fireman 1v3, keeping the core forward. Not able to get the goalie barrier, though. Pensando here switching over to midfield for just a moment. This Fire Madden now filling out the brawler position. This buys J-Man some time to walk back up. Gets the core flip parry, but Fire Madden not ready for the pass that will come of it. Glitch Pop now finally gets it. Coin with an opportunity to score. Finds the pull. Predicts the clear. An absolutely insane set from Coin. Well played.
Absolutely, and there's the double-edged sword of Rune Goalie, because Pensando did technically have an outwards clear there, but it wasn't any longer available because the Rune Pillar was blocking it. So Coin didn't even have to guess or predict, he just had to cover only one option from Pensando, and there he did it.
Agreed. Ooh, and Bulk Up returning as well, immediately swiped away, taking it over Stacks and Big Fish. An extra special denied away from Amy as well. Super Surge from Zentaro, I think we'll expect a fairly standard rest of the draft. I'd imagine Castellas goes over to Pensando, correct? Yeah, who do you think? Seems like a pretty even draft. Everyone got who they wanted, except, I believe, Fire Madden.
Absolutely, I think if Tempomon, because Stacks' accumulation got nerfed pretty hard, I think if Tempomon can get that Stacks to high value really quickly, then I think that Oncoming Traffic won this draft, but it actually takes a long time, especially if these turrets don't get many hits off. I'm pretty sure the bulk up will come in favor of Coin though, making up for those Rasmus damage nerfs.
Yeah, absolutely agreed, right? That already, yeah, 32 power to his name, not to mention the extra stagger, meaning that he's going to be able to brawl and duke it out already. Yeah, finding a KO, a good pull as well on a Pensando. Coin doing great work right now. Pensando clearing both sides with himself and the barrier, but that just leaves Coin all the cooldowns in the world to work with. First point for Oncoming Traffic.
The Among Titans pickup on Pensando made it so that Coin was able to get that primary off, and Pensando, even with the strike, wasn't in range. There's the massive size gap there is really showing itself.
Absolutely agreed. Double Vanish coming through though, potentially a corner offense here for Fly, but Mangoes are Yumming finds an opportunity to get through now. The core flip comes through. Tempo to intercept, but the piercing shot ensures that Pensando gets the clear that he wants. Glitch Pop coming through. J-Man with a flip, looking a bit scary here in the offense, but gonna be cleared again here. Mangoes are Yummy now, looking very solid here on the defense.
Right, and even despite having only a Dubu as their goalie, not really a goalie who's notably able to participate in damage, the side of Oncoming Traffic is actually getting a lot of damage pressure on to Flying Blobos, with Amy with Glass Cannon and Explosive Entrance, 2 damage awakenings, and Rasmus with Bulk Up and Stinger. They're really keeping those health bars low, and they're getting a lot of core control because of it.
Yeah, and especially in these claustrophobic situations, not only are you getting the damage, you're getting the stacks that you like. 124 to Tempo Melon's name now. Flip comes through, immediately knocked away though by J-Man. As one goalie barrier goes down here in overtime. Tempo Melon, though, in the perfect place to catch out Pensando's clear. And despite that flip available from the midfielder, it's going to be a 2-0 advantage for Oncoming Traffic. They're looking to pull away.
Yeah, great shot from Tempo, keeping it very threading the needle between the Rune Pillar and the Rune Strike hitbox. Not going for the open shot in case Pensando wants to cover with the primary. And we're seeing that kind of knowledge on Rune Goalie counterplay coming in, and I think a team that knows how to play versus Rune Goalie, how to take those shots, is going to be a lot more confident in playing versus him, because he's very much an unorthodox matchup.
And wow, this is such a dominant performance from the 2 forward members here of Oncoming Traffic. Gets 2 goalie barriers immediately. Fireman and forced to blow his flip with no HP, no stagger. Yeah, gotta pay for that with his life. Cyber Swipe coming through, but ooh, that just makes Tempo Melon look a little bit cooler. 3-0 for Oncoming Traffic, and a massive shift of momentum from the start of the game.
Absolutely, this does not look like the team that lost the first set of this game. They haven't lost a point, I feel like, in the last 2 sets. It feels like as soon as they got these awakenings going, they got the composition rolling, they are on a fast track to win this game. And a Might of the Colossus picked for Rasmus, already with the size awakening and having bulk up power, is very, very notable here. However, Rune Goalie's Timeless and Castellast can prove to be a problem, as those pillars are lasting a very long time now.
And one other thing I'm looking at as well, Reptile Remedy for the Zentaro. J-Man has been struggling a lot, even with the recovery drone, to participate in a lot of these plays. It is nerfed, but I remember back in its heyday, it was very good. It was, I believe, the defensive awakening, and even though it no longer may be that case, it's certainly going to help in these offenses.
Oh, absolutely. I think the nerfs are, even if significant, not enough to prevent this from being a massive pickup for the survivability of J-Man, especially if he's finding himself in these interactions with corner offense, where he finds himself striking the core very frequently. So I think they'll have to rotate a lot of their damage pressure to Fire Madden alone, and that might prove to be very convenient for inside of Flying Blobos.
Yeah, I mean, look at this. Mangoes Are Yummy, the one actually going to be pressured out with damage. Gonna have to retreat to get his orb, but looking worse for Warrior as well. Might not even have an evade for this upcoming play here. Log comes through. Good presence of mind from Mangoes Are Yummy, finding the perfect strike to get it cleared. That being said, J-Man is now rotated back. The bandage comes through. Going to be a lot of damage here on a coin, but Fireman and J-Man electing not to actually go through with it. Instead, just focusing on getting the core 4 and maintaining core control in the situation, but it might all be for naught. Pensando now TPing away, leaving Fireman to defend on his own. Final goalie barrier does go down here for oncoming traffic, which is good. Flip is possible. Should Fireman get his hands on it. An amazing angle, actually. Good hit stun follow-up on tempo as well. 1 point here for the side of Flying Blobos.
Yeah, very impressive from Fireman, finding a perfect angle into the top pocket, knowing Templebun has to take a big commitment to cover it, and then hit stunning them on the way as they take that shot with the ASL primary too. Very well played.
That being said, he finds himself here, about to enter a corner offense. Good glitch pot from Tempo Melon, Cyber Swipe as well coming through, a lot of knockback. That takes out J-Man's recovery drone, but what I'm looking at is Fire Madden's HP, no evade to speak of, and a lot of damage and no survivability coming this way. This could be very disastrous for his life here if he wants to participate in these corner offenses. Oh my gosh, J-Man though, almost has barely getting out with his life. The stagger, not actually doing too much in that situation. So much explosive damage here. Log only sending him through the portal, but it is a 2v2 situation that has so far favored the side of oncoming traffic. Mangoes Are Yummy now in a defensive situation. Oni's Blade only delays what will be an inevitable clear, it feels like. Tempo Melon now going for it. Pensando potentially going to get this clear through. Does get it to Fire Madden, and this is an insane bounce here off of the Tofu Fortress. Very scary now as we enter overtime. The piercing shot comes through, but Fire Madden Mango's good presence of mind to keep the core in play. Log comes through, defends any sort of offense that J-Man wants to start. And Pensando not quick enough. An amazing play from Mangoes Are Yummy allows Tempo Melon to get the goal here, 1-1 on the set.
Yeah, Mangoes was showing a lot of patience there, using just log first, abilities first, not having to take these interactions with raw strike, knowing that if he does, then he has room to get outplayed, and that's a risk freaking scored on. It's very, very patient usage of abilities, and Mangoes was able to hold for so long that Tempo found a great shot into the net there. And going into this round, J-Man finds a dash into Flip to take Templeman's recovery drone. That could be very valuable here. Templeman has a Flip coming up, but finds a lot of damage pressure on Fire Madden, who gets an orb, but it's still very low with no evade.
Fire Madden gonna have to fight for his life. Dangerous here in the corner. Tempo Melon just looking for that evade, but it's actually Coin gonna be taken out. Fire Madden Tempo Melon electing to take out Fire Madden with her flip. Coin with this whiplash, dribbling forward, gonna be able to get it through J-Man. No J-Man, an amazing strike actually. Good defense, buys time for Fire Madden to get through. The Rose Warp is there as well. Tempo Melon forced to retreat to protect her HP. It's now Coin an opportunity, actually finds it off the core speed. Neither Pensando or Fire Madden ready for it. All of a sudden it felt like a point stolen out of nowhere for oncoming traffic.
Yeah, Fire Madden Pensando was looking for a pillar to cover that portal because it's the natural play there. So Coin, knowing that, just went for a raw hook to speed up the course so fast that they were able to take a shot on the net. That was very smart, with 155 power to make that convincing too. And this could be the last win in the game with a very convincing Dubu wall here. If they get this corner offense down, take the barrier, scoring could be a lot easier.
Yeah, so far they hold, but Tempo Melon and Coin now gonna have to retreat. No cooldown there to assist them. Flip unfortunately whiffs from J-Man, which means that now Coin able to capitalize, takes it. This is looking bad. No cooldowns here for Pensando potentially. Fire Madden has to win this. No, you cannot. Check and mate by Tempo Melon and Coin, ending game one here. Fairly dominant fashion. Oncoming traffic are looking good here in regular season.
Absolutely. Coin, I think, was the star of the show that matches. All the side of pass did very well and convincingly. But I think Coin found the secret code to crack open Pensando there. Holding those strikes, playing these condensed situations on offense, and even finding just some miracle goals, being so far in his head for that. So if that can carry over to the next game, then Quinn's looking like he's in an incredible spot for the series.
And I don't remember how the draft went, but something that I've heard talked about Flying Blobos is what does this team look like with no Juno, no Now? And before in qualifications where Now was a much bigger presence, potentially that was something that you had to just deal with, like Pensando on the Now or Pensando on the Juno. But now with Now weakened quite a bit, I'm wondering if teams are feeling a bit more bold here in these map pick ban these striker select situations, and it really feels like if Pensando is not able to perform off of these picks, Flying Blobos could potentially be in a lot of trouble here in regular season.
It might be the case. I think if there's either role that got hit a lot less hard by Now's nerfs, it is her goalie, because she doesn't need the haste as much as Forward does, and the primary cooldown nerfs, while still significant, aren't as much so because you're leaving them out for longer. So I think Pensando still might have that now in his pocket. It's up to him to actually lock it in, though.
Right. And props to, yeah, like you mentioned, props to Oncoming Traffic. I think they played incredibly well around the room, like you said. It really felt like there weren't a lot of situations where, by the way, the timeless cast to last rune was getting too much value out of his pillars. There were some situations, but it felt like all the corner offenses were going the way of Tempomelon and Coin, and I'm wondering what are you looking forward to adapt here in game number 2?
Well, if Pensando still locks in the rune, then I think a lot of it is on either his reactive usage of pillars, because I'm seeing him use it a lot on winning midfield interactions, and if Oncoming Traffic outplays those midfield interactions, then Pensando is defending without pillar, which is very dangerous of a spot to be in for Rune goalie. I think maybe having Pensando play a bit more patiently would guarantee a lot of these offenses, because Rasmus is not a character that can sit and stand on the pillars, like a lot of other characters like X or Asher. Rasmus wants to be a little further from the barrier than those characters do, so Rune does actually have space to put those down. However, there's a chance that that's against Pensando's playstyle, and that's too far into the comfort zone for it to be a realistic option. I think there is probably an argument to be made that Pensando swaps to a different goalie like Estelle, which I think is in his pool, and that would be a strong pick. There's a chance that Estelle was taken and flexed to Fire Madden instead, but I think if they want this series to go their way, they'll probably have to look for some other picks.
Absolutely agree, and we'll see what picks Flying Blobos have for this game number 2 in just a second. So we're going to go to a quick break, but we'll be right back with more Mega Strikers in just a second. Mention, I think, so it's kind of his kind of wild card X factor sort of thing that you have to respect, man. But right now, Oncoming Traffic not going for that. Instead, looking at it, Pensando, the only prize fighter taker actually in the entire game, everyone else electing for those heavy impacts.
And I mean, every character in this lobby is a great user of that awakening. The draft was certainly defined by it. However, Oncoming Traffic is playing the same forward duo. The only difference now is the Now goalie coming in favor of the Dubu here, because Now gets that cooldown reduction from the heavy impact on mine. And fast double barrier right after a kill, taking this, setting the tone for the match perhaps. Oh my.
Oh. Yeah, absolutely killer offense from all three members of Oncoming Traffic. Hitting Flying Blobos is kind of like a truck here in this first point. Really feels like they've got this offense on Taiko down to a T.
Yeah, Cyber Swipe Glitch Pop combo, killing Fire Madden, and just scoring off the power play. Very, very clean and efficient offense coming in from them. So it's up to Flying Blobos to maybe answer it back, say we can score these points too, to maybe cut that momentum, not have Pass really able to do anything, but a primary heavy impact Rasmus coming in, just right off the Zentara ult, another kill on Fire Madden.
I just noticed something. Fire Madden and J-Man just switched positions despite playing the same exact forward comp. That's crazy.
That's
Wait,
true.
You're W Flying Blobos, and they're not going to find this point, but that's an awesome mix-up. Was not expecting that. Tempomelon, though, finding herself here in the midfield, has Flip if she decides to use it. Mango's using a little bit of that Now haste, nerfed, but not useless quite yet. To get that clear. Flip comes through from J-Man, Fire Madden on hit stun duty for the Brawler. Point 2 going the way of the Flying Blobos.
Very good for them they scored that, because both forwards on the side of Oncoming Traffic had their core flip, and they were in a position to use it if that didn't score right then and there. So that was kind of an all-or-nothing play they had to take out. But Coin is just using all of his abilities to damage J-Man, sending him to 1 HP with no evade, and that hook almost sends it into the drum to damage for kill.
Yeah. And J-Man gonna take a ride on the Tycho train, but in the meantime, Pensando gonna get knocked away from that offensive play before he could do too much. One barrier now down for the side of the Flying Blobos, but they have an open net to work with. Oni's blade comes through, Mango's Oyami gets a very nice topside clear. It's Coin sending it down into the Cyber Swipe flip from Tempo Melon. Good timing as well now, an open net. Cyber Swipe comes through, but J-Man now there on the defense gets it going, gets it out of there. Pensando up to J-Man, Crystal Thorns down to Fireman, and unfortunately some time spent in the turret means that he's gonna have to play a little bit safe to keep his flip. Elects to walk away from the play to get the orb, but now Coin now with an opportunity, pulls away the midfielder, and Tempo Melon takes the goal. 2 points for oncoming traffic.
Very clean from Tempo there, covering the out clear from Pensando and then walking to cover the down. Pretty much holding every single option, checkmating Pensando in an open space scenario, which is not easy to do all the time.
Yeah, for sure. Pensando, good lead, deals with that core speed rather nicely, but Fire Madden in a very scary spot, has to blow flip to survive the glitch pop of Tempo Melon. Good strike war by Coin on the flip side. One goalie barrier going to be taken, but that's a KO'd Brawler. Firewall Sentry comes through. Tempo Melon gets one goalie barrier. Coin now trying to make it 2. As Pensando gonna lose half his HP here in the corner offense. A bit of a flip, a reversal of roles right now, but a whiff flip means that this might be over for oncoming traffic's offense. Mango's Oyami now, his turn here to be on the defense.
Yeah, and Coin is really making it look the way this damage is being dealt. Like, both Heavy Impact and Rasmus's damage didn't get nerfed. So much damage is coming in, just him using all his abilities on it, and getting all that value from it. They're getting so much pressure from this staggering, and as a result, they might even take the set right here and now.
Yeah, all 3 members of Flying Blobos, though, rotated on defense. It's going to make it hard unless Tempo Melon could find a good Cyber Swipe. Core looking a little scary. Cyber Swipe defended away, actually, by Pensando. J-Man looking to find the offensive play in kind, but a striker win from Tempo Melon ensures that the oncoming offense is smooth and easy. Set number 1 goes the way of oncoming traffic.
That jump strike from Pensando would have cleared it, but because Tempo Melon hit the glitch pop, her strike was reset, which was able to win that interaction very, very clean. That could have gone away from the side of pass very quickly. And coming to this draft, there is a Monumentalist potential pick from now, going for Primetime instead because it denies Estelle. You have to take any CDR you can get in this patch because it's still very strong. 1-2 punch is denying Juno's core speed, and it's a damage pick for the side of Amy. And looking at this draft, a double deny size from Rasmus, who goes for first spark instead, I think this is a very, very favored draft for pass.
Yeah, agreed. I feel like none of the characters on the side of pass really care for size. In fact, it's actually to J-Man's disadvantage in that situation, being knocked off by Coin without being staggered. Power play coming through as well, and we'll see if there'll be anything to come from this. But yeah, it's looking bad.
Yeah, looking at the draft as it is, they went for full-size commitment on the midfield and goalie, Estelle and Juno. But those characters don't really scale with size. They shrunk Zentaro to do it, him taking Among Titans. So unless Zentaro can find some good ability usage, maybe get a dash range to cover for that, then it might be very hard to score this game for Flying Blobos.
Especially when all 3 members have rotated on the defense. That being said, goalie barrier does go down. Fireman and a potential opportunity here, but it's going to be J-Man actually. That corner clear after corner clear after corner clear, finally taking advantage of it. And despite being staggered, Fireman and taking enough space to allow his midfielder to score.
That's right, even taking some of the hits, like a now primary, that would have saved that Estelle beam. Kind of using the body as a shield there to guarantee that goal. But coming into it, J-Man is very low. A flip from Tempo Melon kills J-Man, and this is a convincing power play, I think, the way it's going to shape up.
Absolutely agreed. An excellent strike from Pensando, but all for naught. One goalie barrier goes down, needs to make it 2, but no, the chink in the armor is found. Mangoes are yummy now, though, on defense. J-Man and Fireman an opportunity to maybe even up the score, but not going to be found. The clear's going to be made. Fireman is going to be taken out, and It's another power play for the side of oncoming traffic. Tempo Melon, all the cooldowns in the world to work with. Passing play comes through, good striking from Pensando, buys the time that they might need. No, Tempo Melon ends the point just as Fireman comes up to add insult to injury.
Yeah, Pensando off of that jump did have his strike available, but it became a mind game as Tempo Melon could have struck whenever. Instead, she chose to opt for striking instantly, which Pensando was not exactly expecting, taking a very good strike interaction, and it looks like Pass is just almost honestly undefeatable. Every single interaction they're taking, they're winning.
They're just playing on it today, it feels like. Firewall Sentry as well, those look so dangerous. Feels like even without the prize fighter, the KO threat is just so much. And on the flip side, really feels like damage isn't really pressuring the side of oncoming traffic despite the heavy impact start.
Yeah, and oncoming traffic should be, in my opinion, at least taking a little bit more damage as they have heavy impact Zentaro and Estelle. Those two characters are very hard hitters. And Juno Goalie can set that up with the primary too, but instead, Fire Madden is at 1 HP and J-Man is dead. Fire Madden is now dead, Pensando is taking the 1v2. And every single time, they're playing almost a permanent power play and they're converting every single time. Passes, or oncoming traffic is just very convincing the way they're playing this game out.
Yeah, it feels like oncoming traffic. Feels like they're playing in the parking lot and they're getting hit. It's bad. Right now, Mangoes are yummy, joining in the fun here on the offense, playing confidently. The momentum boots allowing him to be wherever he wants to be, especially because of the dominant performances of his forwards. Gonna get reset for now, though, as Tempo Melon actually tries to get a KO flip. Not gonna go her way, though. It's J-Man looking to potentially march the core forward one more time. Gonna have to play defensively instead. Pensando, the eject button, a little bit too early, which means now Coin and J-Man are gonna duke it out here in the midfield. Some help from Mangoes Are Yummy. Does find that clear. Pensando there to intercept, though. As Fire Madden unfortunately kicks the can yet again, but J-Man actually able to open up the net. Still 5 seconds though before anything could happen. Tempo Melon gets a good barrier. Mangoes Are Yummy with possession of the core. J-Man almost goes down, but it's a scramble to who can get the core first. Overtime gonna be hitting. Oni's blade is there, almost finds the perfect angle, but the flip from Mangoes Are Yummy is there. Shot from Pensando goes straight through everyone. As they even up the set, some signs of life here coming out from Flying Blobos.
Making a miracle play, Pensando there. This could be the shift they need. If they can take this set, they're in a much, much better spot. Elongating the game and giving themselves more time to get that momentum back. But if they do end up losing, I think despite that miracle play, that'll be a pretty hard hit to their mental momentum.
Absolutely agreed. Don't want to be on series point, and that's not looking good. A double barrier now from Tempo Melon. Strike right into the Blobo, though. No! So unfortunate. A bit of a misstep from Tempo Melon, immediately recovered and capitalized upon. An excellent glitch pop secures her MVP for the set.
It feels like Tempo Melon is just knowing exactly what Pensando wants to do at all moments with these glitch pops, covering these options perfectly. And there's a lot of strong awakenings to choose from for Amy here. Deadeye is probably the most notable one, even despite the nerfs going for stacks and stacks instead. Knowing that the win con for Flying Blobos is to get that speed, so if it's denied, what can they do, right? A size awakening for Rasmus too is very convincing. Not having that being denied from it by 2 in the last draft, he still gets that size. Fighter Flight's being denied. Pass got a whole lot faster, and it feels like Flying Blobos did not get enough to justify that.
Yeah, I'm definitely curious about this missile propulsion pickup. Not the worst thing on Estelle, but it definitely doesn't feel like the best, especially with Fighter Flight on the table. Already, though, we're starting at the point with Coin actually making a save, but nonetheless, Tempo Melon and Coin are able to figure it out. They get one down. Pensando barely walking away with that play with his life. The pressure still keeps going. Fire Madden blinks forward, gets some space, but it's going to be sent right back. The down clear. Going to catch Mangoes Are Yummy off guard. Good play by Pensando. Gets one, but a flip from Tempo Melon is looking very scary. Oh! Almost has the trick shot from the glitch pop, but Coin's going to be the one to sink it off. The tried and true brawler stands and takes space strategy comes out. Oncoming traffic on top.
Absolutely. Turrets threatening the in and Rasmus threatening the out. It's a tale as old as time. But Tempo Melon is playing like she's on fire, even though that glitch pop confirm off the flip didn't exactly connect, the fact that she's going for it alone should be telling enough of a story about her confidence going into this match.
Yeah, agreed. That being said, a double barrier here going the way of Flying Blobos. This could be a very quick point, but no, the pace is restored here. Clear is going to be made. Tempo Melon trying to get a cheeky second barrier, not going to find it though. It's Fire Madden very close to scoring the second goal, but Mangoes Are Yummy holding fast. The pull from Coin means that this corner offense is going to continue. It's scary, but the IME turret played around expertly by Pensando and J-Man. An opportunity might be here for Fire Madden, but no, he has to watch as the core sails right past him yet another time. Coin playing this space perfectly, preventing J-Man from marching the core forward. Flip for Mangoes Are Yummy, puts him in a very comfortable spot, maybe, but the flip parry is there, and oof! It's scary, but Fire Madden takes it. The point goes to Flying Blobos, looking to come back.
Waiting it out just long enough to get past a glitch pop, a flip, as Intaro primary, just stalling everything out and getting it perfectly on time there from Fire Madden. Very impressive. However, no evade off that flip coming into this round means that he's the pressure, and is instantly good for it. Oh my god, right off the end.
Died!
He died.
Yeah, he died from that, immediately becoming the target. One play. Fortunately, the nail was too tall and the hammer instantly came, and another hammer comes of the way. A 6 KO streak for Coin, and the core slowly goes in. You hate to see that. You hate to see that, especially before a potential series point.
Yeah, the flip for the goal, kind of double-edged sword, bit right back for Fire Madden. They got scored on in the time of Fire Madden's respawn timer, all because he didn't have that flip. And a double barrier coming in, this could be another
Potentially.
play.
Yeah, clear is going to be made, but it's still a very big disadvantage for oncoming traffic. Fire Madden in possession of the core. The slice and dice does not lead it to the Oni's blade. J-Man, though, getting the core forward. Fireman, good strike or win, but Mangoes Are Yummy is ready for it. Death Touch comes through, spelling the death of Fire Madden here, and now Primary sends the core flying forward. Coin has that flip though, and a goalie behind him, playing very confidently. One goalie barrier goes down, but a potential opportunity. J-Man needs to get this flip, but his health is looking very low. I think Tempo Melon is going to be looking for that KO. Fire Madden now tasked with playing midfield as J-Man licks his wounds. Corner offense coming through. The glitch pop is there. Elects not to use the flip, which means that there is a defense potentially here. Almost a KO found on J-Man. Gonna be found actually by Coin. Fire Madden in a 1v1, but it's too easy for Mangoes Are Yummy with a flip. One more opportunity, no. And this might be curtains for Flying Blobos. Coin dribbling up, playing confidently. Tempo Melon as well, another force in her own right. As again, the pass goes through, gonna get hit to Pensando though, as now the core speed's a little scary. The Blobo comes through. Tempo Melon with possession of the core, almost threads the needle, but gonna be defended by a good strike. The whiplash is there. Pensando in the right spot to get the strike. Fire Madden able to save it, and Pensando again another save, but they cannot find the pressure here on Mangoes Are Yummy. Coin again, one more opportunity, and that is going to be curtains for the Flying Blobo. Week 1 goes the way of oncoming traffic, and they are steamrolling here in the regular season.
Absolutely. Well-placed hook from Coin at the very last point there. Either covering the out or hit something Pensando threatening so much. And the side of pass there, you can see that comp is so practiced, Amy and Rasmus. And it was really showing its strength in that game, especially on a heavy impact start, where they're both two characters that can control the field at such big ranges and are able to deal insane damage. So we were seeing it just exemplify itself throughout that game. The entire side of pass was under the, or Flying Blobos was under the damage pressure the whole game. And as soon as they got that kill, they were converting power play right there. And Pensando couldn't hold every single time.
Agreed. I think, in my opinion, Game 2 MVP Tempo Melon playing out of her mind, it felt like. So many situations where she found the correct advantage, had so many just finesse, what's the word? Finesse, you get the idea. Finesse as a concept applied to her plays. I feel like she found so many gaps in the armor. I feel like every single small mistake, pixel mistake from Pensando and J-Man were immediately capitalized on, right? 6+3, right? Outdoing her brawler quite a bit. On top of that, more redirects as well on top of it, right? And even though Coin played phenomenally, especially in game number 1, I'd say series MVP Tempo Melon.
Absolutely. Templemon went insane in that game, especially. Just looking like she was completely inside Pensando's head, knowing exactly what he wants to do in those scenarios and being able to cover it with Glitch Pop. Very, very impressive, especially for finding those kills and being able to convert off those power plays, because a lot of the time, what you see in damage comps is that they commit so hard to a kill that they're not able to score in that 3v2, and then the game kind of stalls out. However, because the damage was so easy to come across, because the kill confirm was so easy to do with Coin, who had 10, they were able to set up those situations so consistently, and they had abilities like Amy's turret, and Templemon just being in perfect positions and using abilities properly was able to very consistently find the goal off of the kills, and that's exactly what that kind of damage comp wants.
Yeah, absolutely. W onboarding traffic here, a week 1 victory here in season 6. Absolutely the momentum you want to come, especially against what a lot of people were considering probably a top 3, if not a top 1 team here in the North American Strikers Academy. But we've got a long season ahead of us. Anything can happen, and we still got 1 more Omega Strikers, at least temporally, I think. Wait, no, this might be the end of week 1, depending on when the VOD lines up, but that's okay. We'll let Saya and crew figure that out. I'm Brickbat, joined by Grant. Unless you have any parting thoughts, we'll cut to a break.
No, that's good. Great series.
We will see in our first map. Map 2 will be Clarion, and map 3, if needed, will go to Demon Deus. As we load in here, we'll see the strikers load in. The things I want to call out first is that the highest priority picks here were Era for... Wait, am I looking at the right one? Yes, I am looking at the right one. Yeah, Era for Jay, and the Juno picked here for Twee as well.
I won't kill right off the bat, but The Era, as you were just talking about, was just buffed in the most recent patch. Her primary comes out so much faster than it used to. One of the things that was most critiqued about the character in patches before this, so we'll see how much that impacts her today, but a lot of damage is coming out, but no barriers yet. As I said, that it's a barrier.
Good old Caster's Curse. We are so back for another season of the leagues. Love to see that as this one continues here. And of course, right, I imagine with the midfielders going first in terms of priority, their presence on the map is going to be incredibly important here in general. I also imagine that for the diversified resume squad, they'll probably be looking for a little bit more of the damage focus as the composition overall. Bertram, nice hold away from this barrier, able to just fend off everything, holding the line incredibly well on the mascot for their team.
You know, I mean, I actually think both teams like the damage a lot, because anytime you see a impact start, you're probably going to get a damage start. Here, as finally a second barrier comes down, but this is looking more like Oni Village than Atlas Lab right now.
But somebody just score already. Come on. Get on with it. Dave, though, in here on the Supernova. That will put Bertram between a rock and a hard place, and the barrier will fall. Energy burst out from Jay, down to just Logan. Doesn't quite find it. Now the Gravity Well is going to get popped. Logan has to be incredibly careful for now, but no, Dave comes up just shy and guarding away this energy barrier. Wallaby can't find the strike into the net, tries to play the mind game, but Jay snags it away. And now we'll be looking into the Maelstrom. Logan up back to the Storm, but can't find it there. As the Expanse comes out of Bertram, finding the clear. Another pass up. Dave in position, warping in, but can't quite find it. And oh no, sticks around just too long. And that's how the first goal of the game goes in.
That's even more fun because Dave got strike warded by his own teammates. I think he just mistimed the strike, but you know, it's great to see it and didn't have the eject button to get back.
Of course, it's opening day. Nerves for
Exactly.
any roster, right, coming together and playing the first day of a long season ahead where regardless of what happens today, you'll have another 8 weeks that you got to sit down and work with the same roster. Be looking to do just that now as the diversified resume finds a KO. Looks like actually going to be able to fend this off for now. Trying to shove this one through the corner as the Blavos come down from Twee, but it's not enough as Jay's now back online. Maelstrom back the other way. Can't find it just yet. Lavo is there, and now once again on the fancy footwork, Dave tries to make a play, but it doesn't work. Twee credited with another goal, and it's the diversified resume looking to go on a roll.
And General Twee rocking that Atlas Gardener emote. I guess the team emote almost for them right here. Just trying to, have a little trash talk with Dave. It looks like it's working. The mind games are working as Dave uses the corpse a little early.
Not able to find it there. Now Logan in the corner has an energy burst. Oni's blade comes out. Can't collect the core. Everything's in the corner here. The expanse, though, from Bertram used at the right time, just as the last defense. And you'll see the intervention come out as well. Finding that healing back up for the team as now they look to go on the offensive for this one. But oh no. It's now Bertram taken down by the Maelstrom from Jay. Twee has to leap back in an effort to try to hold the line here. Forwards in the net. Dave tries to look for the goal, and it might be forward to the net, but it's a goalie in the opponent's goal box, putting it away and putting the first goal on the board here for the Starbreakers.
Yeah, this is I believe she was buffed in the most recent patch, but honestly, it's looking more like just Dave's playing the character well than the character necessarily being super strong now, and really good job from Dave on the offensive side of the ball, and they got rewards for it.
Great reward here. Going to have to keep more careful track, right, of the expanse. On a monumental start, it's going to be something to watch out for here, and Twee will just leap in and take care of it, regardless of whatever point I was trying to make. We're on to our first Awakenings carousel here, of course. Twee, all 3 goals in the bag, gets the pick of the litter here up first.
Yeah, the Stinger, Spec Training, and Deadeye, all things that Device actually wants. The Fighter Flight, huge pickup for the Era. once one midfielder gets this awakening, it usually, especially when they're both like speed type midfielders or midfielders that are like reliant on like actually striking the core a lot, can shift the matchup significantly. Interesting though that the Reptile Remedy is actually taken by Dave instead of like a traditional like Stinger or Spec Training or Deadeye. I guess trying to deny the extended healing that they already have from the Atlas, just to maybe have a better shot at evening up the kill game somewhat.
I think that was a draft of almost all denials. I don't think anyone took anything only because it's good for them. I mean, yeah, the fight or flight, right? But like, other than that, right? Like everything else afterwards is like, oh no, don't want that to go to the other team. And so you find something here towards the end. I mean, Just Logan will pick up Stinger here, and I guess if you're looking at anything with the cumulative damage, Starbreakers comes away with something they like, denying away healing awakening, along with adding the Stinger for Logan. Not going to be enough, though, to prevent the goal barriers from falling up first. And now Jay continues to get knocked around here. The Supernova is out, waiting for the right time. It finds a great angle. And now here's the Oni's Blade. It's out from Logan, and the Team Blade comes through now for the Starbreakers.
Yeah, really nice job from Starbreakers taking a point back here after suffering in the first set here. But, as you said, really good team play from them, especially because Dave is able to push out, almost dies there to the Blobbo, honestly. I'm surprised. We got the kill, so at least someone dies.
Power play active, nonetheless. Here for the Diversified Resume. Looking for this bottom barrier now. Wallaby was in the cloak. Pops out not quite at the most opportune time. All of the same. And seeing a little bit more of a spread here. Momentum has stopped for the Diversified Resume, although they are whittling down the energy levels of their opponents quite significantly here. We're going to see some energy bursts come online for the Atlas squad in a moment. And now another power play as Jay is taken off the pitch once again. Tweet on the dribble down to Wallaby, who just takes it himself and splits between Logan and Dave. Another one on the board here.
And one of the picks have been really advertising the last two patches. Mr. Carr, his shotgun comes out so fast, but like especially with awakenings, like heavy impacts back in the pool, you get a lot of like bursts.
Wallaby!
Wallaby just takes the goal right away by himself. As I was saying that.
My goodness. Just tired of it. Not wanting to stand on ceremony anymore and getting right down to business. Another goal on the board here, and once again puts the Diversified Resume on set point. We'll see whether or not they can pull it through here, although as I mentioned earlier, it might be an opportunity for the energy meters to start coming back online, but no, as I say that, once again, Jay taken off of the pitch. It'll be another power play opportunity. There's the lock and mode you were just talking about from Wallaby. The energy burst comes out of Logan defensively. Not what you want to see out of your brawler here. As desperation to keep the goal out. But Jay comes back online, has this Maelstrom at the ready, reads the clear, and all of a sudden it's anyone's set.
I don't even think it's necessarily reading the clear. Bertram just didn't have many options. He could either die to Logan by striking it back to Logan over and over again, or die to Jay Maelstrom. And he chose to hopefully get it through her Maelstrom. It just didn't work out.
All right, covering the clear, maybe not reading.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
Nonetheless, forgive my choice of words for not always being spot on when I get excited about Omega Strikers, the hit game developed by Odyssey Interactive that just had a new patch that JSOP really wants you to know about. Come back and play the game or something.
Exactly. Well, nice job from Wallaby. Gangsta was able to get a lot of value out of that prime, and almost kills Jay there with the combo. That's what I'm talking about. It's almost like you're playing Juliet. You can just find these edge kills so easily.
Edge kills they've been over the course of the game so far. There's another lock and load out of Wallaby as Twee comes in on the Blubbo bounce. Play doesn't work out this time. Stance is burned out of Bertram, and now the Supernova does find a connection to Wallaby. Core goes up to the top side. Nobody's there for the Starbreakers, though. They can't find the breakaway play. Twee, in response, exchanges energy burst on the play keeping the core on the blue side of the pitch, and no momentum developed for the offensive side of the Starbreakers here. And there is a beautiful shot of the Molten Bolt that puts the core away right as it comes out of the corner. It's the Diversified Resume up 2-0.
Yeah, one thing that Drukhard has over other brawlers is this like range. Essentially, a lot of brawlers do not have the ability to strike cross clears, but Drukhard does, and was able to punish right there. Extra special coming out with spec training and heavy impact. So a lot of purse is about to come out with the Drukhard here. Team player though back in the pool, and Dave picking it up to help with the clears, which is going to be nice to see. And a heavy impact is another thing to note from this Zentaro. If he can get it going, it might be what they need to turn the tides in their favor.
One thing I was looking at here, Twee taking Among Titans. I suppose it's for the speed for the Juno. He was trying to cover more, but
If you know anything about Twee, that's probably his favorite way to be in the entire game.
okay, well,
he takes it no matter what.
yeah, but it's like Drakar's your brawler. The Drakar doesn't really want the size.
Drukhard, like, makes it
I mean, any character likes the size.
It makes his shotgun melee part hit be larger, so it's actually easier to hit. Something to know.
Well, it's
And
fair.
by definition, it makes your range on it larger too, just the melee.
Right.
Yep. The new Drukhard tips with Opplug here.
Yeah. Who knew that the brawler player would give trips and what am I saying? Tricks and tips with the brawler strikers. Yeah, all right. The brain's not working. It's
All good. Well, a lot of damage
All
going on.
good.
Dave thankfully has that reptile remedy, so it shouldn't be too worse for wear. But they're just not able to get through this. Atlas is the one who puts it in. As I say that.
You know, it was in the first set, Twee stepped up, scoring all 3 goals. In the second set, I think Wallaby scored all 3 goals, or at least had a very memorable one. So now in this set, I think it's Bertram's turn to get all 3.
If Bertram has to score all the goals, they're not going to win this set. I'm just going to tell you right now.
Well, what do you mean? He's playing the main character.
There he goes. Yeah, he is playing the Atlas of the resume.
Yeah. Does have the energy burst here as well, although Starbreakers closing in on the goal. Can't find it, as it will get away from Logan. Maybe another opportunity here, especially as the Maelstrom comes out. Logan just walks in along with it and equalizes the set.
It says defend that. It's a little bit difficult. In fact, if anything, I think Bertram's secondary made it more difficult to defend because it lowered their options to clear it away from the Maelstrom. So good punish on the Atlas secondary there from that Maelstrom.
Energy bursts online here. Twee, Bertram, and Dave all have them at their disposal. Now Wallaby has it as well, so the Diversified Resume also has Diversified Energy Burst. Supernova already burned here from Dave. There is Thunderstruck as well, and it's not going to be enough to get this core away from the goal barrier, and the pressure is mounted. Twee and Wallaby both teaming up there. It is game point now for the Diversified Resume.
Yeah, really nice job. Wallaby realizing, I don't think it was realized in the spot, but both players on Starbreakers were, used their strike instead of trying to buffer their strikes, which meant that Wallaby was able to strike it into the area with 2 people who had no strikes and free goal. Good recognition on Wallaby there.
Logan taken down. Very low stagger early in this one, and now gets comboed into the Gravity Well. Power play opportunity here for the Diversified Resume to put away the game right here, right now. Davis burned out many of the cooldowns at this point. There's the power cord as well, and Twee with so much speed is able to cover all options. Molten Bolt does not connect with the core this time to put it away, and now there's some offense on the other side of the pitch. Davis there with the Thunderstruck. Here is the eye rush, doesn't come up with a core, and now Wallaby on the punish takes out the Zentaro. Incredibly low on stagger. Power play opportunity here, can't quite find the momentum. Blobos now are down, and the Supernova burned on the defensive side here for Dave. Bertram uses the energy burst. Have to be careful as the score now picks up quite a bit of speed going around the world. There's the Maelstrom, though. Catches Bertram off. And Wallaby sends a core down. Dave will clear it away. Twee is back, has plenty of speed here. Logan trying to play the mind game, sends it up to the top corner. Jay is there on the rebound. Set point for anyone here.
I just want to point out those Jay dribbles with the Era Primer. Those don't happen on the previous patch. This only happens because of the reduced cast time on the Era Primer, which lets you be able to use it as a dribble tool as you would with like a Now Primary or a Kai Primer. You can now use the Era Primer as well. Like, that was kind of cool.
Very good use of the new tools.
Definitely creative for sure.
Strikers Disposal. Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Especially in that corner play when enough chaos is happening, throw in chaos of the interaction that you don't know how it's going to play out because it's completely new. And now another punish comes through. The Centauro taken down once again. And now Dave will lose the last goal barrier here. Diversified Resume, 1 goal away. Passing play, trying to get everyone involved. Twee leaps in, now knocking Dave around, lose track of the core, and it'll go into the net. It's a 3-0 game 1 here for the Diversified Resume.
Now it was 3-0, but I didn't have 3-2. Maybe one of them was in the 3-2, but I mean, if the series is like that, I could see the series still going either way. So, a hard fought 3-0, as they say, but a 3-0 nonetheless. So, you look at the statistics here. Honestly, the damage wasn't like particularly lopsided, but the KOs were right. Like 7 KOs on Wallaby Gangsta. And the entire enemy team doesn't even have 7 KOs, right? So, it's something to keep in note that this Diversified Resume team didn't actually really need the damage as much to find these KOs.
It wasn't really about the damage, right? It was just about decent positioning and able to have enough of, especially the higher impact abilities with the heavy impact start that allows you to just delete a player off the map very quickly when they happen to get a little bit too close to the edge.
There's going to be playing the Asher. Just really surprised about it. But there is the Juno 1-2 punch on Jay. It's one of Jay's most comfortable picks. Was picked away from her last game. So we'll see if she is able to make use of it. In fact, I think all 3 members are basically on the characters they're probably most comfortable, or at least most well known for their side of Starbreaker. So we'll see if they can get back this game.
Gotta feel, right? You're on a map that you're comfortable on, strikers that you're more comfortable on. It's opening day, but hopefully some of those other things will help calm those nerves just a little bit, especially when you're going up people that are generally veterans of competitive Mega Strikers. Wallaby's been playing the game since beta. Twee's been around for ages upon ages.
This Wallaby Gangsta guy needs to go to retirement home soon. He's getting old,
As you.
Yeah, and whoa, all of a sudden the barriers are taken and goals scored. I mean, maybe he's not old enough yet. He has a few more years left.
Yeah, right. As we all know, video games become impossible to play when you hit the old age of 30.
Honestly, the right old age of 23 is probably enough for video gamers. This is not like traditional sports where you can play till 30 and you're still in your prime.
Well, let's be clear. I'm not even saying they have to be in their prime,
Yeah. Oh my goodness, Wallaby almost did that, right? Though.
Yeah. See, look, little bit faster reaction time. No, I kid. It's a meme. All right, enough fooling around, folks. This is supposed to be real, serious business. As Wallaby sets one up and puts it away with the core flip. Good pass up.
Yep, really nice job, Dave. I mean, even if Dave is a robot, I'm not sure how the robot's supposed to react to that. Core flip just kind of, the only way you're getting is if you just strike immediately on the second it goes out. And barrier's gonna go down, but I kind of feel like you're down to just give up a 1 barrier on most maps, this map included. So it doesn't really matter that much as long as they don't get to keep the offense, and that's kind of what Atlas Diversified Resume has been playing for this series so far.
The other thing too, right, is with Logan on basically no stagger at this point, there's not going to be a lot of momentum or a lot of primary threats that you're going to be worried about if you're Bertram, right? With Logan not really being able to be in much of any position because you're just going to get bullied around, and you have the potential of going into the Obscura goo, right? There's another possibility there. But nonetheless, barrier will fall. Jay almost lines up a 1-2 punch shot. Bertram was ready for it that time. Logan will begin healing. The Death Touch comes out, but it'll only pull Twee. Now here's the big finish, but the core will get knocked away from the pass splitter of Wallaby getting to overtime now, as the core speed will continue to increase, especially in a 1-2 punch start, even though it's the first set. I'll not be surprised to see an errant goal or errant shot find its mark and go past the reaction time of some of our goalies here today.
I feel like anytime you have a 1-2 punch in a game, there's gonna be a lot of reactions to test whether you like it or not, because these core, speeding up awakenings make it so the core goes red even when you're not in overtime. And then when you get to overtime, it's going to be a different beast altogether, but really nice score from Atlas for first fight resume. Just the score before the Juno can start to get online with those red core 1-2 punch Blobos.
Another pretty dominant first set from General Twee. Pick of the litter here. Cast Alas is online. Light is right there.
I think Butterfly is going to be promo proud for the entire series. We'll see though. Not picking anything yet. Maybe trying to get Ash or something guaranteed, maybe. Or maybe just deciding between Repel or Revenue or not. It looks like Firefly, though, is just more important. The Spark for Juno. So, with Juno 1-2 punch and Spark of Strength, you can do some crazy things, especially if you like 2 Sparks with Spark of Strength. So it's good to always start early with Jay. And then Logan is another one to look out for because Atlas ult, not Atlas, Rasmus Death Touch, I think it's called. The ult can, even though it's not like Ivy's up, you can still kill from pretty crazy ranges on the edge. So that's something to always keep in mind whenever you see that in draft. When Erasmus picks it, even if it's not app, you still have to be careful of that.
The other thing, though, too, here is you're noticing, Wallaby getting very close to the edge, but is not phased either, because even if there's a 1-2 punch, right, what's the Rasmus going to do with a 1-2 punch situation, right? Oh, you got your pendulum swing. Well, it's not going to actually knock me back very far at all. And Jay doesn't also have a lot of necessarily KOing tools, right? Would rather save the Blobo Fling for more of that core control and general presence on the map rather than going for a KO. So noticing a lot more play towards the edge here, especially as we're on the side streets corollary. Project Xenocloak. Overtime is hit. There's the core speed. We're continuing to escalate. Just Logan in position there. Looking for it again, but now is going to get jumped on by a little bit of damage and trying to just stay alive for now. 2-3 energy bursts actually online. Actually, almost every player in the lobby has their energy burst. Twee uses his, not going to be able to find the core, but the core does find the gold barrier nonetheless. And now finally the KO comes through as Logan finds it against Wallaby. Power play opportunity here. Jay and Dave both have the energy burst, but Twee doing a great job of disrupting the play, not letting any momentum happen. Logan in the corner, but the Kofu Fortress comes out. And no Blobo bounce committed here for Jay to go in on any given play.
Oh, another one.
With time, and now, there we go. KO comes through once more. Twee taken off this time. Power play potentially here. Everything starts to come out. There's the energy burst, but it wasn't enough. Bertram finds the hold for now. Another Blobo down to the bottom side. Twee's back online, buying a little bit more space. Logan just doesn't quite have the tools to get it done, especially with Jay back on the midfield line for the Starbreakers. Logan now checks Bertram. Just could have been there, but it goes back the other way. Finds all 3 members of Atlas's diversified resume.
Yeah.
And the diversified play gets its way to the goal.
This is the air hockey you like to see, but you're talking about the Death Touch. It actually has a lot of lethal range when you have 1-2 punch and spec training, because if you hit someone with even like a random pendulum swing or a primary or secondary on Erasmus, a lot of times, as long as you hit them within, I think it's 2.5 seconds, 1.5 seconds from 1-2 punch, with your ult, it doesn't even have to be a combo or anything. As long as you hit them within that 1.5 second window of hitting them with anything else, you will get the increased knockback on your ult, and it already has the spec training, so that's a lot of knockback from the death touch.
Very true. I was just mostly commenting on the fact that, like, what, pendulum swing when somebody's standing towards the end, not going to be very helpful, right? Now, if they're standing towards the middle, you hit them with an errant pendulum swing, then you can pull them back towards the edge. Yeah, sure, right? So I see that happening for sure. No. Tofu Fortress comes out, catches the core on the wrong side, and the goal gates are open on both sides of the pitch now as we hit overtime. Bertram in position to hold the corner. Pat Splitter comes out here. Twee sends a shot back up to Wallaby. Barely gets the redirect on the primary. The Diversified Resume puts yet another one in.
Yeah, it's funny actually. I think that the Asher nerf in quotes. Yeah, it definitely was a nerf. But the decreased movement speed actually made it so Wallaby had lined up that primary perfectly when Wallaby was just going for the hit stun in the first place. And it ended up hitting a really nasty angle because of it. So it's just kind of funny to note sometimes these types of nerfs can actually, 1 in 100 times debuff. That was one of those.
They're just differences in a character's
Yeah,
play
exactly.
style, and you have to learn how to adapt to said
Glass half
play
full.
style differences. But yeah,
Glass
that's right. Positive mental attitude.
Bertram
Bertram,
is
though,
moving
on
up,
the
though.
ice skates. There's the energy burst. Looking for it there. Blabo is out, and Dave will be able to use the energy burst to send the core away as Bertram will retreat. Dubu ice skates did not pan out for a party here today, but a KO comes through because now it is Jay taking down Twee. Looking forward here. Does have that bewitching beam. But the core possession is maintained. Bertram moves up so far forward. Nice big finish here. Comes out to check the barrier on the other side. Now, a little bit more caution, but even still, the Diversified Resume is there. Twee off the post. Can't find it into the net just yet. The hold continues, but not for much longer. Wallaby is there. And the Diversified Resume, once again, another pretty dominating set. This time around, Appa, they're able to find the executions when they have goal-scoring opportunities. And I think that's no small part thanks to these small little passing plays that are happening, the tight triangles they're maintaining, and the like.
Yeah, and I think another thing to note is because of how dominant they've been, the glass cannon momentum boost Dubu with the skates is actually able to move up and maintain those triangles that you said, and even move up for potential core flips, which means that there's just permanently a lot more pressure on Starbreakers. Even if they are, playing the same game, it's almost like they have to execute at twice the efficiency as their opponents just because of how many more attempts that are coming down in the last few points due to their just really smart positioning.
Gonna have to be incredibly careful here. Dave now down on both goal barriers, able to set it up the top side, but there's Bertram again, the flying Dubu in position, almost jump scare, but the goal doesn't go in just yet. Misdirection comes out. Twee is all over the map. That's the other thing too. Twee on this era, right, has been all over the place. Glass Cannon picked up for a midfielder, plus the fighter flight, now plus stacks on stacks in this one, is able to both be forward and backward, retreat and transition between the two of those that much faster. And it's no small part of the reason why speed is king in Omega Strikers, why these triangles and passing plays continue to be so strong for the Diversified Resume, and why it's difficult for the Starbreakers to get much of anything done.
Yep, and Jay realizing that she was dangerously close to the edge just against the 1-2 punch Asher, and he's able to evade it out. But they're able to get both barriers there. It's the first time in quite some time. But it doesn't matter if they can't get it out. They have to create another offense at least to even have a chance of scoring here. And really nice job from General Twee and Bertram just to keep it on the side permanently of the Starbreakers.
Gonna be looking for a goal here again. Now off the expanse. It was checked, but doesn't go in. Power play opportunity, though, as Twee's taken off the pitch. The Blabo comes up just shy. Logan back up at the top corner. Slight miscommunication, though, as Jay's on the retreat. Logan looks for something here on the pendulum swing, but it's sent away once more, and now Twee's back online with the speed to go right back up to the other side of the pitch. Everything gets flown to the core despite Dave's energy burst going out. And now Logan, potentially looking for a play, makes it off the expanse. The whiplash and the pendulum swing combined And finally, something goes in here for the Starbreakers, snapping a drought.
Something you have to know is General Tweet dying means all stacks are gone. So if Starbreakers is going to have an opportunity to win a set, this is going to be the one right here. They're going to need to capitalize on this time without the full movement speed of the Era. And maybe even chain a kill to try to reset that timer. If Era has Fight or Flight, Glass Cannon, stacks on stack, it's going to be a tough game for Starbreakers.
Certainly will be a tough one here, as it really has been so far for them. Looking for any kind of momentum, but even still, the diversified resume continues to be oppressive. Doesn't quite find the core on that specific play. That goes slightly wide, but now Wallaby in trouble. Doesn't matter because there's the Bewitching Beam, newly buffed, woo, to put it away. And we are on match point now for Atlas's diversified resume.
Yeah, newly buffed makes it a lot harder to just time that strike properly. You don't have as much time to recognize what the play is. You have to just react better. And it wasn't going to happen there, especially with the 1-2 punch increasing the force speed even more. Really nice job as...
Wow.
This is probably my least comfortable, I guess, version of Varian for a match point to be on, because sometimes you can just get, really unlucky with the bounces. So we'll hope for Starbreakers that's not one of these games where that just happens and you lose without much of a chance to come back.
Project Eat Drop, colloquially known as the Bounce House, has actually provided a rather neutral experience for at this point. Other thing that's worth noting, of course, in the last one that I just saw, that we haven't had the chance to call out much yet at all, is finally a Dash Awakening for this Juno. It's Aerials picked up in the last draft that might allow for some more creativity out of Jay's Juno, as we see it there come through, finds one barrier, at least checks it for Bertram. Now, though, looking to maintain core possession here, General Tweed versus Just Logan. Jay is in position. The Whiplash doesn't quite have enough speed to follow up the core in its accelerated state in overtime. Nice save away from Dave on that shot from Wallaby. Digging this one out and keeping it alive for now, but oh no, the goal gates will start retracting. The misdirection comes out here. The strike ward away from General Twee. Jay flying in on the Blubbo bounce. Not enough there, and now the Blubbo comes in, but Wallaby's credited with the goal. ADR, Atlas's diversified resume, a statement in their opening game of NASA Season 6.
Yeah, Blubbo's good, and Blubbo's bigger than actually we were talking about awakenings that make a big difference. I think actually in that last set, Wallaby gained some size, or I think he got it in the previous set, but that size made it so those dashes that were previously not hitting, those predictions were actually starting to hit. And it was starting to really add up. And a lot of barriers and goals were just starting to be scored off of just really intelligent reads from Wallaby game stuff. So really nice job from all three members. Bertram holding it down and able to apply that offensive pressure. General Tweed just super consistent in every single midfield interaction. And Wallaby games just reading Dave like a book in some of those spots. He's able to consistently score, and another 3-0. This one was a lot cleaner.
thing here is it is a Monumentalist explosive entrance start, and Monumentalist with Finny on this map is disgusting. I don't really know how Jackpot's gonna be able to keep it out, but I do have faith that Color Craze is going to do some strike resetting in order to kind of feed the core out every time it gets to that situation.
Yeah, and I'm interested to see how Alphamy navigates the Finny matchup as well. Notoriously, Alphamy is a very prolific Zentaro player, so it'll be fun to see him play, and oh my god!
Didn't even finish. Oh my goodness. Alphamy with the masterclass. Color Craze taking both barriers, then Alphamy absolutely just sealing the deal, scoring the goal before. Honestly, it didn't even look like Striker Kai and Twisty knew what was even going on before it was too late.
Starting off again with a lot of pressure off of Zentaro. Since he had passive and secondary, he's able to affect the core basically immediately. And at these early levels where not everybody has ult yet, that's just even more valuable. And they just get both barriers so quickly again.
Oh, and Luke is down. Luke unable to get level 2 at all, constantly remaining under pressure, constantly remaining dead. Hey, it might be a quick set for a quick first set for this game. I'm really enjoying how much pressure Mexicasual is putting on as well. You know, holding the secondary down, obviously, but also like these primaries are putting a lot of damage on the enemy team.
Agreed. And I feel like Color Craze especially is playing around the primaries super well. He's positioning in such a way that it becomes so much easier to affect more parts of the field. And just like that, there are another 2 barriers up, open net. Color Craze is getting hurt though, so maybe we're going to start seeing a turn.
Yeah, the enemy team, Dragon Slayers 2, them hitting level 2 when they did was kind of perfect clutch, because they were able to put a lot of damage on the Color Craze to kind of keep him out of the play. But it doesn't seem like it really matters, because Alphamy is able to seal the deal again. You know, they were probably so afraid of it getting to Color Craze because of the flip being up, but hey, that didn't matter, you know, you're playing against a Zentaro.
The Zentaro MVP on an explosive entrance start is scary, because all he's looking for is damage, and there's heavy impact.
Oh my goodness. I just, you know, I played against a Zentaro earlier today who had explosive entrance. Oh, Reptile Remedy instead, trying to deny any stagger from getting to Dragon Slayers 2. Honestly, I kind of like that pickup, though I do feel like the heavy impact is just so much value, and it falls to Color Craze, so there's going to be their damage for them.
Yeah, I think I do like the pick there. They're getting a lot of value off the damage. I think it's interesting that Striker Kai decided to go for Spark instead of taking heavy impact himself. I think that gives now a lot of CDR and a lot more damage that kind of gets amplified with the Monumentalist that now already has. So we'll see if the scaling pays off later on.
Yeah, 100%. Something to note, I do think that Dragon Slayers 2 was trying to abuse a lot of the new patch. So, you know, they're picking up Spark, probably, presumably, oh, a nice kill. Picking up the park, presumably to try and get Spark of Leadership later on, you know, playing Era. But Luke's still opting to take the strike shot over the mob. And oh my goodness, from the grave, and Color Craze able to seal it, even though it was inside the Finny ult for that little tiny bit.
Tragic series of events that end up with Jackpot on top.
Yeah, this is a masterclass from Jackpot. I'm impressed.
Yeah, absolutely. I think going into this, Dragon Slayers are probably the favorites, like you said. But with Alphamy, Zentaro, Color Craze, and Mexicasual in the backline, they are putting on a show right now.
You know, 100%. The Tornado almost taking out Color Craze, you know, getting rid of a lot of that flip value. And they're just putting a lot of pressure onto Color Craze. You know, he's not able to get up and kind of help take the barriers, and because of that, it's a lot easier for Luke to defend. But let's see where it's at now. It's on their side of the field for once, and it looks like Twisty's actually the one that's about to go down.
Now, this is probably the first time this match we've seen Dragon Slayers, like, actively on the offense, and even still, when they're pushing the ball forward, they're taking so much damage. Twisty is playing on a knife's edge right now. But, oh, excellent save.
Knife's Edge is not in the Awakening pool, but it doesn't seem to be the way because, oh my goodness, you were right. They are playing on a Knife's Edge, and there goes Color Craze off the side. The Monumentalist on the Era getting a lot of value, and that's a wonderful strike by Alphamy in order to kind of take the bear and retain core control at the exact same time.
Excellent strike work, too.
Oh, we're fools. We were thinking, oh, it has to be heavy impact. No, Alphamy knows this character better than we ever will. My goodness.
He has more than enough damage already. Now he just wants to be unkillable and make sure nobody else can survive.
That is true. That is 100% true. Color Craze trying to kind of feed the core through, but Twisty coming back at the exact perfect time, able to help defend and get the core to their side. Not really able to set up any real offense. Color Craze and Alphamy just kind of pinching the forward, Twisty. And then scoring the goal. Oh, they're kind of getting steamrolled right now. Oh my goodness. I do think that Dragon Slayers 2 can come back, but Jackpot's really feeling themselves here. You would never expect them to not be the favorites here.
Absolutely. I feel like Alphamy Zentaro is significantly more of a problem than Dragon Slayers were expecting in the beginning, and I think he is proving that if they do not ban this character next game, the game is going to be very hard.
Yeah. If you look at the bans, they banned the Vice. Color Cray is a really notable Vice player, so if they do ban the Zentaro next up, it just kind of enables Color Cray to take his pick that he really loves. And I'm really curious about the Atlas ban that Jackpot did. Probably they were thinking, hey, we'd be able to get a lot more damage on, and honestly, I agree with that.
So far, it's working out pretty well too. They're getting a huge amount of damage, and it's working out for them in spades. Oh, very close there. Excellent save by Luke. Oh!
Excellent save by Luke, but it does not matter. Color Craze feeds it right back to Alphamy, and Alphamy knows exactly what he needs to do to secure the win. Dragon Slayers 2 has not scored a single point yet this game, if I'm not mistaken. I have the memory of a goldfish, so I could be wrong. And there you go. There's the Spark of Leadership on the Era, and I believe, if I'm not mistaken, every other Spark is still up as well.
Yes. Unfortunately, the Zentaro, who already has a stagger training, is getting another, and of all the stagger trainings, it is bulk up, though. That is a lot more damage. It is even harder to kill now, and it honestly feels like the scaling in this set might have actually gone in favor of Jackpot, even though we're getting Spark of Leadership. Because the Spark of Agility right now is just not a huge spread. It's like 4% speed, if even that much. They're going to need another set. They're going to need another set and another Spark if they want to win.
Yeah, that's probably what they're banking on as well. If they can win this set, which is exactly what they need to do, they're going to be able to get another Spark for sure on Striker Kai, since he's constantly been at the top of the Awakening draft order. But hey, if Alphamy is getting this value right now, it's being a lot harder to stay alive with all this pressure, especially on Luke. Finny doesn't really have that much survivability, but even though Alphamy is putting a lot of damage on the Luke, they're putting some damage on the Color Craze, forcing Alphamy to walk back, and there it is. There's the Finny Monumentalist, making it almost impossible to kind of feed it out.
Almost a perfect hook by Twisty to get the goal there. Another Knife's Edge moment, even though there's not Knife's Edge. But now we're walking backwards. Oh, never mind! Our first goal from Dragon Slayers 2, and this might be the beginning of something special.
I loved how Twisty dribbled off of the Era Tornado in order to set it up for herself, and then was able to score after that. That was beautiful. That shows that she's really been playing with Era, really understands how the character works, and knows how to play with the Era Tornado, which is exactly what it needs to be. The second they got to their side of the field, Luke was able to walk up, put the ultimate down, and with all of that pressure on the side of Jackpot, it looked like Mexicasual was about to go down, but apparently not. Color Craze playing now kind of keeps them alive.
Oh, and an excellent outclear by Alphamy there, getting both barriers off the flip. Oh, both brawlers now are just performing incredibly well. They're doing what they need to do.
But is it going to be enough? That's the question. Like, be able to score to kind of steal this game.
Twisty, it absolutely. Oh, and another excellent strike from Twisty. It's definitely looking like it's possible.
That's some Cast a Curse thing right there. I'm saying, like, well, can they do it? And they do it. Twisty's listening to this live somehow. I have no clue how, but hey, that's got to be the case. Alphamy trying to get the core out with the secondary, but unable to, and that kind of leads to a really tragic series of events. Luke being smaller means that the Mako special is not going to be able to connect, and they're able to take both barriers either way. But I'm sure they wanted to close out that set as quickly as possible to try and and there you go. What am I talking? Cast a Curse. That's all I'll say.
Cast a Curse back to back.
And I believe Striker Kai is going to be at the top of the drafting order. Yes. Oh, it is looking real bad for Jackpot.
Oh, and the Gambler's Curse. Two Sparks on the face of things. It could be worse. It could only be one, but that is still Spark of Focus with Leadership and another Spark on the table for the Era, which is absolutely heart-wrenching for Jackpot. Not a terrible draft for them left. They got Spark of Strength, Prime Time. There's a lot of decent choices, but losing that set was pretty impactful, and it was a 3-0 at that after two really dominant sets.
Yeah, 100%. And, I saw Rasmus taking extra special. I almost feel like she should have kind of let that fall to the Finny, who already had Monumentalist. because that's really what's helping them kind of take these is the Monumentalist going down. And you know what? I'm talking too fast. I'm glazing Dragon Slayers too much because hey, you know, now it's starting to swing in the favor of Jackpot, who are able to, even though they had the core on their side now, they took the barriers right quick, and I'm sure that all their abilities are up. And here you go. Is it in? Maybe not.
Kill. Oh, and a nice save by Color Craze. Could have been very dangerous. Oh,
Color Craze
though.
Color Craze playing double defense very well. You know, even though Mexicasual might be the sub here, it looks like they've been playing together for quite a while. So I'm curious if they've been practicing a lot. Oh, it's the Era buff. There it is. I'm sure that
more into primary.
I'm sure that our favorite Era player, Brickbat, is probably screaming, "Ooh, Era!" right now when he watches this.
His only regret is that it's not Era Brawler. Unfortunately, it's the weaker role.
Yeah, the weaker role. Hey, Era Brawler's in this patch.
Ooh,
Twisty going a little fancy. Yeah, getting a little fancy with it, knowing that it wouldn't take the barrier if she just struck it right at it. But was still defended away by Mexicasual. And there's the Finny ultimate yet again, making it incredibly hard to clear out as Mako. And they're taking advantage of that situation and immediately downing both barriers.
Seems like 2 warm-up sets are required. I feel like they're playing so much better around the Finny units now. And it's giving them so many barriers so consistently. Oh. Great core control from Twisty. With a combination of the Striker Kai, Tornado, push it in.
Yeah, I always said that I feel like Rasmus does really well into the Mako, and this game is a really good example of that. Twisty's kind of able to control where the Mako stands. You know, she doesn't really have the most movement speed, and a lot of her abilities want her to stay away from the Brawler. You know, her secondary kind of being interrupted. Yeah, Twisty running up and just kind of ulting the goalie constantly, you know, is making it incredibly hard for it to clear out.
What a flip by Alchemy, though. That was an excellent angle. Oh, and just a smidgen off from Twisty gave another excellent angle. And now all the pressure is back on Luke. It's 1 barrier, which is fine. We're playing a range goalie. Open net is chill, but it's a little bit scary on this map because you lose a lot of pressure.
Oh, the Sad Boys emote. Oh, that's negative aura right there. We can't Sad Boys emote into not score. That's illegal. Trying her hardest in order to score here, but is unable to. That was a really good offensive attempt, but unfortunately all their abilities are down, and I'm sure that jackpots are all up, so let's kind of see where this goes. And it goes right into the net. Twisty able to capitalize on that situation with the Rasmus secondary.
Now, all of a sudden, we're set 5. It's been 6 points to 6 points for these 4 sets. Surely, in this 5th set, it'll be a little bit both ways. I'm down to see a set 5.5.
As am I. You know, Luke just woke up, was probably rubbing his eyes, you know, and then he hops into this game. It might be a little hard to defend, but now he's finally awake. The coffee's set in. Era taking the Speed Awakening. I feel like her taking that over Fight or Flight is a little bit weird, but I can also understand it because the more speed they have, the easier it is for them to get it onto the side of Jackpot, which is when Finny can really start setting up that offense and making it easier. Other than that, though, you know, Color Craze taking that twin drive, like that might be the crucial awakening that they need in order to win.
Yeah, I also thought that Twisty took Team Player and the Mako took Timeless Creator over either Stacks or another Dash String. I thought those were very interesting selections. The Team Player, especially for a Brawler, is something that you don't see very often. Usually they want to play super on their own, so it's this more team-focused decision. I actually like it a lot. I think it's very valuable, especially on this map, so I will be excited to see how it ends up.
100%. I see Twisty passing a lot to Striker Kai. It's not proccing the Team Player, but when it does, it's going to get a lot of value. Twisty setting up the offense, but before scoring, making sure to take out Color Craze. And is it going to be in? These hook pulls from Twisty are dastardly. You know, as a goalie player, this hurts to see. I hate when that happens against me. You know, my blood is boiling right now. I hate this Rasmus character. Post-nerf, pre-nerf, it doesn't matter.
Okay, and another to end the set, or end the point rather, is a nice strike from Striker Kai. For all that we were talking about Twisty, it's starting to feel like Striker Kai is the unsung hero of this game. Max level, he's playing Era, which in my opinion is a very hard character to pilot on this map. Oh, but another excellent kill. Just like that. Nice try on the flip, we got it out though.
Just like that. hey, you know, Striker Kai taking Era, buffing the team, taking Spark of Leadership. Striker Kai might be a support player is all I'm going to say. Twisty trying to hook Mexicasual out in order to secure the barrier, and with the help of the Finny Monumentalist special, it is, I'm sure, very easy to take that barrier, especially when you're playing against a Maka who doesn't really have the tools to deal with it. Now let's see if they're gonna be able to get the kill on the Twisty, putting a lot into, it's basically a race against time. What's gonna happen first? Is Twisty gonna die, or is the goal gonna go in? Twisty back to being very healthy. Striker Kai trying to set up some offense, and in the meantime, Color Craze taking a lot of damage, and this adrenaline rush is just getting so much value. Oh my goodness!
What a...
We might have counted them out a little too soon, the Dragon Slayers 2, the 2's in the name for a reason, alright? This is the sequel, and, the sequel always... Yeah, I don't even know where I'm going with this, they're without the 2, with the 2, it doesn't matter, they're crazy.
Just
a lot of people...
The second game's gonna go even crazier, now that they're... I mean, wow! And to think that they lost 6-0 in the first 2 sets, and then they just take it right back 9-0. What an incredible showing from Dragon Slayer 2 after that start.
Yeah, I'm really kind of surprised at how much that changed. Picking up the Spark of Leadership, the Adrenaline Rush, and the Deadeye on the Finny. I wasn't sure if it was going to be enough in order to kind of start swinging things in the other way. But this goes down.
Yep. And the first big reveal is what is Among Titans, and actually. It is both teams size dumping their brawler. Alphamy and Twisty both picking Recovery Drone, and all of their teammates picking Among Titans.
Yeah, I'm seeing that Mexicasual is really trying to speed abuse right now. Look how fast this Dubu is. We got the ice skates going. Might be a little oppressive, with the big Rasmus, kind of making it really hard to defend. But Dubu definitely really cares about the size a lot more than the Atlas does. So I'm not sure if that was the right pick there, but I would love to see Jackpot prove me wrong here when Alphamy can kind of take every single barrier from being so big.
And if nothing else, despite that goal, you could see that little Dubu just running all over the place. He was skating for sure. And I think that if they can get utilization out of the Mom Boots and let the Dubu push up, especially when they're all level 2, I think that's when we're going to see the extra speed start shining for the side of Jackpot.
Absolutely. Oh, Dubu. I love watching this character run so fast, moving his little legs around. Twisty pulling Color Craze out and trying to take the barrier, but is unable to. Color Craze still winning that crucial core flip. And, Luke's still opting to take the strike shot instead of the buffed Mom Boots, and is able to kind of keep the core forward. Twisty being a lot bigger, making it really hard to kind of strike it away from her. And with the flip in front of the net, it's looking really hard. And, the back pass to the Luke. The Luke, that's right, I said it. Infamous Luke. Enables them to keep core control, and then they utilize that core control in order to score the goal. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, and you don't see that kind of play very often. Most brawlers would have just tried to force it in. I think that what Twisty did there was an excellent display of situational awareness. She knew that there was no way that strike was going to make it through all the cooldowns that Jackpot still had, so he decided to give it to his goalie and just ensure that they kept the ball for longer so they could find a more favorable opportunity.
Yeah, I really like the way that Striker kind of played defense there. I know they lost both barriers, but afterwards, kind of the double tap on the special in order to keep the core out, making it a lot easier for them to defend it and get it back to the side of Jackpot. They had a flow-stating Octavia, but with a little bit of patience, they were able to put a lot of damage on her and make it so that she is going down. And with that, Striker Kai utilizing that speed to overtake Alphamy secured the goal. We're up 1 set for Dragon Slayers 2.
And another 3-0 to add to the collection. We'll see what this draft looks like. Oh, fight or flight. And unfortunately, Octavia is not second pick, so her value gets diminished significantly in terms of what has to be denied. There are 2 dash strings here, so it's likely that she's going to get one of them. But part of the problem with Octavia right now is that her cooldowns just got nerfed significantly on her primary. 2.5 seconds on a cooldown that's already pretty difficult to use effectively. So it's going to be really hard for her to keep flow state up without some of the durations like Castellas popping up early when she's winning.
Yeah, and with that low stagger as well, even if she can get flow state and maintain it, it's only a matter of time before she ends up going down. Another thing in the draft, not really much for Luke to take there, which is kind of why he opted to take the Spark of Leadership. But that Spark of Leadership, even if, Jackpot is able to kind of bring it back here, it's going to be a lot harder for them to win overall, just because that Sparkle leadership is going to be getting a lot of value for later. Oh, and they're able to overwhelm the opposition. You know, Color Craze exactly where he needs to be, Alpha Me exactly where he needs to be. Makes it very hard for the Atlas to defend.
Excellent for the pass and close to Color Craze and Alpha Me to take 2 barriers. And Color Craze is... Oh no! Color Craze was slowly building up their flow state there, but updated era is just too strong sometimes with that 0.2 second.
Oh, I mean, the beam is too strong. Not only did it push it into the net, but it also pushed Alpha Me out of the game. That is unfortunate, but at the same time, it's good that it happened at the very start of this. So that we're not going to be continuing this point.
We're back nice and fast. It's almost like nothing happened.
Nothing happened indeed. You know, they should just do that at the start of every single point to try and get into overtime and try to overwhelm their opponents, you know what I mean? But
I don't know. I feel like overtime actually favors the other team more.
you're probably right here. And as I stated before, you know, Color Craze getting that flow state, it might be a little harder to keep up, but all that damage that's going on to him, it's making it really hard for him to actually maintain it, even if he's, you know, getting the strikes in, getting the primaries in. He has to kind of walk himself out of every single position so he doesn't die. Mexicasual able to clear it out, and with a nice strike shot, keeping it in. And Alpha Me keeping Twisty out. Oh my goodness, things are changing so fast. The Striker Kai reading Mexicasual like a book, and making sure that that flip does not get any value.
And now we've kind of opened up a hole that Jackpot really needs to find uses for. They got the kill on Twisty to get rid of her recovery drone, so now she is lethal. But Alpha Me has been struggling to find kills so far, and I really think that's what they're going to need to be able to do if they want to win these games with the Juliets. Because they're going to get out core controlled by Raptors Era.
Something I noticed too. Oh, very nice shot by Twisty, threading the needle. Something I noticed too, Alpha Me, every single time he's positioning for a dash punch, and it looks like he even has a modicum chance to kill, Luke is just putting the ultimate down. It doesn't matter if he's anywhere close to it or not. Like, he's just playing it very safe and knows that the only real way that they lose this game is if Alpha Me, as you stated, gets those kills. So he's just trying to make sure that that doesn't happen. You know, Color Craze and Alpha Me kind of standing in the black hole, almost dying because of it, and making it a lot harder to kind of get any offense going because they just have so much damage on themselves now.
Yeah, and that talk about the black hole is something that I feel like Dragon Slayers have historically used very well. I've always been very impressed with how Luke especially has utilized black hole both as a dribbling tool as well as a tool to just get a lot of damage after forcing people in bad positions. I think what we're seeing from Color Craze is that it's really hard to position well around it while still getting value.
That was a big log, able to defend against the flip that Twisty has. Striker Kai trying to kind of hold on to the core as long as possible so that Twisty can get into a better position. But in doing so, kind of setting up the offense for Jackpot, maybe unintentionally. Alpha Me able to have a flip and put it in. Luke probably thought that he had a strike shot up or anything like that, or maybe he thought he'd be able to reach it in time. That was an excellent shot by Alpha Me, kind of taking advantage of it. And hey, this, you know, as you like to say, all it takes is a trickle. Remember the ocean.
And we have finally broken the curse of 3-0s. And so whatever happens, something different will occur. And honestly, I would love to see Jackpot win this and have us be a super close game, because I really think it can be.
Yeah, definitely. Striker Kai is kind of moving up to make it so that the out clear is very hard to do. But yeah, I mean, Luke and Striker Kai kind of weaving their strikes together, but it doesn't matter. Alpha be able to secure the kill. Twisty trying to get a little fancy with it, but it doesn't matter. Once again, you know, the defense on both these teams is really nice. Even if we're kind of losing barriers quickly, it is really hard to get it around the Rasmus. It's really hard to get it around the Julie. So yeah, I mean, these characters are big. What can I say?
And with that first dash punch, hopefully that's another sign of things to come. There's a second one.
Oh, right, what were you saying there?
Really important opportunity for Color Craze and Alpha Me. As long as he keeps the flow state here. Oh, we can also just... Alright, we got the flip. That's pretty big. We just need to survive.
Wonderful flip by Mexicasual in order to kind of clear it out. Both the goalies utilizing their flips very well. Alpha Me is kind of getting all these kills, but it doesn't really matter because every single time they get the kills, Luke still has all the resources he needs in order to feed the core out. And it's only a matter of time. One of these goalies is going to get overwhelmed and not have any abilities up. Alphabee's kind of sitting really low, got that barrier to keep him alive, which enables him to kind of walk up and keep this offense going. But with that little tiny strike, it's going to be really hard to defend, and Twisty taking advantage of it seals the deal. It's set 3 now, I guess. I don't know what set we're on. We're on set 3 now. We just finished set 2. Oh, yeah. Striker Kai's up top.
And another MVP for the era. And it's looking like stacks on stacks or a dash training. Now, which one would you prefer to pick here, knowing that Octavia will be picking before the next person on your team?
I think you kind of always want to opt for stacks on stacks in the situation. Or, actually, no. You know what? I changed my mind. I agree with Striker Kai here with the Dash Awakening. Color Craze isn't really going to get much value out of stacks on stacks. You know, he's constantly dying, and if that isn't the case, they can obviously shift their perspective now, and kind of swap to just killing Color Craze over and over again. And the Dash Awakening will just make it a lot harder to kind of get those kills because of the initial speed it gives to her secondary.
I would tend to agree. I think that the stacks on stacks, especially with how Twisty and Striker Kai have kind of not even been killing Color Craze, but they've just been putting them at stagger threshold and then saying, hey, you're not allowed to play the game anymore, I hope you have fun. I feel like they can kind of choose to kill him whenever they want, and they're making the active decision not to. And it is keeping him out of the play for a lot longer than he would if he was actually killing, which they can clearly still do. Oh my god.
I am aghast at how they played that. Twisty not taking kind of like what most brawlers probably would and trying to take like that little shot through the back. Instead clearing it down into the tornado. I'm sure that was absolutely calmed, and from there, you know, getting the kill on Mexa Casual because he has to swap, and then just overwhelming the opposition. I mean, these era buffs are looking really solid. I've not seen a team utilize them as well as Dragon Slayers 2 have been. Striker Kai is going to change his name to Striker Era. Oh my goodness, this is a era masterclass, I'll say it.
Alright, and this could be it. Back against the wall for Jackpot. Alchemy has flip. He needs 1 kill and he gets a lot of value. Oh, that's a great start for Jackpot believers.
You know what? I think for the rest of this, let's just believe in Jackpot. Dragon Slayers 2 are awful. All right, they'll wait. Oh, how does Caster Curse work? We want to support DRG, or
we want to support the team that's gonna lose.
Okay.
So that
all right.
they can win.
All right. So, go Jackpot. They're gonna score here. Absolutely not. Unfortunate. DRG, you know, they're notorious team, really bad. And this Caster Curse thing's really hard. you can't really reverse psychology, I guess. You know, reverse psychology fate. Even though the barriers are down for Dragon Slayers 2, Luke having that flip up is going to make it incredibly hard for him to kind of get any value, especially with Juliet.
So careful. He's always at no health. It's so hard to actively play the game. And as an Octavia, you kind of need to be in the middle of the field, touching the core if you want to get value out. And it just feels so hard for the Octavia to do anything.
Oh, speaking of value, Color Craze is kind of keeping that flow state up as long as possible. Unfortunately, losing it, but you know, all that speed kind of accumulating as much as it did made it really hard for Dragon Slayers 2 to keep the core away from him without utilizing abilities, trying to be a little cheeky with the flip, and a wonderful log is going to make sure that Rasmus isn't able to kind of get a cheeky goal off of that, you know, killing the Dubu and then securing it, or even like dribbling for it. Twisty, very, very, very good at kind of maintaining core control with this Rasmus character. You know, you wouldn't ever expect a brawler to be able to do that, you know? I mean, you might not know as a brawler yourself. You probably glaze yourself too much, but hey, you know what I mean.
Oh, Alchemy. Excellent mix attempt. It's just Luke was too there on the layer 1.
Yeah, sometimes you want to utilize the layer 2, layer 3, even though you have to be utilizing the layer 1. Luke knew exactly what he needed to do. Yeah, the way that the
position where both goalies are at one mistake to lose it all. Oh, and a oh my god! Alchemy just went insane. That was crazy.
It just takes a trickle. Oh my goodness, that was beautiful by both Color Craze and Alchemy. Alchemy taking out both players. If I'm not am I not mistaken? Did Color Craze take out a player, or did Alchemy?
Color Craze raw primary killed Striker Kai in the net.
Oh my goodness. Hey, you know, nerf Octavia more, I guess, is all I'll say to that.
Alright, and slight advantage in this 4th point. And a very, very well-positioned dash punch, getting the whole recovery drone out of Twisty, which makes her very vulnerable from now on.
at least for the rest of the set, they're playing this offense very well. They're playing off each other. Alphem is kind of stopping the core and setting it up, and Color Craze just kind of running up and hitting it exactly where it needs to go, away from Luke, who definitely positioned to where he needed to be for the Julie ultimate.
And despite what we were talking about earlier with Color Craze being at risk of dying, somehow he has consistently stayed at 150 stacks for most of this set, and I think it's providing them a lot of value.
Yeah, I mean, once again, hey, we're on the caster bench. We have no clue what we're talking about. We're just yapping right now. But these players, they know exactly what they need in order to win this game. Mexicasual almost successfully putting it behind the barrier, doing a little sad boys. But it might be it for them. The tornado's getting set up, and ooh, Alphamy, even though it didn't get the kill, was able to kind of clear the core out and make it a lot easier to defend for Mexicasual. And Color Craze coming alive exactly when he needs to. And you know what? I might be talking too soon. It's looking like Color Craze might be a little dead right now. And yes, that's exactly what's going on.
We are up one flip though from the goalie. We just have to keep surviving the defense. Alphamy's hunting for a dash punch. Can't quite find one. Looks to the other side. There we go. Blood in the water for the Julie player. Now, once more, defend, and then we're in a really good spot for Jackpot. Nice try on the strike.
Absolutely. And it's looking a lot harder for Dragon Slayers, too, to defend against this. You know, Color Craze and Alphamy kind of figuring something out on the offense, and Mexicasual just kind of holding it down exactly the way he needs to. But unfortunately, the Casa Curse strikes yet again. As I was blazing the goalie, Twisty decided, no, I want this game to end. We are unfortunately not going to get our banger set 5.5 that we both desperately wanted.
But a solid effort from the side of Jackpot. I think there are definitely some moments of greatness. I think that was a really hard game to play, for the Octavia especially, because they were just able to force it towards her so much, and she was just not able to play the game that she wanted to without dying.
really important to be able to control these lanes and take over space. And we see Mary Meg as we're loading in now with the Pummeler's missile prop. Almost everyone in this game going missile prop. And we'll see a lot of very explosive KOs off of the middle as a result.
Interestingly enough, Cake's the only one who just went for the ad rush there. There's a quick double barrier for Dynasty Party. Start us off. Mirror pass up to Jack Limestone. The Blobbo is nice, but Mirror was right there to find the point. And it will be a quick one going over 2 Woe Chills to start us off here. But,
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, I think not much else to say about that point from me.
Yeah, that was a really quick one. And Mary Meg is a former Nashville player who's always been trying to get back in and doing so much damage there to ZZZ. But I think, like, if I'm Mary Meg going into this game, I want to prove that, like, this is a baby league for me. I can just stomp it. He almost won NASA playoffs last season, and we can see, like, he knows what he's doing. He's quickly getting both barriers. He's running away when he's staggered, playing safe. Just very, like, clean standard gameplay from him so far, and I'm excited to see how he continues to do throughout this game. ZZZ starting to get damaged and doing the typical thing of walking away from the core and healing. Jack Limestone dying to a stray Luna ult, and yeah, this point is symbolic of how many points in this game are gonna go, with a lot of people getting staggered.
Yeah, Jack Limestone coming back from the dead here. There's a core flip pass from Cakes to send it in. ZZZ pass up to Caramel with the barrage is going to be good for the point. ZZZ picking up a KO there as well with the boost to tie up the game 1-1 now. You can see some big explosive plays kind of come out toward the end there, but ultimately the energy economy not looking super crazy right now, with people kind of flying off the map a little bit.
Yeah, and I think this is one of those games where when things get crazy, when things get to overtime, Woe Chills is going to benefit. ZZZ finding a quick snipe on Mary Meg, which is so important because that buys so much time for them to get to that, like, advantage overtime state. Anytime when you're a team with a Juno, you're probably going to be happy in overtime. And Woe Chills is really good at making these games just very dynamic and crazy looking, and doing these, like, crazy unexpected plays that people just aren't ready for. And I think that's just kind of, like, always this team's style and how they end up winning games.
Now Cakes up in the midfield line, has to back up, give the respect to Mirror there. Jack Limestone is back, forcing it through this top corner. Has a teleporter pad in place. It will get cleared out, though, as ZZZ looking to follow up with the rocket. Blocked by the Expanse here. Caramel going to get blocked by the Supernova, but down to ZZZ. Looking for an angle on this goal. Just going to slip back just a little bit. Mirror now looking to take over. The Giga Blast from Caramel sends it back into the zone. Designator finds the clear off to Mirror The shotgun, Jack Limestone holding the out clear, is going to find the angle. And Cake's not able to get the Blobbo up there in time. Woe Chills bring it to set point.
Yeah, Dynasty Party getting that quick little goal there. You're good. But yeah, I think something I'm really interested about, because Caramel is just their sub and he's a brawler main. I think it's always really difficult to play with, like, ZZ is a very unique brawler, and making that adjustment to playing with him requires, like, usually a pretty solid midfielder, and Caramel almost popping off their really, like, solid sequence. Outplayed by Expanse, but that's kind of how Expanse works. And yeah, they have this open net. ZZZ is really close to flip, and this set's really important because there's just so many awakenings that if Vice wins the set, especially when she already has missile prop, and great goal there from Dynasty Party, able to quickly get that confirmed. But if you're a team with Vice who already has missile prop, a Drakkar who already has missile prop, there's so many awakenings like Heavy Impact or Aerials that can just kind of blow this game wide open. We don't really see any of it yet, but just like 1-2 punch or Prize Fighter on its own can definitely do a lot. And yeah, Prize Fighter going to Drakkar probably shows that they just want to get some kills, snowball the rounds, and obviously, like, there's still a lot of really good awakenings here for Woe Chills. They're able to get extra special on Luna, 1-2 punch on Juno, a Spark on Kai, so he'll be scaling later on in the game if they manage to win a set. So both teams kind of got, like, a really solid draft, and what the story of the set is going to be is does Woe Chills just start dying a lot? And that's a great start. Mary Meg already has 2 prize fighter stacks. And if they do keep on getting these kills, then they can just snowball the game, get a quick 3-0, and, you know, go move on to the next.
And there's 2 barriers down now for Woe Chills. They're off of that power play here, but they're going to pick up a KO of their own. Mirror Meg taken out. Now looking to get something on this power play. The Expanse comes out, but the Crater Maker's enough pressure. A Giga Blast from Caramel finds a second barrier. Now it's EZZ with the core. Pass up to Caramel, looking for the top side. Gets a nice bounce off the center. Caramel doesn't even need to touch it. The Woe Chills scoring first here in set 2.
Really important goal there, and the kill getting Mary Meg's prize fighter stacks down to 1 again. Now Jack Limestone has no evade, and this is kind of how Woe Chills comp can start snowballing, especially now that ZZZ has extra special and can always threaten ultimate kickoff. Really important that Caramel lives there. I would like to see him start using Evade a little more because he took a lot of damage for free and kind of only didn't die because Dynasty Party made a mistake. And against a comp like this, it's just so important to not let them get those little free kills. And yeah, the game is kind of stable. A big hill on Jack Limestone. Essentially now, like, that's half... By the time Jack Limestone is back, it's going to be already almost OT. And Woe Chills was able to get a barrier off of the power play. And that's just where you want to be, especially with 1-2 punch Juno.
Mirror Meg looking a little bit worse for wear here, but Caramel also takes some damage. The core flip, just a shot to the top. No one able to cover that. Woe Chills taking a pretty solid lead so far in this set as they look to tie the game. Now up 2-0. You have a core flip available on Asianator, but Woe Chills seems to be in pretty firm command of this set so far.
Yeah, they just keep on getting these, like, the core keeps spawning top, and Jack Limestone has no evade, so he just kind of gets melted from extra special. And a huge live there from Caramel, which, like, that changes the whole dynamic of the round. And another really important pick from ZZZ on Jack Limestone. He just keeps on getting pressured with, like, ZZZ being this, like, really good sniper who always manages to kill people. And now Asianator's getting low. This round is snowballing for Woe Chills, and winning this matters so much because they're able to get Spark of Agility. The KO on ZZZ does give Dynasty Party a way back into the set. Mary Meg already almost has Flip, and now that he has the second prize fighter stack, if they're able to get this round, the set can start snowballing, and it can start looking extremely different than how it's been looking so far.
Working for this barrier, but Mirror Meg with the core flip after the dribble. Cake's able to make the save. Now Asianator trying to get it back off of the other side of the field. Mirror Meg with the shotgun to the bottom side. What a save by Cakes. What another save by Cakes with the jump. On par, reading that bottom corner angle, but it'll be a KO onto ZZZ. Another power play here for Dynasty Party. Cakes with the Soren angle. Will avoid the Thunderstruck. It's over to Caramel with the Giga Blast to open up the goal. Now Caramel with the red core trying to work up the field, but Asianator makes the clear around, and Cakes gonna have to flip to get out of there. Caramel goes for the shot at the top, but Asianator gets the strike shot save, and this Blobbo's getting set up. They'll send it fast here in overtime, right past the Expanse. And that will be Woe Chills taking the set 3-0 there, tying it up now 1-1, and Cakes will be the MVP.
Such a vital save from Cakes, getting that goal out. Mary Meg had 3 prize fighter stacks. That could have gotten so much scarier. And now we're looking at a draft where the Juno, honestly, this is a pretty unfortunate draft order for Woe Chills because Jakar is going to be able to... Okay, he denies Spark of Rezil, which is pretty huge for them, honestly. The Atlas is forced to deny specialized training, which doesn't really give them much. And now Woe Chills gets Aerials on Kai, Orb Rep on Luna, and Vice gets Stinger, but I think Stinger is kind of a weaker awakening this patch, especially since Vice has no CDR right now. And it just, like, doesn't do as much damage as it used to. And oh, that's a really big KO. Now, this is how the last round started, and unlike last set, Mary Meg didn't get a KO. They're able to really quickly convert the goal, which matters a lot, but there's no, like, huge snowball happening yet in the set, and Jack Limestone has no evade, which matters a lot.
And that's a real quick point there for Dynasty Party. See if they're able to keep up the momentum here as Jack Limestone in a Thunderstrike in. Gets punished big for it. ZZZ picking up the KO as well. Not having that energy really coming back. Wochill's taking huge advantage of that. Now they've got a big power play. Cakes has the ad rush proc as well, and you can see pushed up this midfield line, just keeping the pressure on. They get one barrier. ZZZ is still looking for a second one. They're able to get it. The Chain Lightning actually makes it a little bit of an own barrier, but big play from Jack Limestone. Gets behind Cakes and is able to bring down a double barrier. Both sides opened up here as Jack Limestone brings it down for Mirimeg. Caramel gets in the mix though, and a pass up to ZZZ. Expanse gets used up to Caramel. The barrage to secure it. And Wochills will fire right back and tie the set.
Clean goal, and something I'm really liking from both of these teams, they're just so solid at passing to each other and like threatening when the core is in front of the enemy goalie. If it's going vertically and you just leave it there, it's just so scary and difficult to deal with. And I think like we're seeing a lot of teams just get better at Omega Strikers, and these nasty teams are getting kind of nasty with it.
Yeah, I mean they definitely are. The skill floor is raised pretty considerably, even just in the last few seasons. And now that there's this other league, it's only growing as the competition continues to rise. And right now, Caramel's holding this corner very firmly. Doesn't even need to use the flip here. The offense coming out from Dynasty Party is unrelenting. Mirimeg still has the core. Jack Limestone doing a good job in the midfield, keeping possession. We'll have to burn a core flip here, and Cakes getting up in front, but that's Caramel getting taken down. And a big power play here for Dynasty Party is Jack Limestone looking for the barrier. Mirimeg covering the bottom side, gets taken out by ZZZ on the wall. Now Cakes with the ad rush proc in the 2v2 brings down one barrier. ZZZ loses the strike with but Caramel back online just in time to make the save. The Game Boss versus the Supernova gets it around ZZZ in position for the strike war and puts Asianator in an absolute checkmate situation. Can't even get the expanse out in time, and now it's set points for Wochills.
Great sequences, and it just Mirimeg got a kill, and then he overextended a tiny bit on the edge and died to a Juno Blobbo. And it's those Deadeye Juno Blobbos that just really get people sometimes. It is so difficult to adjust to how much hit stun they're able, how much knockback they're able to do. And just it, so far the story of these last two sets has been Mirimeg gets an early kill, but then he dies to something unfortunate. And their win con when you take Prize Fighter is to start snowballing these sets and to get as much value as you can from these KOs. So I think this game hasn't snowballed in anyone's favor yet, but if Dynasty Party wants to win this, they need to like, that's a really good KO. And now hopefully Mirimeg won't die, and then they'll just kind of slowly start snowballing the set by stacking more and more damage over time.
Nice Blubbo save here from Cakes, but a lot of pressure in this bottom corner. Luckily Caramel able to get back in time to hold the defense. Core flip save here from Asianator. Giga Blast from Caramel to keep the offense going and pass down to ZZZ. It will dribble to avoid Astral Projection. Working hard to get it out of this corner. ZZZ missed the boost, but Caramel easy to grab that barrier. Now it's an open goal for the side of Dynasty Party. Open goal for both sides. See the barriers fall pretty quickly. ZZZ has a flip available and is looking to use it down here in this bottom corner. Dribble off the center. Cake's gonna have to send it back in though. Caramel versus the Expanse will get pushed back. Asianator looking for a clear. We'll find one out of the top lane, and Mirimeg able to pick up the KO, and ZZZ absolutely huge. And Caramel now with the dribble into the core flip to the top side. Use energy bursts. Caramel will take the set here, and Wochills take a pretty solid lead here in game one.
And really, like again, Mirimeg just got 3 Prize Fighter stacks, and then Wochills instantly scores after, so they can't even make value of those stacks. Now, Kaya's first pick, he's able to get his second Spark, which essentially makes that like Spark of Rezil that Mirimeg picked up last set not as vital. He's gonna probably go. Actually, he's probably gonna go Fighter Flight or Reverb or Recovery Drone, which honestly, like. How they've been losing these sets has been Mirimeg gets a Prize Fighter stack, then dies. And this is going to make Mirimeg able to keep that Prize Fighter stack for a little longer. And along with Vice getting heavy impact and explosive entrance, like this Vice has a crazy build, there's a lot of room for Dynasty Party to come back, win this set, and then like just get an even better build going into the next set. Of course, Wochills has a lot of damage, and they're very much able to score. So we'll see how this set ends up going, but I think these sets have already been like decided on these really close, small like interactions, and Dynasty Party just got so many awakenings that are gonna help them like win those tiny little interactions.
Definitely still anyone's game. Jack Limestone getting launched across the world there, looking to do the same to ZZZ. A well-placed power chord will do the trick. It's a power play for Dynasty Party. 2 flips available though for Woe Chills if they choose to use them. 3 seconds till ZZZ is back. They'll manage to stall out this power play here. Jack Limestone and Mirror Meg will not relent for now. Cakes making a nice clear all the way around the world. Picks up the barrier as well. Crater Maker coming out, but Jack Limestone will be unscathed. Caramel with the core flip in the top side. All the abilities from Aginator getting burnt to hold it down, but that's a KO onto the Vice. Now a power play here for Woe Chill. ZZZ up to Caramel with the barrage. Core flip save from Aginator. ZZZ looking for the boost to the bottom of the goal, and that one will be good. But Woe Chill's on the board first here in set 4.
A really solid goal from Woe Chills, and just a solid way to close out the set after getting that KO on Jack Limestone. I feel like Woe Chills is just playing like better as a team. There was like this earlier point in the round where Jack Limestone tried to pass to Mirror Meg, but Mirror Meg went to stuff in the Juno. And I think both were valid options, but they had to like be together on that. And because they weren't, Woe Chills was able to really easily clear the ball, have more cooldowns than they should have, and find a kill on Jack Limestone that might have not happened if they had played that offense better and gotten more cooldowns out from Woe Chills. And now Jack Limestone low with no evade again, but Mirror Meg able to find this really vital KO with his flip, and a really good confirm by Jack Limestone on that score. And now Mirror Meg has 2 prize fighter stacks, and this damage from Dynasty Party was already looking a little hard for Woe Chills to deal with once Dynasty Party was focusing it on someone, and now it's just gonna get harder. Jack Limestone no evade though, which makes him take a lot of damage, and Woe Chills like still has this way to win the round. It's just a lot harder for them.
And 1 barrier down already, and Mini Nova coming out from Jack Limestone picks up a KO on a Caramel. 2nd barrier falling here. ZZZ managing to get the core out for a little bit. Crater Maker misplay, sends it back up to Jack Limestone, who's just able to sink it to the top side. And now it's set point here for Dynasty Parties. They look to bring this one to a set 5, and they very well might be doing that.
Yeah, and I think this game gets so scary if Dynasty Party wins this set. Their builds are already looking terrifying, and honestly, I cannot remember what is left, but I know Rapid Fire is. And anyone on Dynasty Party would love that awakening. That would kind of blow the game wide open for them, especially if Vice or Jafar got it. And we're already, like, the damage is already so difficult for Woe Chills to deal with, and ZZZ mistiming that evade results in his death. He takes so much damage, and then a really great snipe from Jack Limestone with the primary. And now Mirror Meg still has 2 prize fighter stacks, but they're in a power play. And it's just a really scary spot to be in if you're Woe Chills, and the way they can get out of this round is if they can use these flips really well.
Caramel once again looking a little bit worse for wear here. The abilities just keep coming. Still gonna hold on to this core flip and try and use it before they go down, but the power chord almost takes them off the map. The Thunderstruck as well, but Mirror Meg will get the finishing blow there. And that's a huge loss for Woe Chills. 3 flips available here on the power play for Dynasty Party. Aginator burns one first, brings it to the top corner. The Supernova comes out. There's the Crater Maker, a nice evade, but the barrier remains standing as Caramel comes back online. Now it's brought down, an open goal here for Woe Chills. Aginator sending it into Mirror Meg. The power chord coming through, just able to snipe it out of Caramel's possession and find the goal. Dynasty Party will be taking this game to a set 5. Jack Limestone getting first pick here in the final draft.
Yeah, and now he can get Rapid Fire. It is worth noting, Spark of Strength is on the board for Kai. It would be his 3rd Spark. Personally, I think Vice should take Rapid Fire and then Atlas deny Spark of Strength if he has to. They don't do that, so the Juno ends up getting Rapid Fire, which I think is pretty scary. However, Atlas is going to be able to hold a little longer with Twin Drive. I do think, like, it's valid to, like, so there's a point now where Dynasty Party does so much damage that even though normally the Juno team is kind of favored in OT, as the rounds get longer, Dynasty Party is able to do so much damage that it doesn't really matter because people start dying. And I think that's a valid way to go for this draft, but an explosive start to the final round, or the final first round of the game. Weird way to say that. But anyways, really vital kill there that's going to give Wochills a lot of room to play with. And they really want to start off the set strong, because if the set starts going really long, Myriameg starts sniping some prizefighter stacks, it just gets so scary for them. Great quick goal there in 25 seconds, and also the energy economy is looking great for Wochills. They could snowball this like dramatic start to the set into a match win, even when they weren't really favored coming in.
Yeah, looking pretty good for them already. Jack Limestone doesn't really have any evade to work with at all. They'll get an early barrier here. Caramel, though, taking a lot of damage as well, but they're going to have 3 flips available here. ZZV does burn it a little bit early. So far, keeping the pressure on Dynasty Party. Core flip here from Caramel gets it down to ZZZ. Looking to attack this bottom corner. Barrage to stuff it through, but Jack Limestone makes Caramel pay for it with that KO. But a snipe from ZZZ just splitting the uprights between Asianator and Jack Limestone. A perfect shot to bring it to match point. I mean, that's one Dynasty Party I think are going to wish that they had saved.
Yeah, this matters so much. Myriameg didn't even get the prizefighter stack off of that KO that they got, and he's only at 50 stacks, and Jack Limestone dies instantly as the set starts. This set is going this was the only way Wochills could like win this game if Dynasty Party played it well, was like if they were able to win before Myriameg got all his stacks, and they're actually succeeding. They're still in a scary spot, but Caramel runs back really good, and now they're able to get the barrier with his ZZZ. Cakes has flipped right in front of their net, really clean pass over to ZZZ, and there's just such a scary offense. There's so much, like, they're rotating so well, they're using their flips, some minor mechanical mistakes, but like, that was really cute. I really enjoy Wochills' team play.
Both sides opened up here. Caramel in scoring position as Cakes with the dribbles here. The Blobbo pass trying to send it up, but Myriameg in the way, finally gets it through. ZZZ on the bottom side, gonna wait out some abilities, with a power chord is enough to pick him off. And now it's a power play for Dynasty Party. Caramel using the speed boost. Core flip here from Myriameg, almost gets it to Jack Limestone, but Cakes just barely makes the save. Now Caramel dribbling up the field, the Expanse shuts it down. As ZZZ comes back here, Crater Maker comes out. Caramel passes ZZ, boosts in the KO on the goalie to just let it slide in. And oh yeah, Wochills will be taking game 1, 3-2. I mean, that was about, I think, what we expected from these two.
Yeah, so honestly, like, on paper, I thought, especially with Myriameg subbing in, that Dynasty Party would look really strong, but it just felt like Wochills was a little bit more together as a team, and they played to their win con really well. In that last set, it felt like the only way that they could win was if they were able to, like, get these really important kills early on and then transition to confirming the goal, like, really fast, which was hard because you're against Twin Drive Monu out. But, they were able to find those KOs, and Myriameg wasn't able to get to 150 stacks. He got 2 prizefighter stacks right at the end, and it looked a lot scarier for Wochills, but they were able to, like, find this really, like, great kill with ZZZ at the last second, and then score off of it. And Wochills is just, like, this really explosive, fun-to-watch team that, like, always has these really crazy games where it feels like if they just couldn't, like, if they weren't able to successfully, like, push their, like, foot on the pedal and, like, actually get good plays at the end, they wouldn't have won. And that was how this game felt to me. They were able to pull through, and I'm really curious, because that was Dynasty Party's map pick, what AtLab is going to look like, because that's always historically, like, the map where Wochills makes a lot of upsets on.
I think they're going to have a little bit of a difficult time ultimately winning it, unless, like you said, they're able to, you know, really get those edge KOs, but something tells me that ZZZ might be having a little bit of a field day on this one.
Yeah, he always looks like this really good Atlas Lab player, and it is, like, it's 1-2 punch Juno. They have this alternate win con Dynasty Party of just making it to overtime, and then it'll be difficult for the Mako to kind of, like, cover her whole net. And already we're seeing, like, that 1-2 punch makes the core red 10 seconds into the first set of the first round. it's hard to deal with. And Caramel having a very like near-death experience there, but it's so important that he lives. Because if Merrimack gets an early KO, it's so much easier. Oh my god, great kill from ZZZ. If Merrimack gets an early kill, it's so much easier for Dynasty Party to stall out until overtime when their 1-2 punch Juno is going to be really effective. But now, they got a really nice early kill on Asianator. Merrimack's extremely low, and they were able to get the core out, which is huge. And this offense is going to matter a lot. They're able to hold it, which matters a lot. Now, like, they're in overtime. This Juno is able to send the core really fast. It's just they're never able to get the game back to a neutral state where they can use that. WoChills just kept up the pressure. ZZZ was able to save his flip. The energy economy is looking insane for WoChills. Merrimack does not have an evade. He's very close to it, so he could get damage stacked early on. Core spawn stops, so it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, it'll be a quick barrier here for WoChills off of that kickoff, but yeah, they're looking to be in a pretty good spot to start off this game. ZZZ off the black hole here. Get bounced around, just slip past the primary from Cakes. Barriers get traded. Second one falling down here to Jack Limestone, and now an open net opportunity with Merrimack having the core. We'll fall back just a little bit. The Crater Maker not finding much. Asianator sending the core back in. Caramel, a nice block. Core flip here from Asianator. Sends it back around to Cakes so as to find the clear, but Jack Limestone jumping in the bottom corner. And the snipe from across the map. We'll see Merrimack able to find the open spot here in the goal, and I'll tie it 1-1.
Yeah, 1-2 punch Finny moment, and I think that was Caramel dying. That's something that I noticed last game. Caramel will kind of sometimes not press evade when he really needs to and will greed the flip or whatever. And like everyone does that. But it's one of those things where as a midfielder, especially on a team like this, you're gonna have the core so much, you're gonna get damaged a lot. And it's really important to be willing to spend your evades to live. Merrimack getting low, really big. Unfortunately, Cakes loses the barrier to kind of air, which makes it really scary, and Jack Limestone finds the crazy Blobbo Demon angle and walks up, threatens flip, gets a really clean score, and now it's on set point, and if Dynasty Party wins the set and gets a little bit more damage awakenings, the game can get really scary. Like, WoChills is only level 3, they don't have much dagger to work with, and they can die really quick.
Merrimack has the flip available. Big damage onto Caramel. Almost finds him with the flurries, but he will manage to evade. Core flip burnt here. Merrimack will trade 2 barriers, but opens up the goal. Now Asianator just trying to stay alive and keep the core up from Merrimack to find this point here. ZZZ and Jack Limestone battling over this orb. Meanwhile, Cake sends it back into the midfield. Merrimack looking for an angle here. The Blobos come out. Jack Limestone jumping up to this top corner. Cake's able to rotate it around to the bottom side. ZZZ boosting in, able to get it past Asianator. Core flip on the goal line, drops the Crater Maker, sends Asianator all the way to the opposite goal box, where he becomes the new forward here. A dribble off the bumper, gets stuck in the snare drums, and gets launched off the map though. Merrimack dribbling up the field and a dash punch to sink it in. Crazy play here from WoChills. Or from the other side, Dynasty Party. I don't know why I keep mixing them up. Dynasty Party, but a crazy way to end that one.
Yeah, really, like, you just saw Merrimack is, like, he has played so much Juliet. That was a really clean sequence. And Caramel had this, like, moment of confusion where Asianator got sent into the middle, and Caramel, like, realized a second too late, oh, I can run into the middle. And then, because of that, sacrificed his positioning, was too late to do that, and then the point just went really poorly. However, Mako was able to get a dash training, and this set, even though it was won by WoChills, or by Dynasty Party, oh my god, now I'm confusing them, WoChills was still able to get pretty good awakenings. They have a lot of stacking awakenings, so if the set ends up going a long time, they might end up getting some stacks. And they have this win con, but oh my, Dynasty Party quickly getting 2 barriers, and like they have heavy impact 1-2 punch Juliet, a Deadeye Finny, and a Juno who might be scaling with Spark. They have a lot of win cons, but ZZZ is always able to find these like crazy KOs that buys this team so much room and space to work with.
Big Crater Maker there on a Merrimack. ZZZ almost had the damage to find the KO. not quite. As Dynasty Party looking to set up on the goal box. Mirrormeg dashing in, able to snipe the core away and sink it in. Dynasty Party going first up on the board yet again. A lot of damage getting traded out toward the end there, but ultimately Dynasty Party keeping it cool, playing the point.
Yeah, Mirrormeg risked it all on that goal. He had no health, no evade, only a dash punch and a dream, and the dream worked out. But it's really scary, like, if you're putting yourself in that spot against a team that has Prize Fighter, you can just die. And it's, like, that kind of, like, ego play, like, it cost him there, right? Where, like, he didn't use his evade, he just kind of died to ZZZ. And now ZZZ has 3 Prize Fighter sacks all of a sudden. I don't even know how he got the second. He has Flip, he gets this easy kill on Asianator, crazy. And Mirrormeg's barely able to kill him, and that's huge, but Caramel still scores.
Yeah, Mirrormeg evened it up, but Caramel saw the opportunity when the seas parted. Let's see if we'll find the goal. We're tying it up now. 1-1 as it tends to go. Dynasty Party was able to get a pretty good foothold in the later part of that last set, and we'll see if they're able to find that again. Get one earlier barrier here, but Cakes the drum and bass, cutting off that bottom side. Mirrormeg with the dash punch KO, brings out a power play here for Dynasty Party. Looking to assault this bottom side. Jack Limestone set up here as well. ZZZ winning some Strike Wars and getting the KO on Jack Limestone in the midfield. The Luna 1-2 combo. And now the power play switching over to Woe Chills. Cake sending it back in, and pressure on this barrier as it will fall down. The Crater Maker coming through. Not much as ZZZ with the 1-2 punch, dash punch again. Or I guess boost rocket again. It's another one. Now forcing this top corner. It might be inevitable that Woe Chills is going to score here. Unless Jack Limestone Asianator can hold. Nice clear from Asianator around the bottom side. That's up to ZZZ here, and the boost off of the bounce. Perfect shot. Dynasty Party. Woe Chills, my bad. I don't know why. I really don't, but yeah, they're on set point.
You're so valid. It's hard. Yeah, like Mirrormeg was able to find this really important kill on Caramel, which reset his stacks when Caramel was only 40 away from getting it. And so because of that, Dynasty Party still feels like they can win this set. But ZZZ then found this amazing KO on Jack Limestone, which got him the 3 stacks, and now he's able to threaten Asianator so hard, do so much damage and kill him. And Caramel's really close to flip, forced to burn the evade because of Mirrormeg's ult, but just quickly gets the core over to ZZZ, who hits it in on a Jack Limestone with no buttons. And hey, like, the Luna's gonna be first pick. There's still Missile Prop on the board, which is in the draft. And yeah, I mean, most likely just goes Missile Prop here, maybe Prime Time. Really scary. The Now is able to deny Spark of Brazil if she wants from Juno. She could go for Manu, that would also be valid. Finny goes for Manu, so now definitely goes Spark of Resilience. And Juno picks up Prime Time, which is a really good awakening on her. There's so many spots where she's able to save those 2 primaries, and it'll set her up for later when Rapid Fire is on the board, if she's able to get that. Mako, meanwhile, gets Stinger, which enables the Julie to get Might of the Colossus. I honestly, if I was... Oh my god, ZZ just murdered Mirrormeg. Really big early kill, gets ZZZ 2 Prize Fighter sacks to start off the set. They're able to get both barriers, and this is just like one of those games where ZZZ makes so many hero plays, gets so many crazy KOs that just shouldn't be happening, but because he's so good at it, like, there's just so much to worry about that it does happen. And Mirrormeg, still though, he comes back, he just does everything, gets both barriers, scores. We're able to see, like, both of these teams are really good at just doing what they need to do to win the game. And it's still a scary spot to be in if you are Dynasty Party, because Asianator has no evade. ZZZ is just gonna go run right over to him and start trying to kill him. Asianator dodges a very important rocket, however. And yeah, just ZZZ misses a lot of buttons, and as a result, like, that gambit that he did at the start to just run to Asianator and dump everything doesn't work out. He doesn't get anything from it. Woe Chills loses both barriers, and now they're in a pretty scary spot.
Mirrormeg with the dash punch redirect almost gets it past, but a nice save from Cakes. keep the point alive. ZZ spending the core flip early there, looking for some damage, but now Mirrormeg dribbling the core. Aginator is staggered back in that backfield, but Jack Limestone and Mirrormeg are pushing up. Caramel's got a core flip, hits the back wall, and it just bounces right back. Cakes will find a way to rotate around here, but ZZZ is Oki the goalie. However, Mirrormeg makes the trade on the midfielder. Now it's a 2v2. Jack Limestone able to maintain possession of the core here, get it back around. So far, just stalling for time. Both players come back online now. Pass up to Mirrormeg, dribbling up the field. We're looking for the dash, but Cakes right there over Jack Limestone with the red core in overtime. Able to send it past him on the rebound. And now it is set points for Dynasty Party.
Yeah, great set so far from Dynasty Party. But Wochills was able to get 3 prize fighter stacks on ZZZ. He does waste his ult at the end of the last round. So now if I'm Dynasty Party, I want to try and score this, or at least get some barriers before ZZZ has ult back up and is able to get a ton of free damage. They're even able to kill ZZZ, which is huge. Now he only has 2 prize fighter stacks, and if Dynasty Party can just finish this, get at least 2 barriers before ZZZ's back, they're not even able to get 1, unfortunately. And now Mirrormeg, no evade. ZZZ is usually so good about running into the middle in that kind of a spot and finishing Mirrormeg. Not able to do it though here, and that Dynasty Party can still win this point, but it's looking really scary. If ZZZ can get this 3rd prize fighter stack, the whole set can change, but Mirrormeg is such a clean barrier, and now is like threatening the score, but unable to do so. ZZZ gets the kill, and now as long as Wochills can get this final barrier, they are in such a good spot to like reverse sweep this set because of all these prize fighter stacks and Caramel being halfway to stack. Crazy Finny goal.
The Finny ult is a little bit too fast for Cakes to get there in time, and it will be a 1 set here for Dynasty Party. Jack Limestone. First pick once again. There's the rapid fire. Also seeing Ad Rush show up. It'd be interesting if anyone went for that. Happy Star, though, I think is going to be pretty valuable for both of these teams. Let's see where it lands.
Yeah, and I'm so surprised that Juno went Stagger Swagger. I feel like you just go rapid fire here and win the game. It's valid because Stagger Swagger obviously helps you live, but now Mako's able to get rapid fire, Luna's able to get extra special. The now kind of gets a dead away, not dead, but like not the most useful awakening. But Wochills now has so much more damage, and while Dynasty Party has Stagger, they have tools to live, and Mirrormeg has Adren Rush and has been finding KOs. I think Wochills has a way to win this game. Unfortunately, Cakes dying really early on is the exact opposite of what they needed. It's really hard now for ZZZ to like stack all the damage he wanted to stack because he has to use more buttons to help Caramel defend until Cakes is back. And we'll see how this point ends up going. Aginator got reverb, which actually makes it like so ZZZ is unable to Oki him as much and just like murder him. And yeah, like they definitely, Dynasty Party went into that draft like, hey, like we just need to stop Wochills' game plan, and it seems to be paying dividends for them. Mirrormeg gets the really clean goal, playing inside the Mako ult, almost has flip, so does Jack Limestone, and unless ZZZ is able to get one of these snowball kills, which is really hard to get because the Finny has reverb, Jack Limestone has Stagger Swagger, and Mirrormeg is just living well, it's hard to see how Wochills wins with their traditional game plan.
Here from Mirrormeg is blocked by Cakes right at the barrier. Crater Maker coming out, Mirrormeg getting bounced around quite a bit, staggered without any energy. Has to be real careful, narrowly avoids that rocket from ZZZ. But it's going to be some big energy up. But Mirrormeg managed to find the kill into Caramel, and the barrier goes down. Core flip here from Jack Limestone, screaming to the bottom corner. Cakes and ZZZ nowhere to be found. Really nice shot there from Jack Limestone, and that brings them to match point for Dynasty Party. Wochills in a bit of a rough situation. They do have some energy to work with, though, going into this final point.
Yeah, great sequence from both Mirrormeg and Jack Limestone. Mirrormeg finding that KO and then instantly just ulting Cakes and stopping him from being able to stop Jack Limestone's like cross-map shot. I feel like Dynasty Party is starting to come into their own and just like remember, hey, like this is Wo Chills. Like they're gonna look for KOs. If we just stop that from happening, it's so much harder for them to find their way into the game. And now we're seeing Dynasty Party just kind of like gapping in terms of core control and scoring. Cakes is really like in danger here. He's really low HP and close to dying. Mirimeg's just gonna sit on him and Oki him. And as long as Dynasty Party is able to get the core out, Mirimeg decides to come back and help. Mirimeg is really close to flip, and with an open net on the side of Cakes, it's going to be really difficult for him to defend this, especially now that Mirimeg got that KO and then the core just kind of randomly goes in. Great adjustments from Dynasty Party in this game, bringing the set back to 1-1, or the series back to 1-1. And I'm really curious, like, Dynasty Party kind of like was able to get this draft where they got Stagger, they got Reverb, Mirimeg just locked in a bit more and stopped dying, and as a result, the game ended up looking like a stomp. Going into Game 3, the draft might not pan out the same way, and like it felt like Asianator was also starting to outplay ZZZ a bit when ZZZ was hunting him down and trying to KO him. So I feel like I've seen Dynasty Party throughout this series kind of get a bit of a download on Wo Chills, and I'm curious, like, we know Wo Chills. They're gonna keep going for KOs. Will they be able to, like, up it to the next level and find these KOs again on Dynasty Party, or are they just gonna kind of get stomped in this upcoming game?
I think it's been a pretty tight series so far. We'll see if it stays that way or if one of these teams shows their dominance here as we get into it.
Yeah, and you had a great observation. The Finny is able to help the Now win so many midfield interactions and threaten the Kai with so much damage that it can get really scary for Caramel if he's not living. And already an explosive start to the game on this bounce house map where it's just really difficult sometimes to hold it down. Mirimeg gets a quick barrier, they get a lot of damage on Caramel, they get the second barrier, the forward duo is already level 2, and they find this kill on Caramel, and obviously, like, does this go in? Great score from Dynasty Party. There's so much damage, they kill Asianator, they kill Cakes, and just get the Gopal in. It's obviously like, okay, so Wo Chills is playing X, traditionally a scaling pick, but they still need to get some levels from this first set, or else the damage can just get so overwhelming. If Dynasty Party is able to just like really cleanly close out this set, it can get pretty scary. Asianator extremely low, but X is out of buttons. I don't think he'll have ult up anytime soon. But Caramel just runs in there with a quick barrage snipe. No one's blocking it for him. And that kill is just going to do so much for Wo Chills' ability to get XP, get levels, build up stagger, and reach the like late game scaling extreme that they really want to get to.
Yeah, now one barrier to one barrier here. Asianator able to make a nice save here with the Finny ults. Gets back around to the midfield. Mirimeg able to pick up barrier here and open up the other side of the field. There's some energy coming up for Wo Chills here they're going to have to work with. Dynasty's going to have 2 flips available as well as we head into overtime. Mirimeg with a little breakaway here, goes for the shot core flip, comes out from Caramel. Mirimeg in return to be able to flip one right into the bottom side. Dynasty Party brings it to a quick set point.
Yeah, and that round felt like it could have lasted so much longer. There were just some mistakes right at the end that resulted in a quick goal. And it's really like, so Red Team has all this XP, Dynasty Party has all this XP, they're getting a lot of kills. Wo Chills isn't really getting many levels. And if they're able to get some really big KO awakenings from this upcoming draft, which they're really on like route to get to. Oh, huge kill. But Jack Limestone able to snipe the core flip and win the set, and now Zentaro, pretty sure he hit level 4. Yeah, he did. He's going to end up being first pick. And if he gets heavy impact, if he gets explosive entrance, yeah, he's probably going to end up going for the heavy impact. It'll increase his damage output by a ton. And Astra, already hovering Monumentalist, is going to deny that from now, but that opens her up to go Stagger Swagger, and if she does, but I like this decision, Woe Chills doesn't really have any tools to start living. All they can really do is outplay Dynasty Party and start killing them. But Finny denies the specialized training from X, so he's not able to do that. He gets Spark of Strength, and I think Woe Chills could start winning the next set, but this set looks really hard when you're dealing with rapid fire heavy impact Taro and your X is still level 2 and he's just already dying. Now he's gonna try and punch Asianator to get some evade, to get some health back up, but as long as Asianator doesn't mess up, ZZZ should just die like he did. And now both barriers are down for Woe Chills, and they're just gonna be able to, even if they don't score from this power play, they're gonna start doing some damage to Caramel, getting his evade down, and it's just gonna be really difficult for Woe Chills to find their way back into this point.
And now the pressure on here as Zenold in this bottom corner. Jack Limestone with the Strike War is able to win it and get it through. Dynasty Party continuing to just continuously score, just keeping the pressure up all the time. And like you mentioned, ZZZ is just falling further and further behind. Mirmeg's level 5. ZZZ still hasn't hit level 3. Just isn't able to get the damage that he's looking for consistently enough on Asianator. Gets some right there, but Asianator's just going to be able to walk away and avoid it for a little bit. Picking up the center orb here is going to help. Core Flip comes out, though, defensively. That'll clear the core out, but Asianator looking a bit worse for wear. ZZZ goes for the flip. Doesn't get the KO. Looking for the barrier. Can't get it around the triple take, though. And Asianator with the last of the evade won't be able to stay alive and should be able to heal back up to a comfortable spot. Some nice healing coming out from Jack Limestone as well. Now ZZZ basically just has to start all over. They pick up one barrier, though, but the pressure finally kicking back in. Kai able to finish him off with that barrage, but both barriers getting traded for either team. Power play here is for Woe Chills as Cakes rotates it around. ZZZ patiently waiting. Asianator respawning just in time, though, for the defense. Pops the Finny ults to send it back across the map where Mirmeg can take over. Cleared out in the center here by Caramel. ZZZ looking to bull rush up into the X-Maximus. It'll steal it away and put Woe Chills onto the board.
Yeah, and so I don't think ZZZ should be able to just stand on top of these people and just start hitting them. I think if I was Dynasty Party, I'd want to see some more awareness of what ZZZ is trying to do. Let your goalie come out, let Jack Limestone play a little bit of defense since he has the evades and Asianator doesn't. But instead we're seeing they're just able to... Woe Chills is really good about getting these evades out and keeping up the pressure and then using that pressure to then score. And if they win this set, the X has Spark of Strength, the Kai has Fight or Flight, there's Prime Time up, there's every Spark up. There's so many good awakenings that could just turn this game into a Woe Chills dominant game. Because X is just one of those stat check characters that can get out of control really quickly.
Yeah, we're seeing it right here. ZZZ is pretty much fully committed to just spending most of his time just fighting Asianator, and there's a quick KO after the ability dump the Stinger plus Siphoning one, just hitting really hard at this point as well with that spark of strength there. Mirmeg will be able to even it up for just a bit as the power play shifts over to the side of Dynasty Party. The Finny ult to bring down the second barrier. Now ZZZ trying to buy some time. The card's going to snipe it away. Mirmeg looking for the bottom side, but Cakes makes a save just in time. Caramel with the core able to sneak it past the triple take here. Jack Limestone getting back in the mix. Here on the defense, has the flip available, but ZZZ right back to just punching Asianator. Has the flip available. Going to use it for damage, but wants the core as well. It would be nice. So we head into overtime here. Finny ult to rotate back around. Core flip from Jack Limestone, though, picks up the KO instead. A perfect pass to Mirmeg. Puts Cakes in the 50-50. The shot will be good to tie it up. 2-2 here on set point. Dynasty Party 1 point away from potentially making this a sweep, and that would kill quite a lot of momentum.
Yeah, it's really important for Dynasty Party to win this set. They're able to, if they do, they cut out a lot of scaling potential for Woe Chills. And I think we see ZZZ kind of just defaulting right now to AFKing on Asianator. And when it works really well. But sometimes, Caramel just takes so much damage as a result of it, and it gets really difficult for them to, hold down the midfield. But Mary Meg really low, Asianator dead. The core gets past Jack Limestone, and ZZZ just shoots it in. Woe Chills wins this set. I think ZZZ is going to be first pick because he started out the set at such a low XP value. And now, Spark of Agility is up. There is Reverb, and Recovery Drone, which matters a lot because Reverb is going to get them some stagger, Recovery Drone is going to let them live like one additional time. And in a game like this, where Woe Chills is looking to just snowball as much as possible, that one death can really impact a lot. And now picks up Extra Special, which is going to let her ulti a lot more. That does allow Cakes to get some more size, which is going to make it a lot harder for the Zentaro to find his way around the Asher. And Woe Chills is going to hopefully like have the rounds go a little longer for them, which will let them get a lot more damage out. Asianator burns an evade there on nothing and then is forced to defend his net instead of... He could have used the evade to run onto the orb and get that. Instead he didn't. And now he's just really low in a lot of danger. But Mary Meg on the other side of the field is just kind of gapping Cakes inside of his own net, gets both barriers, and they're in a really scary spot. If Dynasty Party is able to score, the game looks really good for them. If they're not, ZZ is probably going to kill Asianator and get the barriers and score. So this round is going to change so much of how like the rest of the set ends up going.
Yeah, on a little bit of a timer right now. Cakes pushing up just a little bit to allow Caramel a bit of breathing room, but ZZZ just pushing Asianator off the barrier allows Caramel to bring that down pretty much for free, and Asianator now off the map. Sets up a huge power play here for Woe Chills. On the top side, a pass down to Caramel. The barrage, a core flip here from Jack Limestone, stalls it out and baits the strike. Able to make a nice clear, and Asianator will come back online, but once again, the whole process now restarts for ZZZ, as no one has yet to score, but now ZZZ with the core. Perhaps an opportunity, though. Asianator able to rotate around and have another chance here up to the top, but a nice save from Asianator. Once again getting pummeled in the goal box. Core flip here. Caramel gets hit with the Zen ult, though. It's a power play for Dynasty Party, but doesn't even need it. Mirameg's just going to handle business. Nice dash through Cakes. We'll put the first point up for Dynasty Party, and they have weathered the storm on a pretty long .1 there.
Yeah, great awareness from Dynasty Party. Caramel struck the core up, barraged it, did everything he could to get flip. It was really obvious that he was going to try and use that flip to make a miracle pass to ZZZ and let him score. Mary Meg instantly rotates up, hits Caramel with everything, kills him. Jack Limestone rotates back a bit, gives him more space to just cover the flip. And what could have been a really scary round for Dynasty Party ends up being a win for them. And now, like, they have room to work with in this set. Really great Giga, though, from Caramel. Gets an earlier kill on Asianator than Dynasty Party would have wanted. And now they're just able to snowball this round. Mirameg, hero save, but he's still low. He's one hit away from dying. And yeah, Caramel finds it with the barrage, and they should be able to clean this up. They get the goal. Caramel's close to flip. Now this set can go anyone's way. Like, we're basically back to square one. Like, we're on Bounce House, which is gonna usually be a harder map for Finny to defend on. And that could honestly just be like the deciding factor on who ends up winning this set. This round roll, where because they rolled this Bounce House map, they're able to just get so much more pressure out. They're able to get more resources. ZZZ baits out Asianator's evade with that just stray punch and then just goes to town on him, gets the kill. And all Woe Chills needs to do is get the core out one more time before Asianator's back, and they should score.
And then the favorable bounce there off of that top side will do just that. Caramel credited with that one to bring it to set point here for Woe Chills. They continue on and they're going to come back in this game a little bit here. I felt like Dynasty Party had a... Or not Dynasty Party. I felt like Woe Chills has a pretty solid threshold at this point, despite it being pretty close early on. And we'll see if they continue to increase that threshold. Dynasty Party are able to bring it back a little bit here. Mirameg doing God's work, bringing down both barriers. Now the core flip gets hit with the path splitter, though. Jack Limestone forced to recover. Aginator doing what he can to help out, but getting staggered and launched all the way across the map here. Core flip from Cakes sends it wild, where ZZZ gonna have a feast against the barriers with no goalie to stop him. And Caramel coming in at the last second to help get the goal as well. Blazing on past, and be another set win here for Woe Chills as they go up 2-1 in this game.
Yeah, such a big set win. Primetime shows up. It's important. Like 1-2 Punch also showed up, which is great because it gives Dynasty Party. If Kai takes Primetime, which I think he probably should, honestly, yeah, it lets Centauro get 1-2 Punch, which will increase his damage by a lot. Asher gets Twin Drive, and her secondary lets her like also have damage resistance and everything, so that's pretty good for her. Like, Woe Chills has tools to live the damage that Dynasty Party just picked up. Now is forced to deny a Gen Rush because they're just so afraid of ZZZ like getting that and stacking it up. But that just lets ZZZ get Might of the Colossus, and Caramel had Among Titans. There's still Size Awakenings left, and Dynasty Party is just dying. They can't handle this damage. They're not using their evades at the right timings. They're not just getting enough damage averted. And
Oh my god.
Hero saves from Mary Meg, able to make the round last longer.
Yeah, Mirameg just put on a defensive performance there. The Zentaro in the net, holding it down 1v3, and picks up a KO here. If they ever bring this point back, it might be insane. Mirameg, though, has opened up the goal and has a flip available. Goes over on the bottom line. Cakes with the block, though. And it's sent back out to midfield. Caramel, though, getting staggered and forced away. Jack Limestone looking to recover, but a Giga Blast, a momentary lapse and a hesitation there from Jack Limestone, who was moving toward the core, but then went back for the midfield expecting the pass, and just allowed Caramel to Giga Blast past it to himself and steal that point away after a crazy performance there by Mirameg. It's a crazy way for that point to end.
Yeah, that was a hero play from Caramel. Just like Mirameg had his own hero play that kind of got cut short by Astro just pressing every button on the core flip. Caramel has his own, and now Woe Chills is just like, they only need 2 points to win this game, and Asiator has no health. It's looking really scary for Dynasty Party. Mirameg, like, we're seeing him do so much damage. Like, look, that ult did almost half of Caramel's HP. So, I need Caramel to press the evade button instead of greeting his flip. Dies because he doesn't do that. Yeah, like, Dynasty Party can still win this game, but if Caramel starts pressing evade, it gets a lot more difficult for Dynasty Party to find their way back into this. ZZZ has flip. There's no evade on Mirameg or Asianator. I'd like to see ZZZ like hit Mirameg once, but I mean, it's working if he just keeps on hitting Asianator, I guess. So that's fine. Yeah, I think Woe Chills is getting a little too like focused on this like kill Asianator win con, and Mirameg has a good enough build to just kind of like destroy the Asher in these 1v1s. So it just depends on how long Asianator can live with the way that Woe Chills is playing, and if Mirameg can break down either Cake's defense or kill Caramel.
Speaking of killing Caramel, looking pretty staggered. Mirameg picks it up, and with the core flip, able to send it right in. Now Dynasty Party suddenly bringing it to set point here, putting Woe Chills in a little bit of a predicament if they don't lock in and pull it together here to close this game out. It could give Dynasty Party the window that they need to make something happen. ZZZ taking a lot of damage, getting bounced around. The Zen ult from Mirameg will finish him off, and just like that, ZZZ blinked out of existence almost as Dynasty Party just unloaded all their abilities onto him. Caramel doing what he can here to buy as much time as possible. Mirameg bringing it up for Jack Limestone. ZZZ just now respawning, but the barrier will fall. Nice strike war win. Bring Prophet one barrier. Cake sending it back up to the top side, but Jack Limestone pushing up here as well. And eaten up by the goo, but another KO coming out from Dynasty Party. They got the power play here. Or flip from Cakes. It gets stalled out, trying to force it past Mirameg, but Jack Limestone just sends it right back in. A brilliant save from Cakes. And just barely able to make it out of that one alive. As, I was going to say Caramel respawns, but then instantly gets taken off the map yet again. Another power play here for Dynasty Party. ZZZ trying to even the playing field, but some big healing here from Jack Limestone. The slice and dice from Mirameg will be enough to force it through. Dynasty Party have managed to hold out, and they'll be bringing this game to a set 5.
Yeah, really scary. So I still think it is potentially really scary for Dynasty Party because like we see both Sparks in this draft, and they're gonna have to deny that from ZZZ. They deny Rizzo with the Zentaro, which good choice. Zentaro has reverb. He's gonna also get some more CDR and be able to kill easier. The Finny denies Spark of Focus, which yeah, you kind of have to do that against this X. But Kai gets Deadeye, which is gonna do a lot of damage. The X gets Prize Fighter, and Asher gets Big Fish. So now Asher's gonna probably die a lot less into Mirameg, and also defend a lot easier because he's just so much bigger. And what Woe Chills is looking for is for ZZZ to get one of these quick early kills on Asianator, and get the Prize Fighter going. Whereas Dynasty Party, they're just trying to use the advantage that they're getting from ZZZ being so focused on killing Asianator, from Caramel also like sometimes running up to try and help kill Asianator, to get barriers and get a goal. Caramel, Evade does not last long enough to get the orb there. He needed to run back. Unfortunately, Mirameg knew that the Evade was running out, presses secondary on top of him, and now like they're just in this really scary spot. Cakes is really low, and somehow the goal doesn't go in. Yeah, there's a lot happening.
Yeah, it somehow snuck right past that arrow there. But Cakes pretty hurt, has the flip, uses it there to stay alive. Brings out the pass splitter. I think a necessary sacrifice there, but getting hit, stunned, almost doesn't make the save, but just in time, they'll pick up the KO onto Mirameg as well in the scuffle. Come out on top of the core flip here. Gets banked off the side a little bit too high, and the power play now for Woe Chills in effect as they're trying to get the core up the field, though Jack Limestone doing a good job holding the line. Now with a possible shot on top, gonna bank it off the top once again. Gets to Mirameg, can't find an angle though. Set back around to Asianator here, sending it back up from Mirameg to try something, and pass to Jack Limestone, who goes speeding past Caramels to beat him to the point. And sends it right in. Dynasty Party striking first in set 5. They've got a little bit of the energy to work with, as Asianator will have a flip available. We'll see this is, oh, I mean, Cakes moving out of the way a little bit there for that first barrier.
Yeah, and so really important goal there from Dynasty Party, because ZZZ has 2 Prize Fighter stacks. He's starting to scale inside of the set, and it gets really scary if he gets to the 3rd. It just is this damage breakpoint that Woe Chills is looking for. But until they get there, Dynasty Party does so much damage. Caramel is constantly low, and wow, huge hit off of the bounce house, but they're not able to confirm the barrier off of it. Caramel is getting lower and lower. He really needs to evade something. Evade's a little late, but it ends up working out. He evades the ult and doesn't die, very important. Mirameg lifts the shot, but Jack Limestone with the flip, able to get it past Caramel, who was getting stagger pressured a lot. And now ZZZ also used his flip, doesn't have it, and going into this map, Dynasty Party, they're on match point, they're on series point. It's really scary if you're Woe Chills, but if they're able to stop this bleeding, if they're able to get 1 kill on ZZZ, the entire set could reverse in an instant.
ZZZ struggling to get out of the goop a little bit here. Getting back into position though, Mirameg right there to pick up the KO. Lobs the core across the map, brings down the first barrier. Caramel speeding up the map though, looking to try and even it up and buy a little bit of time for ZZZ to come back. He'll be able to do just that, holding on to 1 barrier here. Cakes does have a flip available, but a big defensive stand, a Giga Blast here from Caramel. Finds the midfielder, and Jack Limestone is gone. Another power play here for Woe Chills, but a lot of damage in that back line. See if they're able to make something happen here. ZZZ shot at the barrier. Caramel able to follow up and bring it down, opening up that goal. All too crucial point here for Woe Chills. A nice save from Asianator. Healed back up, and the core going soaring right past him here off that shot from Cakes. Able to get it going just fast enough to find the red core off of that bank, and not a lot they could have done about that. Woe Chills bring it on the board, and they'll stay in this one.
Yeah, and ZZZ still not at 3 prizefighter stacks, but was able to get one back after he died. Jack Limestone really low, unable to get an orb, doesn't have ult. ZZZ unfortunately misses his flip for damage, but all this pressure on Jack Limestone allows them to just quickly get this barrier without Jack Limestone's assistance in net. Asianator uses Strike, Caramel sees the opportunity like a shark in the water, strikes it at Asianator, barrages, gets the goal in. They're on match point now, and Miriameg has flip, but so does Cakes. It's really anyone's game.
Really any point going any possible way here at set 5.5 of game 3. Cakes not able to connect the dash though. Will lose one barrier. Core flip here from Miriameg. Doesn't get the barrier, but gets Cakes flip out as ZZZ just starting to punch everyone, looking for this KO on Asianator. Is going to be able to find it in the back of his own goal box. Miriameg though evening the score with a KO onto Caramel. Now it's a 2v2 yet again. Seemingly the 100th time in this game. Miriameg with the core working up the field. Cakes able to sneak it past. As both dead players will be respawning. A Giga Blast here from Caramel blocked by the strike shot. Still 2 barriers up for Dynasty Party as Center Orb has respawned. ZZZ able to bring down one here. Taking a lot of damage for it though, getting bounced all around. Cakes able to secure the orb here. ZZZ barely alive. Has to use the core flip. Will be able to stay alive for just a bit longer now. Bounced around quite a bit, not able to regen Miriameg. Able to lock him in the combo. And start the power play here for Dynasty Party. Asianator sending it in, but the speed from these midfielders looking to match. Core flip from Miriameg. Trying to send it through. Will be successful, and that opens up the goal. Now pass up to Jack Limestone right to the top side. And Dynasty Party hold on, weather the storm, and make the comeback happen all the way through game 3. And they will be taking the series off of that one. Wow. Crazy series.
Yeah, that was really close. Great awareness there on the part of Dynasty Party to just... There was one barrier on both sides. ZZZ had no evade. They had the time to just get the kill, get the prizefighter stack down, and then use the power play to get the score. We see Miriameg 61,000 damage, same as the X. They both had these really insane builds. And Dynasty Party was just... Asianator was able to live just long enough. Jack Limestone was able to live just long enough. Like, if anyone on Dynasty Party died like a little bit earlier, it would have looked like a WoChills win. But they're able to weather the storm, like you said, and clutch it out. And it's like, you look at the goalie stats, right? Like, Asianator had 51 saves in 146 redirects. He wasn't playing the game. He was just playing against ZZZ, trying to live. And that's just kind of what WoChills games end up looking like. They put so much pressure on whichever person they end up choosing inside of the map. And Dynasty Party, if I'm Dynasty Party, I'm going into that game and I want a more decisive victory, but they're able to still show a level of adaptation and ability to play to the enemy's win cons, particularly in that last game where they just kind of completely shut WoChills out after one like really good draft. And I think like this is a really competitive Nasty League, and as a week 1 match, this was just really exciting to see from two teams that, at least to me, like, I thought Dynasty Party was favored on paper, but WoChills brought it so close, and that was really hype.
Yeah, a really close series there, to be sure. Always love a good comeback there. It's crazy that all 3 games as well, we got like a pretty good damage start. And they're able to, both teams play pretty well into it on either side. But that is all from us, and that is all for this week 1 series here. Dynasty Party coming out on top in a very tight game 3 series against WoChills. But with that, I believe we'll be signing off.
説明のつかない感情難しい言葉などいらないと気づいたんだ茜に染まった過去と今を癒す手段は修練な炎と心とも魂を燃やせ尽きない命と共に奴を道連れに最高のショータイムこの世の終わりが不死の呪いどちらかが勝利を収めるこの炎は消えない
Just looking at it, one thing I'm looking at here is this Dubu pick, Nicki Minaj with the Adrenaline Rush. This is something that has been practiced, actually, knowing a little bit about them, and I'm interested to see what will go off. Flambeau on one of his signature picks here on the Juno as well, so very standard from the rest of the Handless Dogs. So going into it here, though, you see Flambeau already getting an advantage, and that's the Dubu that we kind of know and love there in the offense. So right now it is going back and forth, but runs through here. This twin drive pick, I think, going to be very strong here to deal with at the Atlas.
Oh, definitely. And I mean, as we're getting into it already, we're going to see that first goal. And I think this side of Handless Dogs has some really fun opportunities with their characters. Like Weston and Nicki Minaj and Mr. Flambeau can all kind of run around the map, and with their creations and kind of their awakenings, I'd imagine it's going to be pretty easy for them to kind of run all over the other side. However, on the other hand, we do have a relatively typical comp coming out from Furret here, so I could definitely see them performing some shenanigans on their side too.
For sure, I think that especially against this Asher, there might be some abuse there with the hit stun. I think that Rasmus, potentially something that could tear open any goalie, given enough time, definitely has the tools for it. And speaking of tearing goalies apart, good death touch from Overgrown Lemon lets an easy goal for Ripstick go through 1-1 here in the first set.
Yeah, that was a really good team play from the side of Sarum, from the side of Furret. And I mean, now we're kind of seeing where this side of Furret is going to shine, because they're able to just, if Overgrown Lemon has some abilities up, or if Angle Senpai are able to stun or kind of prevent Weston from defending those, Asher goalie, if she's not able to be in the same spot as the core, it's going to be pretty difficult for you to defend the core, such as how we saw that barrier go down there. Overgrown Lemon was able to just kind of pass it around, and Weston was a sitting duck with Asher, who doesn't have all that much great movement.
Agreed. No mobility right now, definitely being felt here by Weston, but the double flip comes through just to get the extra sauce going. Even though you're down in energy, you're going to be up in points. Nicki Minaj taking the goal here on for Dubu.
Yeah, I mean that forward Dubu is gonna be going pretty strong. It's not a very common pick to see, especially in a league such as this. But I think if you play it correctly, you can win. Because like Dubu, mainly a goalie character, but already we've seen that Dubu take a couple characters off the map. And I think, yeah, Nicki Minallen does have that adrenaline rush, so if they are able to catch a sneaky little secondary on the side of Ripstick, or on the side of Furret, they might be able to get something going with that, like they did earlier in the game.
Yeah, right now we do see Firewall Sentry coming through, Weston winning the strike war against Overgrown Lemon. The Tofu Fortress comes out, doesn't find the KO, and that's immediately going to cost Handless Dogs the point. Overgrown Lemon, a great strike, taking advantage of that slow mobility here. That the strike shot, if it's not up, Weston's not really able to cover the full net, so if that happens, that will be a dire situation for the Dogs here.
Yeah, definitely. But, I mean, so far, they do have a flip up on Weston, so as we saw in the first point, maybe they'll be able to get kind of a reverse on Furret and maybe get something going here. But already we're seeing a 0.5, and I think these Awakenings going into the next set could be pretty useful, so I think it's pretty important to see who is going to kind of on top in this set, take that first bar for their name. And I mean, already the barrier is going to be going down for Furret, but they do have 2 flips up, so we'll see what they can do with those.
One flip going to be used here on the defense. Ripstick equipped to deal with that situation. Slime comes through, doesn't get the goal. Now flip comes out from Angle Sensei, or Senpai, just to get the core forward here. Now Weston electing to use his flip. Nicki Minallen, the last person with flip, elects to use it right there, and oof. Right through, threads the needle. Angle Senpai, unfortunately, doesn't have the clear, probably as a result of Ripstick's secondary. Which means that a close set goes the way of the Handless Dogs. Nicki Minallen pick the litter, and well, there's something interesting here, maybe.
Oh yeah, I mean, first of all, we do get the triple spark pickup. So somebody's going to be left with 1 spark and then only 1 more spark on the board. However, to begin with, we are going to see a Stagger Swagger on Nicki Minallen's Dubu. That's something that Dubu really needs, and that's speed, because right now he's not really able to get much speed going, but I think with that it could be pretty useful. On the other side, we do see Ripstick pick up Rapid Fire, which could be nice and handy for just saving the core. That primary is super fun. And also we're going to see a stacks on stacks pickup for Overgrown Lemon 5. So a lot of speed in that draft, but also we are going to see some that singular spark going down to Weston as well. And Mr. Flambo's getting some more damage with that stinger.
See, I'm definitely looking at that Rapid Fire. I think definitely going to be a bit of an issue to get through, especially if that prime time comes through for Ripstick. That's going to be a 5 ability Atlas. Right now, Nicki Minallen playing some corner offense, almost taken off the map there by the glitch pot from Angle Senpai. But Flambo now picking up some of that slack after a near-death experience from his brawler. Clear comes through topside, Nicki Minallen there to intercept, pops that black hole, but no issue. Stagger Swagger will be there to clean that up. Weston now on the top side, Path Splitter comes through, burns the flip from Angle Senpai, and Dubu giveth. We'll see if Dubu take it later, but for now, Flambo finds himself with possession. Angle Senpai there in the midfield, but taking a lot of damage. Potentially an adrenaline proc rush for Nicki Minallen here. Not at the right angle though. Flip comes through and boom, right into the top side. The creation there from Atlas, unfortunately not able to stop the core. The Handless Dogs find themselves advantage here on set number 2.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, Angle Senpai was covering that position very well until, of course, they got staggered by Nicki Minallen and forced to move away from that potential defensive situation. And unfortunately, Atlas, Ripstick doesn't have Strike Shot either, so wasn't quite able to cover too much of an area in that goal, which ultimately led to that first point taken for the side of Handless Dogs. But I mean, we're seeing 2 flips on the, or 3 flips up on the board. Ripstick just using his. So I mean, I could see the Handless Dogs making a bit of an offensive and getting their second point here, but I mean, it's up to Ripstick and this Atlas to kind of keep it away, keep this defense going.
And a good defense right now, right? Nicki Minallen, that's basically a second goalie right there, especially with that flip. Now, one going to be used here by Weston. Flambo there to catch the clear. A flip comes through by Nicki Minallen to get a KO. First adrenaline rush proc. Tofu Fortress comes it through, gets the second barrier. Strike doesn't come out though, as Ripstick and Overgrown Lemon now tasked in the 2v3 defense here in the power play. Overtime comes through, 1v1 situation goes the way of Overgrown Lemon, now an open net for both teams. Zangle Senpai, no! Strikes it right into the Blobbo, as ChatGPT types out a goal and uses many end dashes while doing it. 2-0 Handless Dogs.
Oh yeah, really good play from Mr. Flambeau from the side of Handless Dogs, but ultimately that did come down to that little AI taking that point. So 1 point on the board for the AI, and we're gonna see if Mr. Flambeau is able to get that next goal. But right now we are seeing some pretty even offense. Ripstick does have that flip up though, so it could prove pretty useful. I mean, but right now though, we're seeing so much damage put onto Overgrown Lemon without really much damaging characters on the board.
Yeah, agreed. And open it now for the Handless Dogs. That being said, a flip here for Flambeau. Gets that final barrier. Overgrown Lemon, an ambitious shot, but actually makes it work. An amazing pull there on the flip side. Winning so many 1v1 interactions so far this game. Actually, incredibly impressed with their performance. It feels like Weston's on a defense, melee goalie, something that's been incredibly powerful so far in this meta. But despite that, it really feels like Overgrown Lemon is finding as many opportunities as he needs. And with a power play now, this is just going to only get better. A flip up here for Angle Senpai. Nikki Middleton not at a flip herself. Tries to go for a somersault KO, but not going to find anything. Now Angle Senpai electing to use the flip here. The Death Touch not finding the correct moment right now. But no matter, the flip gets it open net. And boom! An amazing pendulum swing. Gets through Weston before he gets that flip. 2-2 here on set number 2.
Yeah, I mean, Overgrown Lemon doesn't need... I mean, it has gotten such a powerful opportunity and keeps just pushing it right through Weston, even on that Asher goalie. And I mean, that's the second time right there that we've just seen Overgrown Lemon take matters into their own hands. But, I mean, it might not be enough as... Oh my gosh, very good offensive side from Handless Dogs. But, on the other side, Overgrown Lemon takes that 1v1 and is able to win it to open up both barriers for the side of Dogs. Now barriers open. And that's going to be the set for the side of Handless Dogs. But I mean, it's been a 0.5 both times, so we're going to see what's going to happen with these next Awakenings, and we might be looking forward to another 0.5 here in the next set.
Yeah, and I'm looking at this prime time. It's not going to follow the Atlas, but it'd be incredibly powerful. It did. And you mentioned 3 sparks coming down, which means that it's gonna be bad for Weston, but if your last pick on the second draft and the spark is there, you're kind of chilling. You're gonna get something good no matter what. And yeah, there you go. Primetime gonna be denied away from the Atlas, and there's actually not too much otherwise to take. Yeah, just elect to do the deny instead, which opens up some interesting dynamics here. The 1-2 punch here from Weston, I think, gonna be a bit interesting. Does have a bit of core speed now under his belt, which I think could prove a little disastrous here for the IME in the midfield should it come to pass. Right now, we'll see what happens as Overgrown Lemon, been performing so wonderful, so great right now, and we'll see if he's be able to keep that up.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Overgrown Lemon has been playing super well and also got that explosive entrance, so we're going to see how well that works out. But, I mean, on the defensive side as well, we are seeing a very good save from Ripstick to keep it away. And I mean, Ripstick has been doing a great job. I think they just haven't been able to quite defend against some of those offensive from Dog. But on the other side, I mean, Weston is also going to lose that barrier. So it's both barriers down for the side of Dog. And now it's just up to the side of Furret to get that core past him.
And it'll be up to Overgrown Lemon, who, just as I say it, just kicks it in very casually, gets that rebound off the bottom corner, and it's been looking rough, narrowly losing it on 2 sets here for the side of Furret, but they'll still keep going right now. They'll still keep trudging along now up on this set. All cooldowns down here from Nikki Middleton. Does get 1 barrier for her troubles, though. We'll see now. Will Overgrown Lemon be able to make it back? Not quite sure. 1 barrier does go down. Angle Senpai with the flip sends it right into the slimes. Unfortunately, the pendulum swing not going to make it either. It's Ripstick, good clear downward. Now open space to play with. A back pass though, going to get intercepted by Mr. Flambeau. Firewall Sentry against the slime there. Little AI versus AI battle. as Overgrown Lemon now face another situation, 2v3. Nikki Midland electing to use her evade here, but Stagger Swagger might be able to come through. Gonna find herself staggered right now. Overgrown Lemon looking to find the kill. Whiplash gonna be evaded through. As Weston now playing a little bit more aggressive here with the flip. Flambeau trying to do something here with this 2v1 situation, but not gonna be found. Overgrown Lemon here in the corner yet again. Not Rasmus's strong suit, but something that Overgrown Lemon has been able to work with so far as we go back into a bit of a lull here in neutral.
Yeah, but right as you're saying that, we're going to see that Death Touch able to pull Weston out, like it out of position, as it has been happening so often, thanks to Overgrown Lemon and just very effective use of that. But on the other side, we're also going to see that barrier go down. So now, both teams have open barriers. Overgrown Lemon has been very, very strong in these 1v1 situations, and as we're gonna see right there, Mr. Overgrown Lemon 5 is able to just push it right through Mr. Flambeau and Weston. Weston just not able to make it all the way up to the top of the goal line in time, and I mean, Overgrown Lemon uses that explosive engine speed to just get it right through Weston, and now we are gonna be able to see Furret up 2-0 in the set, and they could be looking to start their potential reverse sweep here.
Yeah, and speaking of just speed, right? This is a stacks on the Rasmus, not even fully stacked, right? And if you are going to make this comeback here on the set, you're going to have to find a KO at this Rasmus at one point, or else you're going to find yourself in a lot of situations where the speed is just going to make him ungovernable. An amazing flip from Overgrown Lemon there. A bit of a misclear into the Firewall Sentry is going to be managed, though, by the forward duo of the Handless Dogs. But unfortunately, hey, Brawler in the net, you can only do so much. As right now, after two heartbreaking losses earlier, finally a set goes the way of Furret. We'll see what they get here in draft.
Yeah, I mean, those first two sets were super close, both 0.5s, and now we're seeing Furret just come right in, and they won that set 3-0. So now, hopefully, we're gonna see Aimi Angle Senpai get rewarded with that Super Surge. And I mean, that's going to be proven pretty useful. Weston is able to pick up some size with that recovery drone. Never going to complain about that, especially on a character like Asher. However, we're going to see that heavy impact, which means that that Overgrown Lemon, who has had such a dominating performance so far in this game, is going to have more cooldowns, more damage, and more pressure ultimately onto Weston and the defensive side of Handless Dogs. So we could see how useful this draft ends up being. But honestly, I'm seeing some super good picks from the side of Furret, and I mean, it could prove super strong here as we are getting into this fourth set.
Yeah, you know, I'm told that I talk about Awakenings too much, but I just want to take a second to recognize this build that Nikki Midland has achieved on Dubu of the Unbugged, the Unbugged Titans Prime Time, a Tread Rush Stagger Swagger, which is like the most not build I think I've ever seen, but clearly she's making it work here, finding one KO. Second might be soon to follow, but Overgrown Lemon, the boys angle coming through. As Angle Senpai almost taken out by the Tofu Fortress right here. Overgrown Lemon has to play his life. This leaves Angle Senpai in a 1v2 situation, or picked up though for the Brawler Furret, which means potentially another opportunity here, but unfortunately a bit of a non-reaction from Ripstick. Unfortunately gonna let one through, but hey, you know, you're a melee goalie, sometimes you just fall asleep at the wheel. We get it, we've been there.
Yeah, I mean, Ripstick I think was also stuck in that animation for the primary, and they did buffer that strike, but it unfortunately didn't come out in time. What did come out in time though is Angle Senpai and Overgrown Lemon, both with their secondaries up, Whiplash and Cyber Swipe respectively, able to open up the barrier and also open up Mr. Flambeau's life, as now we see what was a power play turned bad, and I mean, we're gonna see both barriers down, both goals open here for both teams.
Yeah, Angle Senpai finds themselves with possession of the core. Good glitch pop into Cyber Swipe combo, gets the hit stun that he needs here. 1-1 in the set, tied up here between Furret and Handless Dogs.
Yeah, and I mean, what we're gonna have to see, I mean, we want to see Handless Dogs really want to close this out, but at the same time, Furret is definitely not out of it yet, and I mean, they're playing really well, but they just have to be able to convert on some of these power plays, and I think they're trying to do that now with Overgrown Lemon having that flip up. Angle Senpai also has that flip up, so I think it might be time for them to use those flips, take flight a little bit, and hopefully get something going if they want to win this set.
Yeah, and finally, 1 KO going the way here of Furret, Overgrown Lemon, trying to play this corner offense here with a flip, but gonna be stuffed out by both the Juno and the Asher. A huge wall here coming through. Finds the power play here, though, and now Angle Senpai gonna be blocked out by the Tofu Fortress. Nikki Middle into somersault, so scary. Every cooldown burned here in the defense on the side of Furret. And they keep the defense going. Firewall Sentry's going to be here. Glitch Pop comes through as well, but there's really no cooldowns to find any sort of scoring opportunity unless it goes into the hands of Overgrown Lemon. Easier said than done, however, as Angle Senpai going to find themselves covered by 2 forwards here from the Handless Dogs. Mr. Flambo now getting some core speed here in the Juno in overtime. A bit scared right now, but it is in the hand of Overgrown Lemon. Strike Shot going to deny any sort of offense from happening, though. Primary comes through from Ripstick, Nikki Minolin now trying to find possession of the core. Gets a strike forward, almost gets a cheeky little goal here on the top side, but gonna be stopped. Mr. Flambo, perfect dribble. Gets it through Ripstick's secondary. Aesop can never.
I mean, yeah, really good, really strong weight from Mr. Flambo there. Was able to call out Ripstick's expanse and was able to open up that net. And now Handless Dogs are 1 point away from taking this first game for themselves, which could be really useful here. And I mean, now they're looking really strong as no flips on the side of Furret. And I mean, Weston feeling a bit comfortable moving up with that flip, but it's all up to right now is very good offense from the side of Dogs, but not quite able to close it out for the time being. And we're seeing Overgrown Lemon looking staggered.
Yeah, Angle Senpai here with a flip. Gets it right through. Reaction check here on Weston. Now another 0.5 here in set number 4. I think no. The one set that Furret won was 3-0. But other than that, every set has been a 0.5, and every single 0.5 set has gone the way of Handless Dogs. We'll see what they could do here. One quick goalie barrier going the way of the Handless Dogs. Weston on the defense, loses one, has to defend the second one with his life here. As now Nikki Middlin tries to somersault forward, but it's going to be cleared away into the hands of Angle Senpai. Again, Nikki Middlin trying to desperately win some interactions, get the Atlas. A boys angle comes through in order to protect the goal of Furret. Angle Senpai now in a 1v1 situation against Nikki Middlin. Cyber Glitch Pop comes through, doesn't find anything. Firewall Sentry comes through, finally gets it into the hands of Overgrown Lemon, who now elects to use flip. Blocked away here by the Juno, though. A cheeky Cyber or Glitch Pop comes through, not able to get that final goalie barrier, though, and now things are looking dire here for Furret. The flip comes through, defended away by Atlas, but unfortunately it goes down. Glitch Pop again comes through, clear topside flip for Angle Senpai comes through, but it's not clear yet. The black hole gets popped, sends it right back into the goal net of Furret here. As now we enter overtime. Flip whiffed here by Mr. Flambo. Finally, the goalie barrier goes down. It's an open net, but Nikki Ninolin delivers here, uses the core speed of overtime to her advantage, sends it to the bottom side of the net, and even though it was looking a little scary there for a second, the Handless Dogs pull through.
Yeah, I mean, consistency is king, and what we've consistently seen is that every set that goes to 0.5, the Handless Dogs have been able to close out and take for themselves. And I mean, we saw it once, twice, and then they did lose that third set, but they took that fourth set with, once again, that 0.5 win. And I mean, that's what you're going to be looking for if you are Handless Dogs. I mean, I think all three of them played super well, and they were able to close that out in a lot of really close points, a lot of close sets. However, on the other side, I would like to point out Overgrown Lemon 5 was playing like a god, was consistently getting it through Weston in many of those cases, but I mean, ultimately, we did see Handless Dogs take that first game, and now they're up 1-0 in the series.
Yeah, 1-0. Yeah, and I think Weston, incredibly tough time, right, against the Aimi with Super Surge as well as Overgrown Lemon with all that speed. It was really impossible to cross clear, and I think if I am the Asher, I am looking to keep it in the corner, keep it close, and keep it claustrophobic where I am strongest. But even then, it was pretty difficult because Ripstick with those momentum boots were able to also help out in those corner offenses, and I think it just made it really hard for Weston to really option select what clear he was going to do or really make the right clear in a lot of situations. And yeah, props to Overgrown Lemon and to Angle Senpai. Honestly, the entirety of Ferret, right? I think they played an absolutely stellar offense, and I think that's how they're going to win here in game number 2, should they keep that momentum going. But we'll see. I don't know how this is going to work, but we're going to cut to a quick break. Ooh, I'm disappearing. Bye. I know that Cardsmith Ref is here. He's in the voice call right now, so I think he's going to be cracking a spot. But this is their map. This is the dog. It's Dog Temple down in ISS. But we'll see if it's Dog Temple here in Nasty, where things are a little bit tougher. Spark of Agility cast to last start, and it's going to be 1 cast to last for Mr. Flambeau, Spark of Agility for everyone else. And honestly, at a Spark start, I'd be picking Sparks no matter what, honestly.
I mean, fair enough. And I mean, last game they were nowhere to be found, but here they are looking to be very prevalent in this game. But already we are seeing some pretty interesting things happening. We got Ripstick on this Asher, we got Weston on this Atlas. We're gonna see these characters on for these teams that both teams really love to see, and I mean both teams love Taiko Temple, so it's kind of a favorite map versus favorite map here for both of these teams, and I'm looking forward to how this game's gonna play out.
Yeah, for sure. And right now, after that, a little bit of a comedic double barrier into not double barrier from Mr. Flambeau. It is going to be slightly advantaged now in open net for the side of the Handless Dogs. Nicky Middleton now trying to buy a little bit of time for Flambeau to get into position. Shrink Break comes out, and good hit. Means that now it's going to be an open net for both teams. X Maximus comes through, doesn't find the strike that Nicky Middleton wants. An excellent bounce off of Taiko Temple, called out and responded with. The drum comes through, and this time the beat goes the way of the Handless Dogs.
Yeah, I mean, really good plays from both teams. We saw that early offense from the side of Ferret, and they were able to knock down both barriers. But I mean, Mr. Flambeau, Weston, and Nick Minolan were able to just slowly dismantle those defensive barriers and ultimately get that goal. But I mean, they got to get that consistently, because I mean, if they can take this first set, it's really a spark on spark game. Whoever gets that first spark is going to be looking to be in a very comfortable spot. So we're going to see if Nicky Milan, Weston, and Mr. Flambeau on the Handless Dogs are able to consistently get these goals going. And I mean, if they can get them down, then they might be looking at a pretty comfortable game.
Yeah, notably, you don't want Mr. Flambeau to be getting MVP, because on a full Stark Spark, if the one person in the game is not getting the spark, that's just going to be super unfortunate. But with Nicky Middleton getting the KO and this barrier, XP is going to go her way here, which means that should this set end very quickly, it might be preferable here to the Handless Dogs. Excellent bounce from Nicky Middleton there. Almost calls out Ripstick, but eventually she gets it, the core speed on the bell ring. Now a second point goes the way of Handless Dogs, and looking at that XP, that's exactly what you want for your brawler to be right there in that head. They have a lot of XP. They're going to get MVP.
Yeah, definitely. And if Nicky is able to close out this third goal as well, I think they're going to be pretty comfortably looking at a Ferret, Nicky Middleton MVP. But oh no! The flip going into the glitch pop and Angle Senpai excellently saving the double. And I mean, this is not really what you want to see here if you are a fan of Ferret. Ferret just trying to close out these goals, but we've seen a failed double barrier for both of these teams, but ultimately it's been Dogs able to close it out. And I mean, now they're the ones with that barrier up. They're the ones looking to maybe get this first set already with the 3-0.
Yeah, Bellringer almost takes Angle Senpai right off. Nicky Middleton just getting the core forward, sending it into the hands of Ripstick. But oh my gosh, the speed from the Flutterfly giving Nicky Middleton the advantage there in the strike. We're able to take it against Overgrown Lemon, and this is perfect. Let's hope some sparks are up for Nicky Middleton to take advantage of, and there is a single spark going the way of X. That's exactly what you like to see. Notably though, that is a rapid fire or prime time to the Asher, which I think could potentially be disastrous should Ripstick get some more cooldown to go with it.
Yeah, definitely. So we're gonna see the big spark pickup for that side of Handless Dogs, but yeah, as you said, that rapid fire could be really, really useful here. However, we are going to see more than just that rapid fire for the side of Furret. We're going to see Glass Cannon, always going to love a bit more speed and more damage on that Aimi, and also a Super Surge on Overgrown Lemon's 5's Zentaro, which Zentaro, a big lover of that dash range, especially with an Awakening such as Super Surge or Explosive Entrance. You're going to see a whole lot more things that Zentaro can do, so could be pretty useful here. And I mean, I'm just seeing that Primetime and that Timeless Creator, both pretty good Awakenings for Weston and Mr. Flambeau, but I think definitely Furret might have won this draft, even with that spark going down to Nikki.
Yeah, I gotta probably agree with that. I mean, some very just big individual pickups, especially if that does snowball into a secondary or into a set taken. But as of right now, it is going to be a power play going the way of Handless Dogs. Mr. Flambeau getting the core upfield here in the power play, has a flip to work with as well to get through this Asher. So now, Nicky Millen again with possession of the core. Gonna elect to use the last few seconds of the power play just to recuperate and get some HP back instead. Overgrown Lemon, though, now in a 1v1 situation. X Maximus comes through, gonna be swinging away by Overgrown Lemon. Flip comes out, gonna be actually called out by Overgrown Lemon. Right now, Pass Splitter comes through. Nicky Millen has a flip if it's needed here on the defense. Elects to just get it out the traditional way instead. Flip comes through, a bit awkward here, which means that we're gonna be going back and forth here in the neutral game for a little bit, but eventually it goes the way here of the Handless Dogs. Now Angle Senpai now getting the Firewall Sentry through. Nicky Millen has a flip here in the 1v1. This is a little bit scary should the Strike War be won, and boom, excellent setup by Mr. Flambeau right into the Bull Rush. 1 point here for the Handless Dogs.
Yeah, I mean, some really good teamwork we saw there. Great pass from Mr. Flambeau, great second air from Nicky Millen, and now they're looking very comfortable on this map in this game. I mean, they haven't lost a goal yet, so they're just looking very strong, and it's going to be up to the side of Furret to get something going. But as I'm saying that, Angle Senpai getting taken off the map, Repsig losing that first barrier, but I mean, we're seeing such a powerful offensive play, such powerful offensive players coming out from the side of Handless Dogs. I mean, they are looking very comfortable so far in this game.
Absolutely agreed. And right now, as Overgrown Lemon forced to lick their wounds here, actually gets a lot of work done, but Weston able to crucially defend where it matters. Now Overgrown Lemon finds themselves here, no staggered, no health, no food, no shelter. As Weston here on the defense loses a strike or wins a strike war here against Angle Senpai. Flip comes through just to stall a bit of time for Overgrown Lemon to live. On the flip side, actually a reverse KO found here, which means that it's going to be a power play for Furret here. Firewall Sentry comes through. Overgrown Lemon takes the strike war, and all of a sudden a reversal of fortunes gives the momentum over to Furret.
Yeah, Nicky was getting a little bloodthirsty there, and Ripsick got a really good call out to take Nicky Millen off the board. And I mean, they just took that, went swinging, and were able to get it through past the fence. And I mean, now we are seeing Nicky Millen back up on the board. So I think if the side of Furret is able to get a power play such as we saw there, they can do some really good stuff. But I mean, right now, they're able to defend it, keep it away from their net so far, and they're actively attacking this side of the Handless Dogs.
This Tornado looking a little bit dangerous. Mr. Flambeau almost losing his life there in the corner offense, but gets a goalie barrier for his troubles. Trying to win a 1v2 situation. That's going to be hard. It's just a measly error versus an Asher and an Aimi. As now the defense has to come through. Ripstick Primary comes through here on the midfield to defend the core. Overgrown Lemon tries to intercept, not going to find anything. Flip comes through from Nicky Millen just preemptively to save her life. Oni's Blade comes through, not much to find though in this situation. It's now a bit of a lull here as we enter overtime.
Yeah, but I mean, if the side of Handless Dogs is able to take, as I'm saying that, they're able to take Overgrown Lemon off the map, they're going to be able to get a lot of stuff going, and we already see the barrier go down. Overgrown Lemon is off the board still for another 2 seconds. But unfortunately for the side of Handless Dogs, they are going to lose that power play, and ultimately they're going to lose their first barrier. So it's going to up to see Ripstick and Angle Senpai with that open net. Ripstick doesn't have a strike shot or anything to keep the core away, so kind of a sitting duck in this defensive line. But that's going to be up to Mr. Flambeau and Nicky Millen to get something going. get this core into a spot where Ripstick isn't able to do anything.
Yeah, very scary situation there for Ripstick and Angle Senpai to be in. They do get the clear going though, but Nikki Midland now, Bull Rush comes through to hunt down, doesn't get the goal, again defended away. Asher Primary coming in clutch here. NATO finds a KO, but Overgrown Lemon on the other side. Flip comes through, a 50-50. Weston has to predict it, and he does! An amazing sword angle clear to keep the core in play, and now it's looking a little bit difficult here. The Primary comes through, almost has enough core speed to actually get it through Weston, but now the power play ends as soon as it begins. Firewall Sentry comes through. X Maximus is here to win anything here in the midfield. Mr. Flambeau passes it up, goes to the Tornado. Flip not able to be intercepted by Nikki Mindlin. Flip now comes through, reaction check going through Angle Senpai, and that was a quick back and forth, but Handless Dogs are victorious.
Yeah, definitely. We're going to see Handless Dogs taking their second point in this set. Now they are on that set point, but I mean, we saw some shines of hope coming out for the side of Furret earlier on in that point, and I mean, that's what we're going to be seeing, looking forward to, is they get both barriers down for the side of Handless Dogs, and I mean, they're able to defend it away for the time being. Oh, that's an Overgrown Lemon 5, whose Wi-Fi seems to have overgrown and been too much for the game to handle.
Unlucky here. They do have to play out the point, as is NAS precedent. But we'll see how the defense comes through. It's been held before. It could be held again. Mr. Flavor, it does seem like they are being a little bit honorable here. The honorable dogs. They may not have hands, but they certainly are nothing but chivalrous. So, as the play comes through, though, Overgrown Lemon going to come through. The Monumentalist Atlas, a little bit difficult to get through. As a bit of an awkward situation here. Nikki Mindlin, X Maximus comes through. Oh my gosh, the Primary of Ripstick not actually catching it. And despite all of their honor, they're still able to take it victoriously. W Handless Dogs, to be quite honest.
Yeah, I mean, Handless Dogs just wanted to see the fear in the eyes of Furret as they let Overgrown Lemon get back in, but ultimately just kind of forced that goal back in anyways. And no spark here as a reward for Nikki Midland getting that MVP for the second time. However, we're going to see a reverb if Handless Dogs lose this next set and they're able to get some stagger steal, and that could be useful. However, we are going to see also a lot more speed, that stagger swagger and those stacks on stacks for Weston and Mr. Flambeau respectively. So that's going to be more speed, never going to complain about that. And then Ripstick might be able to get some of these kills, but I think ultimately Angle Senpai with that explosive entrance and Overgrown Lemon with that stinger might not be nearly as good as what the side of Handless Dogs have been able to pick up.
Yeah, notably though, not even the KO factor of the Asher here, just that 1 second cooldown on the Primary with Rapid Fire is actually going to be quite significant, I think, here in those defenses. So Ripstick actually it's going to feel a lot harder to get through Ripstick, which might be the difference that Furret need in order to mount a comeback. They've been here before and they've started to scrap their way out of it, and they might just again if given the opportunity.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, those extra cooldowns are going to make Ripstick with that Asher a little more dangerous, as we're going to see there with that shield beam going to be able to save it away. And the flip coming out for Angle Senpai was able to lock that goal in the bag. And I mean, yeah, we saw it in the last game. They lost the first 2 sets and they took the third one. So we could see something similar here from Furret in this game, but instead of the last game's results, I think they're looking to just close out the game, win, rather than get that set 4 loss like they did earlier.
Yeah. Even if they do need to win now too, because even though there is a third spark scaling for Nikki Mindlin, they're not going to be MVP, right? If they get MVP, they've won the game. So with that reverberation as well, it's like building for a spark of resilience that is just not going to be there, right? And even though they get the goal now, right, they are pressured to close out the set. This is an Era X comp, though. That being said, like, this Era X will scale no matter what, but with the build that Nikki Mindlin is going, it could still go places, but it's not gonna, the key Exodia piece is gone, so to speak, right? So there is some opportunities here for it, but it is gonna be an uphill battle regardless.
Yeah, definitely, but we're gonna see here if Angle Senpai, Ripstick, and Overgrown Lemon are able to get something going and kind of score these goals, but as I say that, Angle Senpai getting taken off the map, Nikki Midland, Weston, and Mr. Flambeau all pushing up trying to get something going here as Ripstick is forced to use that flip, and now it's up to the side of Furret to kind of get something going, even with that power play wasted.
Yeah, KO comes through against Overgrown Lemon now. Angle Senpai in a 1v3 situation. Might have to play for his life in just a second. This Tornado looking to fish for KO. Not going to find any, though. It's now Nicki looking to build space here with that X Maximus. Not going to find too much value outside of the damage. Bellringer comes through as well. One more opportunity now for the Handless Dogs. They're able to get it now in overtime here. Bull Rush, unfortunately, not going to find its target, which means that Overgrown Lemon potentially an opportunity. No secondary going to stop any sort of play before it happens. And now Shrink comes through. The core speed going to be very fast here. The drum very scary to deal with. And Weston, a good primary with the Atlas, gets the goalie goal. And that's 1 point away from Handless Dogs taking their first series of the season.
Yeah, I mean, Weston showing his appreciation for that drum, getting it straight in between that turret from Angle Senpai and Ripstick's lack of a strike. But, I mean, now they're going to be losing their first barrier, and they're going to be... Oh, yeah, they lose their second barrier, too, here, to that flip from Angle Senpai. So now they have that power play in terms of the barriers, and, I mean, it's up to them to close it out, maybe get something going here, even with those great plays that we saw earlier in the press point.
Yeah, good flip from Overgrown Lemon. Tried and true 50-50 shot going the way here for it. 1 point, hey, we've been here before. Getting a little bit of deja vu, but hey, if I am remembering correctly, each of these sets have gone the way of Handless Dogs. So if you are Furret and you do want to win the series and it ain't looking good right now, you're going to want to break the mold starting right here, right now. Nicki Middleton has possession here in this corner offense, dribbling it forward. Flambeau there to back up. Flip comes through, doesn't hit the gore, but gets a hit stun that you need. Weston here playing so aggressive. 1 KO found. Bellringer comes through, 2 KOs found. And now Ripstick's in a 1v3 situation. Critical Strike Whirlwind comes through. The Asher primary able to get what she needs. That's still a defense going through. Ripstick is going absolutely crazy right now. Overgrown Lemon back in the play. Can Furret win this off the absolutely amazing defense here of Furret? It's going to be a bit hard, though. Overgrown Lemon comes through. There's a flip here on Weston, which means it's going to be so hard to get through this Atlas, but that is not impossible. Overgrown Lemon now with possession of the core. Good clearing here from Weston, preventing any sort of offense from mounting whatsoever. X Maximus finally finds what Nicki Middleton needs. They get 1 barrier in return, but now we are in overtime. Beam not able to find the core, but this is a flip right in front of the net. Bull Rush comes through, but good spacing by Ripstick to prevent anything from happening. Overgrown Lemon able to get it. Ripstick needs to hold in this situation, though, in order to give Overgrown Lemon one more opportunity. This is a 1v1 situation, but Angle Senpai with a steel chair able to get the interception here on the defense with core flip means, though, that this is going to be a little bit scary here. Mr. Flambeau dribbling out forward. Weston, as flip, is going to be very safe, but Ripstick now with a flip of his own has the opportunity. Oni's blade is here. The flip parry doesn't come through, but Angle Senpai able to keep possession of the core. Incredibly hard to get through this Aimi here for right now. Flip comes through. Glitch Pop doesn't find the target, but the core is marched forward. Overgrown Lemon going topside to potentially get the clear, but it's only going to find him KO'd by Angle Senpai. An amazing play from Ripstick, an amazing play from Angle Senpai to keep the core going forward, and Handless Dogs do not win every every point 5 of a set, and for it to keep their playoff dreams, or not their playoff dreams, their series dreams alive.
Oh my gosh. Yeah. That was a crazy point here. And we are going to see that Spark Resilience picked up for this poor Ripstick. We're going to see 2 Sparks now on that Asher, who now, as you said earlier, is going to have that opportunity for more scaling. If Ripstick is able to win this next point with MVP, that is a free Spark for Ripstick here. But we are also going to see that extra special on Angle Senpai, that Happy Star, and also Overgrown Lemon 5 getting that built different. Bit more size, bit more cooldowns for the side of Furret, and I mean, you're never really going to complain about that. I mean, honestly, some really good drafting here from the side of Furret, and they won that last set in a very close last point, and I mean, they're looking to just take this one now as soon as they can.
Yeah, Ripstick playing aggressive, feeling great right now. Unfortunately, a little bit of overconfidence, which means that one barrier, two barriers are now going to go down. Overgrown Lemon on the other side trying to respond in kind, but not able to find anything. Engel Senpai barely living after that whiff strike shot from Weston. Nicki Minolin watching like a hawk for any sort of crack in the armor by Ripstick, but none is going to be found. Weston, unfortunately, not able to defend that last barrier. Flip whiffs from Nicki Minolin, which now means this is a dangerous spot here for the side of the Handless Dogs. Overgrown Lemon trying to find something here with the Oni's Blade. Nothing to be found. Glitch Pop as well. Doesn't come through, but the Strike Ward does. As now Weston actually caught out by Engel Senpai's Cyber Swipe, and a point goes the way for their feeling momentum.
Yeah, Engel Senpai has been super good with these Cyber Swipes, closing out that last set and closing out this first point for themselves as well. And now, I mean, we're going to be very close going, but ultimately, Furret is up. They really love this map. They're playing it very effectively, and I mean, we're gonna see hopefully if they can maybe turn something around. But ooh, really good double barrier from Nicki Minolin is going to maybe crush some of their hopes for that. And now, open barrier.
Yeah, open barrier. Flip doesn't come through for Mr. Flambeau, but that's just going to be a flip for Flip here from the midfielders of both teams. Possession still the way of Handless Dogs, but an immediate dog pile from Overgrown Lemon and Engel Senpai. Only briefly saved by Weston's revive. One barrier now going down, but the offense not over yet. The Stinger actually good at pressure Mr. Flambeau a little bit. So now corner offense comes through for Furret. Ooh, a bit of a harsh NATO there, but the defense is still going to be made. Oh no, this is a tough situation. Nicki Minolin finds the gap in the armor, but they're not able to find the goal. Oh, but the core speed! Okay, I spoke a bit too soon. Nicki Minolin finds two gaps in the armor back to back, and that's going to be a point here for the Handless Dogs.
Yeah, that overtime pop, setting that red core going flying past for its defenses, as Ripstick not quite fast enough to reach that. But I mean, now it's 1-1 in this set, and I would like to point out, Mr. Flambeau does have those full stacks on stacks now. So we're gonna see a midfielder era that is going to be flying with that Castellast and those full sparks or full stacks as well. So that's gonna be really useful here. But it might not matter if Overgrown Lemon not quite able to get that barrier open.
Yeah, and something to note as well is Overgrown Lemon pressuring. I just hit tab, and if you're looking at this era build, this is prime time. Heavy impact stacks, Castellast era. This is a nasty primary. I've talked about this with Hook Resets. He thinks that heavy impacts is as good. And amazing gold, by the way. Just sit above, by the way. I'm sorry, I did the thing where I talked about Awakenings too much because I love Awakenings. I love Awakenings. But this is a prime type heavy impact. Hook Resets thinks that heavy impact, if you're playing with it correctly, is as good, if not better, than Rapid Fire because of the cooldown refunds that you could get with it. So that's a bit dastardly. Overgrown Lemon and I think Engel Senpai gotta find themselves shrunk a lot. I think that's gonna make it very hard to find a comeback. But right now, you don't need a shrink if you just get goalie barriers here. It's Overgrown Lemon in a 1v1 situation. Weston, though, comes out on top. No! Overgrown Lemon rewrites the script on that one. And now, Nicki Minolin with the flip. The Bull Rush comes through. Every flip comes through, but it goes the way of the Handless Dog. And hey, we've been here before. I sound like a broken record, but again, we find ourselves 0.5 this set.
Yeah, it's 0.5 once again, but as we saw in the last one, we did see Engel Senpai able to close it out with the Cyber Swipe. So rather than the first game where Handless Dogs were winning all these, we could maybe be seeing a Furret able to close out this set here in the 0.5. But right now, Overgrown Lemon is going to have to stay alive, is able to pick up that orb. But I mean, so much damage is coming out, so much scaling pressure. And as you said, that Era has such a strong build, is able to help out their team so very much as this game's going on.
I thought that was a double barrier. That would have been insane, but the play is not done yet. The corner offense is going the way of the Handless Dogs. Engel Senpai gonna be damaged, gonna be knocked around, but Ripstick still holds. The Glitch Pop comes through just to keep himself alive. Weston now on the defense. Secondary comes through, but Overgrown Lemon, maybe one more opportunity. No, elects to play it safe and walk away, regenerate their health. Now all three members of the Handless Dogs here are going to hole up on defense. Another situation here in overtime that we've seen before. Goalie barrier comes down. Nicki Minolin dribbling it off
the goal or the drum, but no, not able to get that final strike. Or the flip is here though. The reaction check doesn't even need to be made. The bull rush is going to be the thing that takes it in the end. The Handless Dogs, even though it was an almost amazing comeback from Furret, unfortunately the Dogs are out. They're here, they're woofing, and they are bargained their way to the first series win in Season 6.
Yeah, I mean, Nick Van Allen did a really, really good job just pushing that course straight through. But, I mean, as we saw in the last game, the side of Furret did a really, really good job defending and offending as well. I think both teams were really, really strong, but ultimately it was some of those just crucial mistakes from both sides that ended up losing their sets, losing their points. And I think ultimately we are going to see the Handless Dogs come out on top in that set 4 once again. And I mean they got 3 of the 4 of those set 5 or 0.5 wins there. Yeah. So I mean, consistency is key, and both these teams had some really, really, really strong plays. We saw Ripstick with that, I think, with that really, really strong 1v3 with that 13 seconds pretty much just of that constant pressure from Handless Dogs, and they didn't lose that barrier. But I mean, ultimately it does come down to there were just a few goals that came screaming by. Ripstick didn't have that strike shot either, which means that while strike shot definitely is not 100% necessary, it makes things a whole lot harder to defend when you're by yourself in that net. So I mean, really good plays from both sides, but ultimately we were able to see the Handless Dogs close that one out.
Yeah, this is just week 1. Just week 1, we're already getting some exciting games. I think that especially NASA, but especially NASA, but including Nasty, I think the lower leagues have never been as close as they were before. It really feels like even the bottom of the power rankings can take games off of the top of the power rankings, and we'll see how the regular season turns out. We've got a long season of Omega Strikers coming up, but for now, me and Patat will be heading on out. We'll be transitioning over into the next game of the stream. I don't know how it's going to work, but we're going into our next game. But listen, Patat, you have anything to say?
I do not know.
I'll be honest, I haven't even read through all of it, but the Atlas change particularly seems very, very interesting. In this game, I don't know if there's anything super big. There's the Finny nerf, so Scandals will have triple take a little bit less. But otherwise, I'm not super sure what's going on with the extra patch already.
Yeah, one big thing though to note is that era primary change means that we're not too sure what era tech exists just quite yet, but it's noticeably faster. It's got half the cast time, which makes it a quicker cast time than an Estelle Beam, I believe. So there's a lot going on here, and on the other side as well, one thing that I think Pudash does have advantaged here is he plays the Dubu incredibly well. Dubu, the melee goalie that really escaped a lot of the nerfs that happened here, so still an incredibly powerful pick, especially in the right hands. And already we've got an open net here for Chikara Eclipse. Wolfmang now forced to burn Evade here, the Finny damage, something that is going to have to be respected this entire game, especially with that Adrenaline Rush. As right now, both teams really struggling to move the core forward too much. One goalie barrier goes down here in the favor of Chikara Eclipse. Pudash now with a flip has some options to work with here, as Cliff now here on the defense. Good strike shot forces out that flip from Scandals. As Wolfmang now fully rotated on the defense. Flip from Pudash going to be blocked away, and Zonseki now going to capitalize on it with now a flip of his own. Shot is made, going to be blocked away by Pudash, but another flip here for Chikara Eclipse is going to come soon. Cragley now electing to use flip midfield, blocked away by Wolfmang and Cliff. So now the strike war goes the way of Pudash. Low energy for pretty much every single member in the game except Wolfmang. Strike shot assisted offense coming through here. Cross clear not going to be made now. And again, we've got a little bit more of a lull here as Taiko Drum almost takes a goal in and of itself. Cliff now back and forth here with Cragley. Wolfmang now has to find something here in the midfield. Doesn't find anything. Good reaction from Scandals, but a better one to save the goal here from Pudash. Zonseki trying to dribble the core forward. Instantly going to be stomped out here, though, with the Tofu Fortress. And again, corner offense trying to be set up here by the side of Chikara, or not Chikara Eclipse, well, Chikara Eclipse and Pudad and Sons, but no one really finding any sort of purchase just quite yet. This is going to be a very long first point, but it's not going to end. As right now, okay, it's finally over. It's finally over. I keep thinking it's going to be scored, and then it doesn't, so I talk for ages, but finally 1 point goes away. Yeah.
Yeah, that you said right loading in that Pudad and Sons did not actually qualify. They seemed like an underdog, but that point they really didn't feel like it. That felt like an insanely close point, and Pudash immediately is able to take out Zonseki, and one barrier goes down on the side of Chikara Eclipse, and Cliff is doing such a good job in midfield with this era, putting the pressure on. That beam change really is noticeable. The passing back and forth, Pudash is up here too, but maybe that's a mistake. Throws down the Dubu wall, but doesn't actually get it. Cragley's able to respawn, and suddenly we're almost back to neutral, but Pudash has this flip, forces out Scandals as well, can't quite get it, but still, this one barrier for Pudad and Sons, and 50 seconds into the point.
Yeah, and it's an open net again, a familiar situation. Wolfmang not able to get the strike war too, and with this strike shot whiff, it's going to be a little bit hard to actually get this defense going. Yeah, Cragley able to take advantage of the strike shot being down, but Wolfmang now rotating on the defense again. Opportunity to go through, amazing strike shot again comes through from Pudad. Awkward Taiko bounce means that the defense has to continue. But Chikara Eclipse now finally find themselves potentially on the defense here. X Maximus not going to find the value that Zonseki wants. What weird Taiko bounce again comes through, but now Cliff and Wolfmang finally get an opportunity to play offense, but it's immediately going to be taken away. Good clear from Scandals here. It's Cragley again trying to find possession of the core. Wolfmang goes forward, but its core is going to go around him yet again. Zonseki also trying to find some sort of advantage here. Wolfmang in the 1v1 gets it with the Oni's Blade. 4 speed of overtime, a little bit too quick to react to. 1-1 here.
Speed of overtime was a little tough to react to, but Cragley's pop went in there, and I think altered the trajectory at the very last moment. Really unfortunate there for the side of Chikara Eclipse. But what's not unfortunate is getting this barrier early 2 flips here, though, on the side of Pudan and Sons, and they will get a barrier with it, but maybe not what they wanted, maybe not the best flips here in the world, but you know what? It happens, and they can still recover and know, well, I mean, unless Zanseki does that, then it's a little easier for Chikara Eclipse to take another point.
I mean, I predict the future. I'm predicting 4 to 8 ABAM messages right now in the chat. ABAM, all brawlers might be things other than beautiful right now, I will say, but we'll continue. We'll march forward. Wolfmang now looking to make up for lost points here. Good primary forward, blows out the flip. Strike shot's gonna whiff, which means Pudash now has to use the Summer Assault. Gonna lose a barrier nonetheless, but finally does get the clear at least. Wolfmang with a primary forward. The hit stun comes through, but the X Maximus prevents any sort of offense from actually continuing. Arenado comes through. Good pressure here. Pudash is here, though. It sounds like the goalie's looking for a little bit of action. Wolfmang dribble, stopped away by the glitch pop. Pass up by Pudash now. Trying to find any sort of advantage here, helping his forwards here with the offense. But again, now all 3 members of Pudan and Sons going to be hanging back on the defense. One, though, not by choice. Wolfmang here with a stagger. Going to find himself all places of the map right now. As again, the corner offense going to be set up. 1 goalie barrier goes down. Now an open net here. Wolfmang still fighting for his life in this situation, but a good strike war here by Cliff means that a little bit of pressure is gone. X Maximus still swinging away, half HP here for Pudash. Bellringer comes through. The big finish also comes through, but unfortunately not the value that you want. Now buys a little bit of time here for Cliff to stall out. Wolfmang comes through, but doesn't matter. Zanseki with a strike war ends the set. And set number 1 goes the way of Chikara Eclipse.
A lot of the XP bars were really close too. I'm interested to see what this Finny gets. Already with that ad rush here, we do have Reptile Remedy, and that's just going to get denied away. Not letting anyone else combo that with the bulk up, making sure that your damage is going to stick. I totally get that choice from Scandals, but it does mean that team player goes over to Pudash. And that extra speed might really be the key to these points. It seems like they're going quite long, and that super speed in overtime with team player and that might be the huge factor that lets Pudan and Sons come back.
Yeah, absolutely agreed. Aimi, a character that notoriously is hard or bad against car speed. Hey, all good. Debu giveth, Debu taketh, and right now Zanseki looking to take both goalie barriers. Wolfmang, though, here now forward in a 1v1 situation. Zanseki, though, fully rotated on the defense here, able to help out, but loses a goalie barrier nonetheless. Strike shot comes through. Team player not quite having the speed it needs yet. Gonna have to wait for overtime for that to happen. So now Zanseki's Super Surge range gives him that extra oomph in order to get the core past Cliff. Very low on stagger here. Primary comes out, but that's an adrenaline rush proc potentially if things go a little bit too bad for Cliff. A good NATO actually almost catches Zanseki out, but before that's even done, the goal's gonna be made on the other side by Kragley.
I'll admit it, I was looking at the NATO. I didn't think that was going in. Great job over there. I was just staring at that NATO, and then I realized that this era has extra special. So there's a lot of scaling that's really possible here for both teams, but I don't know. I feel like the big scaling... Never mind. Oh my god, I was about to say the big scaling tools feel like there was Pudan and Sons, but then Cliff and Wolfmang got blown up. Kragley has almost an entire flip here. Pudash forced to burn his own. Scandals has one too. Cliff is still hurting, but at least Wolfmang is back. Cliff is quite hurting, but that era beam speed, we were talking about it, and there it is on display, saving that goal. And Cliff manages to stay alive for a little while longer too.
Yeah, great work here from Cliff on the defense despite the stagger pressure. Is right now he's going to be rewarded with an X Maximus to the face, not able to really help on that defense because of the damage threat, which allows Zanseki now to get that final goalie bear. Overtime's here, which means that team player could really start coming into effect should Pudash get his hands on the core. There it is, 1 red core, 2 red cores, 3 red cores going back and forth right now, but what's looking red right now is Cliff's health bar.
And that means that Zonseki has a lot of space to work with, a lot less mental stack in his head, and a second goal, and now Chikara Eclipse pulling away.
Absolutely getting out of here. That heavy impact for Cragley, I didn't really call any attention to it, but well, I called attention to the Era extra special. The aiming heavy impact is adding so much damage here, but Pudad and Sund actually able to get it here in this corner, really push it in. Still can't get the barrier though. Excellent defense from Scandals and Zonseki, making sure to hold out until Cragley makes it back, and now Wolfman is the one in trouble. Standing on the health, manages to get it, but full flips here for 2 players. There's one used on defense, can't quite get it out of here. Zonseki is here, the big finish is here, Cragley is here, and eventually the barrier goes down. Pudash with a really good strike shot there, Wolfman with an excellent clear, but there's only so much you can do when that barrier is still up, and Scandals has been so good at holding it in this entire set. He's got this flip just in case, doesn't need it against Wolfman's ultimate. Zonseki gets the core, great shot there. The glitch pop does not quite get it, but there's so much pressure here still from the side of Chikara Eclipse. Wolfman goes low, manages to save it here, but Cragley has a flip here. The big finish is out. Zonseki with a lot of space to work with. Wolfman getting thrown around the entire map, but they still aren't able to finish it off. Finally, both of them, Wolfman goes down, and Cragley's able to get over there, get that goal, and take the second set 3-0 for Chikara Eclipse.
Another MVP as well for Scandals, and already here we see something new in this patch. Spark of Leadership, which I think has had very polarizing thoughts so far. I've heard some people think it's the best Awakening in the game, and some people think this Awakening sucks. That this Awakening is only worth getting to get your Spark Exodia, now that only 2 Sparks, I believe, are in rotation. But we'll see. Yeah, it's 3 Sparks, sorry, in rotation, yeah. Only worth taking if you have the 2 other Sparks that are in the Yeah, exactly, yeah.
No. Is that it?
I think it's it. I think it's
they
it.
just took out Stagger. Whatever, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, okay. Maybe I could be wrong. Or 4, whatever. You take it when you got other Sparks. A lot of other stacks to give, and it's really, really bad on its own. That it is a Awakening that is dead on its own.
Well, it's dead on its own right now. Scandals has it, and no other Sparks. The only Sparks in this game are on Wolfman.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm not too sure. We'll see. Obviously, it's only been a few hours since the patch dropped, so quite a lot here. But already, speaking of close calls, Pudash having to save quite a lot already this point. But Wolfman now looking to return in kind, but unfortunately going to see the core sail past him. Air Beam comes through, some damage here onto Cragley. Unfortunately, not going to mean all too much. Finally, though, gets it past the Fini here. Arenado coming up too. This could be potentially dangerous here for Chikara Eclipse, but 3-man defense fully coming through. Again, interruption here on the regen for Cragley means that he's going to have to play a little bit safer in this upcoming point, but still winning Strike War after Strike War means that Wolfman now on the other side going to have enough time to be KO'd. It's again a power play in favor of Chikara Eclipse. Scandals here with the momentum boots, feeling comfortable here on the Fini. Just so much move speed to work with. Wolfman finally back, but will he even mean anything? As a back pass comes through to give Pudash the team player's speed. Unfortunately, it loses. And oh no, the overtime. Unfortunately, Pudash not fast enough to get there. Another point going away to Chikara Eclipse.
My goodness, this is really rapidly getting out of hand. I really want to call attention here to Cragley's defense. Both of these goalies have done a great job, and both of these midfielders have done a great job on defense, helping their goalies out. But Cragley has really been able to help out in these situations, and there are 3 flips for the side of Chikara Eclipse. There goes Pudash, there goes another flip, and there we go to match point for Chikara Eclipse. Scandal still holding on to the flip. And the level lead is starting to open up a little bit. It might be over right here, Brickbat.
Yeah, it might just. The Energy Awakening as well, right? They just use double flip. It doesn't really matter because you kind of just got an ace there. Wolfman surviving, but not really much energy to his name. And Scandal's, again, incredibly comfortable situation to be in, right? forwards are, to be quite honest, massively out controlling their counterparts, and he's free to do whatever he wants. Look at right, triple take being used, cards just being kind of thrown out willy-nilly, right? You just kind of go out there and support your forwards that are already doing a lot of work, and already, even though you have to blow the flip, oh!
That's a strike shot moment. I've done that. That's a strike shot moment.
All good.
Chiara Eclipse, though, you know, it happens, but Chiara Eclipse made it happen. They put the pressure on. After a very first close set, they ran away with sets 2 and 3, and that was really such a good Taiko game for them.
Yeah, absolutely. They're looking really good. I'm gonna go over into Thread to see what they're doing for game number 2 here, but we'll get back to that in just a moment. We'll go to a quick break, but they'll probably fade us back out and back in.
What do you think about that one, Brickbat?
I think it's quite interesting. I think this Monumentalist start is gonna do, I think, a lot. I think this Monumentalist is gonna be very big, especially on a map like Clarion Test Chamber, which can get very claustrophobic on some variations. But I was mentioning this while we were watching character pick ban. But it really is the strongest forward duo of history versus the strongest forward duo of today. And Era X, obviously something that we've seen so much, so well executed, especially something that was killer in the lower leagues of NASA when we didn't have Nasty. But Estelle Rasmus is just a staple forward duo. It's a staple forward duo of hit, stun, death. And already we are seeing one come through, but a good beam from Cragley means it's going to come through. But as we go back in the back and forth, I'm not too sure what to think of it. I think both teams have very strong compositions here. The thing I'm looking for, though, is how this Atlas is going to perform post-nerf.
Thinking about how the Atlas is going to perform post-nerf. I'm thinking about how this now goalie is going to perform post-nerf with this primary change. It seems like it'll be really interesting, but right now it's not too difficult for them. That's maybe not the best flip I've ever seen, but you know what? It got it out of there. It absolutely worked. So good job by Pudad and Sons. Scandals has this flip though and is advancing, trying to do something. Those Monumentalists now Skittles quite dangerous. Wolfmang manages to get it out of there though. Can't really do much with it. Cliff keeping it back in, and again we're seeing a really even early points. Wolfmang flashes the use energy burst, and you know what? He's right. Scandals absolutely could have, but the hit stun is too much, and the first point of it goes to Pudad and Sons.
Yeah, well played, and this is a high energy situation for basically everyone with the exception of Pudash, so a lot of flips expecting to come out. I think Atlas could be slightly favored in this situation, but oh my god! That's 2 flips gone effectively there, and Pudash now forced to blow Celestial Intervention just to keep himself alive in this situation. Already though, some explosive starts.
Yeah, that was an absolutely explosive start. I thought that Zanseki had killed Cliff, and then he hadn't, and then he went back and just killed him again. But what an angle there actually from Wolfmang, able to secure the second barrier, and Scandals still has this flip. The center's about to go down though. Cliff manages to keep it out of the hands of Zanseki. Beam not enough to get the core past Scandals though, and the situation remains the same. X-Era pushing up now. This Era primary so fast, managing to put out so much pressure. Zanseki with the X Maximus can't quite get it, but a really good NATO from Cragley keeps it in there for just a little bit longer. Wolfmang just surviving, and the center is back up again, Brickbat.
Yeah, there's just a lot of things happening right now. Whoever now ends up being the one here to get it, but Wolfmang now fighting for possession here against Cragley. Good strike war by Cliff now. Has to defend against this flip, which Pudash does. An amazing primary to keep the last goalie barrier alive. Wolfmang winning a good strike war. Potential opportunity here for Pudad and Sons. Flip now comes out from Pudash. Oh, what? Pudashi Uchiha, not a name I drop lightly, but absolutely worthy right there. An amazing angle by Pudash to get it through. I need to explain the lore. Well, we have another point here. During the quals, Pudash played incredibly well, and he's been elected the name Pudashi Uchiha of the Naruto namesake. So even though it might not be going his way right now, he's earned that
very point, that name to be clear, I'm gonna stop talking before something happens though.
Honestly, I just noticed Cragley's beam there. It went off too early because of the era change. It would have scored a goal last patch, but this patch it was already there. The core was already gone, but that's okay. Zanzeki is able to put it in out of traffic. And, you know, Chikara Eclipse aren't quite done with this point yet. Scandals again has flip. I feel like Scandals has had flip every time I look over there. And yet, you know, Chikara Eclipse are still down 2-1. But I don't forget how that last game went in sets 2 and 3. Pudat and Sons really need to get this one here if they want to keep it in check, especially with this Era X scaling duo absolutely waiting to come in and devour them. Good job by both teams putting in a lot of defense here, but eventually, there we go, Era X puts it in, gets the second barrier, and Atlas secondary is just a little bit too slow from Pudash. It's 2-2. And who scored that one again? They're gone.
Yeah, I don't know. I literally hear the emotes going off, but you can't see them, so they're just having a little moment here. Hey, all good. As right now, Zanzeki forces the double area. This might be a very quick one here. Dangerous NATO now forcing some resources out of Pudat and Sons. Wolfmang fully rotated back here on the defense as well. Scandals, a very comfortable situation to be in, especially when your Mom Boots aren't fully charged. That's a lot of move speed that you just have in AoE. You basically have 100 move speed on everyone else right now, but a good strike war from Wolfmang means that at least a little bit's going to go the way of Pudash and Sons. Unfortunately, though, he's going to find himself here taking a second to recuperate from his KO. Good defense, though, means that it's an open net for both teams, but you're going to have to survive this onslaught if you want to take this set, which is easier said than done. Cliff using the rose petal, or the rose, not the rose warp, sorry, the crystal.
Pudash. Pudash did that game 1-2. Pudash, not quite the right angle. That's not quite the dribble he was looking for, and unfortunately, Chikara Eclipse are just able to seal that one away. And I was like so concerned of what Estelle's special was, the Crystal Thorns, and then I just got stun locked. Sorry, You're good, you're good. I saw this among Titans, and I really thought Era would grab it right up, and she did, but that does leave the Twin Drive open for Pudash. Quite a good thing for Atlas to have here. Spark is alright, but look at the size of this X immediately. Zanzeki is already huge, and I remember that kill when he got the center of the size increasing one. Oh my goodness, there's the Era Neo that we've been thinking about. The Monumentalist puts it in, and Scandals runs all the way up there with those momentum boots. The huge now skill pushes it in, and I think this is called scaling.
Yeah, it's a bit of scaling. Zanzeki's a little big, right? Triple size, right? 2 Awakenings, but triple size with this among Titans, right? And on top of that, gets basically a second Era here, right? This Aerial's now able to provide a lot of assistance, a lot of support to whatever Zanzeki wants to do. Might falter a little bit on the defense, but if you constantly got core control, your defense doesn't matter, and already we're seeing that pressure really stack up. Good clears by Pudat and Sons, but it's all just for naught. It's immediately back in this corner again, but this time Zanzeki's got the flip. He's going to send it right through, but the Twin Drive Atlas is going to hold fast for now. A bit of a missed pass here from Cragley. Going to lose one goalie barrier, but no matter for the side of Chikara Eclipse. Cliff trying to get something, does get a flip for his troubles, but not much more. Core bouncing through just a little bit here. Flip comes out from Cliff. The primary not finding the value, though Wolfmang finally does get it out. Pudash down to Cliff. Zanzeki with a strike. Very big, very hard to get through, especially with that assistance from Scandals. So now overtime's going to be here. Primary not where it wants to be. Actually knocked away by Zanzeki before it could even have full value. Good dribble by Wolfmang, going to be intercepted here though by Zanzeki. Wolfmang basically on full defense, basically playing more in the midfield than anything else, just looking for any opportunity, and that opportunity is going to be found here by Cliff, but it's still a goal they actually have to score once the goalie barriers go down. Tornado comes through. This is a bit difficult, and yeah, it's a bit too much to handle. Zanseki with the size, able to get that checkmate strike. 2 points over for Chikara Eclipse.
I want you to take a second here. I just want you to hit tab, and I want you to look at Zanseki's 145 base power.
Yeah, with the nerfs, by the way. Base power also nerfed, so that could have been worse last patch, too.
Could have been worse, but you know what would make it worse is the Era Beam, or when he presses his ultimate, or when he gets extra size, or when Cragley just kills someone with a NATO, and it doesn't matter how much power he has, they're just dead off of the knockback.
Yeah, this is just looking so rough. It feels like the scaling's already here.
Oh, the health bars.
Yeah, this is not good. This is not what you want to see if you are a fan of Fudashi Uchiha and his band of ninjas, but unfortunately it's going to be stolen away by Cragley, or a second set going the way of Chikara Eclipse. And, well, when you lose 2 sets to X-Era, there's not too many ways the games can go.
It could have been worse. Extra special could have been here. Extra special could have shown up right immediately for this Monyu era. She gets Fighter Plate though, which, you know, that's also pretty darn good, I think.
Yeah, agreed. There's maybe some signs of life. You do get a big fish deny, which is okay, but Spark going down to Wolfmang, who currently has another Spark. That's something to look forward to in the future. But it's rough. I think one thing to note as well, right, this Glass Cannon pickups, right, Momentum Boots 2, right? Momentum Boots so good, it needed an awakening as well, right? Already to start, this is a 787 move speed now if she drops her secondary on herself, which she could very easily do, right? And even though Cliff does have the tools to potentially interrupt it with the primary and Estelle, it's just look how fast Scandals is, right? Being able to play 2 positions at once makes the pressure of Chikara Eclipse so hard to deal with, unbearable even. As right now the corner offense coming through, Cragley passing down to Scandals, who intercepts it with his mine. Pass up to Zanseki actually intercepted, which means that now potentially an opportunity here, but already the core being pushed away before too much value can be found. Now pass up to Pudash here. Scandals marching forward, has a flip as well, but Zanseki's going to be a problem in his own right. X Maximus comes through, double flip, 1 for the KO, 1 for the goal. And Cliff can only watch in horror as another goal now goes the way of Chikara Eclipse. 2 points from taking the series.
Gap is here.
Yeah.
It's here, it's hurting, and you know, Pudash was able to deny a 4th bit of size from Zanseki, but you know what he got instead? He got Stinger. He got Stinger! He's just putting out so much damage on these people, but you know what? I'll say it, Wolfmang with a great ult there manages to get the core away from Scandals and puts in the corner through Zanseki and Scandals. Kudanzans are not going down without a fight, but it is still a really tough spot for them to climb out of.
Yeah. Hey, every single journey begins with a first step. Every flood begins with a trickle. As we say, we must remember the ocean, Pudad and Sons. Another thing, remember the ocean, and that every ocean was once a puddle. But this little puddle has a lot of flooding to do. That being said, a good start. X Maximus not finding too much value, but that's going to be an open net now for Pudad and Sons. Passing plays come through. The Monumentals and Atlas getting a little bit of value here, though. Good clear from Pudash. Strike shot comes through, not able to find it though, and Zanseki finds the strike that he needs. 1 point here for Chikara Eclipse to take their first season win. Pudash and Sons, they need to recollect themselves and prosper right now if they want to go to Game 3.
They look like a really good offense, but you know what the end result is?
Uh-oh.
They lost both barriers.
Uh-oh.
There's the flip. The game is also gone. Scandals with a really good primary to follow up on that. And it looked like they could get some momentum back, but the momentum remained firmly on the side of Chikara Eclipse. This win did not look like it was in doubt. 6 sets. 6 sets played, 6 sets won. 1-0 in Nasty.
Yeah, congrats to Chikara Eclipse. And honestly, if there is something to look at there, I think actually it's the goalies. Even though Zanseki and Craigley played amazing, Scandal's posting up with the most redirects, playing momentum boots goalie, something that I think everyone's going to be looking at, especially after a performance like this. We know that X-Era is dominant in the Tier 2, Tier 3 leagues. That's something that's always happened, even before this patch, something that could definitely be played. But now, with this momentum boots assistance, it could really overwhelm these melee goalies, which have been nerfed, right? Dubu, the only melee goalie to really escape the nerfs, but when you're picking that Atlas, when you're picking, especially now when you're picking that Ashler, that 60% slow looking scary, these momentum boots goalies can provide a lot of pressure, a lot of value to the team, and I think we saw that here. I think that Scandals played very aggressively in both games, got rewarded for it as well, and obviously had 2 forwards that could support him in doing that, but I think that's the story of this series. This feels like Chikari Eclipse adapting to the patch a little bit better, understanding that momentum boots and aggressive play is where you want to do what you want to do, and they capitalized on it.
Yeah, I think your analysis is absolutely spot on there, BrickFat. I felt like on this Atlas with the strike shot, at least 2 or 3 times we saw those strike shot moments where Kudash went for the strike shot, missed it, couldn't catch up, couldn't get that strike back in time, where Scandals was just dashing around and really enabling the core control that Era and X were able to do in this series, in this game and the previous game even. Zanseki and Craigley had so much assistance from directly behind them. It was more like they had a forward, a midfield, and a defense rather than a forward, a midfield, and a goalie. He was always up there pushing forward, and I would honestly probably just give an MVP to Scandals in this series.
Yep, can agree with that one, but for now, we're going to depart. The series is done, and I think we've got more potentially coming up. I don't know where in the VOD this series is going to be placed, but we'll get with more Omega Strikers sooner rather than later. Unless you have any parting thoughts, Kupo, I think we're done for the day.
I think it's great to be back. It's great to have another season of NAS going, and really looking forward to what goes on here.
Oh yeah, W Era, W Fanid, W Momentum Boots. I'm excited.
W Vice.
Yeah, W Vice, W not melee goalies. Let's go. Woo! I like had to pick it on a stack start, or else you kind of like run the risk of falling behind on tempo. I'm not quite sure. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, one person on each team actually picks one, so And I can kind of see that. I personally think you can just triple Spark. I think that Spark is one of those global awakenings that if it's a start and you don't take it, you fall behind too much, even at the risk of losing a stack. But we'll see here how much that is true.
Yeah, and right now we've got Julak here playing on goalie. Sero trying to get through, but it's going to be Daru here that's going to end up scoring. Good pendulum swing here to get through Storm. First point going the way Koyo.
Yep, really nice, just quick execution, not much resistance there.
Yeah, agreed. And going into this, you know, going that triple Spark does mean that potentially you have a lot of potential MVPs, right? Kind of one of the worst feelings in the world is when the one person who didn't go Spark on your team, right, gets MVP and they have to deny it and not complete it. But as we talk about that, a little bit of an unfortunate own barrier. Won't matter too much right now. Freaking Chris and Sarah looking to march up, but it's actually going to be Storm getting that final goalie barrier. Now Orion Calypso looking to play defense. The strike comes through, but it's actually going to be defended away. Another flip, though, comes out. This time, Orion Calypso going down, but the core remains in play. Sarah, though, a good slicing strike. Takes it and gets that second point.
Yep, you don't want to keep it in that corner for so long because the amount of damage you take, especially when you're all stacked on top of each other, it adds up. And now they've lost their stacks on stacks on. Actually, no, it was the one guy who didn't take stacks on stacks. Two guys, so none of this devastation.
Yeah, for sure. Going forward, though, I think that if you are Julak or Daru, you're gonna have to, Julak or Daru, you're definitely gonna want to. Well, I don't know, play a bit more defensively, make sure that the Estelle and the Zentaro don't stack up too much damage, especially because with cooldown, even though it is nerfed, does mean that you could actually still get, prevent that regeneration from coming through. And while we're talking, a second goal here coming the way of freaking esports, looking to make a comeback here in the set.
Yep, really, another really fast goal. I think a lot of these, the gameplay here today is a lot of offensive gameplay. Not as much, I guess, defensive stands, so it's going to be exciting to see.
Yeah, for sure. And continuing, almost a double barrier here, threatened by Sero. Freaking Chris now here in the midfield, looking to block forward any sort of play from Det Julak's trying to make. Sero not getting anything with the passive, but a flip from Storm means that Daru is actually going to be the one here with an opportunity. Fortunately, misreads the bounce timing. On the flip side, it looks like Julak's been KO'd. Important, crucial denial of stacks right now. Especially, again, another kind of slight nerf here. Scales up a little bit slower. Another KO comes through, this time going the way of Koyo. Sero gets through Julak, but Calypso is there on the defense. Sero, unfortunately, not able to say the same. Flip comes through from Daru, blocked away from Sero now. But you still have an open net to contest, and Daru able to finish out the point 2-2 here.
Yeah, well, they used 2 flips for it, but the energy on everyone in the game is pretty low right now, so it's not actually as devastating as you would think as we get into this point 5 here.
Yeah, a lot coming through right now. Daru able to get the first barrier, trying to get the second. Right now, the pendulum swing not going to find its target. Sarah uses that slice and dice to get a little bit of space, but it's not going to be enough here. Julak now again forced to play in the midfield. Sarah bouncing back and forth, ping-ponging it a little bit, but we're getting into a little bit of a lull right now.
We see full stacks on Daru right now. I just want to die though. That kick last, luckily, and also full stacks on the goalie and Storm. So we'll see who crushes first, as Julak's gonna lose the stacks once again.
Now Orion Calypso playing defense, loses one barrier. Sarah almost ends it right there, but freaking Chris now supporting Storm. It's actually going to be defended away, but no goalie barrier taken. Despite the core speed, Orion Calypso glitch pop doesn't find its mark, or excuse me, cyber swipe, but freaking Chris now with the flip, an amazing pass means that the pressure is mounting up, but again, it's going to be defended by Julak and Orion Calypso. Daru now finding himself in the KO box here, and potentially the last few minutes of this set. Piercing shot doesn't hit its mark. Julak now playing on the defense. Crystallized Thorns comes through, but again defended away here by Koyo. Cyber swipe comes through, flip is mounted, but that's a little bit scary. That's not the clear you want, and Sero takes advantage of that, takes the set, and
Koyo unfortunately losing out.
Yeah, I think a little bit of a blunder there. I think they had kind of a lane on the bottom side, even though there was gonna be some opposition. I think it's kind of weird to try to force the core to the opposite side in that spot and got punished for it. We see Big Fish over explosive entrance taken on the Zentaro, valuing the size, taking this probably from the Rasmus here, which is really interesting to see. The Hot Shot's going to be taken from the Rasmus as we see this awakening back in the pool now. And the Reptile Remedy going to be taken by freaking Chris to keep himself alive with these stacks.
Yeah. I think that Reptile Remedy going to be very big. We saw so many crucial KOs, you know, resetting these stacks. And, well, just as I say it, though, fortunately, not going to be what you want. Daru immediately starting the set with a fat 0 to play for it. Now, goal being opened up for the side of Koyo. Freaking Chris moving the core up forward. A good dribble from Sarah. Going to be defended away by Julak, though, before too much is going to be taken. Unfortunate miscommunication comes through, but no problem for Sarah. Ends up getting the core nonetheless, and even though they lose one goalie barrier, they ended up taking the point.
Yeah, I mean, you as a Zentaro player, you love whenever you can use those little flicks, forward flips, as people love to call them so much. They make really cool highlights, but also just actually really practical play.
Yeah, absolutely agreed. Definitely force that sort of like that 50-50, what you want. And hey, speaking of some 50-50s, Julak might have to make a 50-50 for his life. Already low on stagger, remembering last point, doesn't want to lose his stacks again here. As Daru trying to get the hook onto the goalie. One goalie barrier goes down, but no, the goalie for Koyo sniped away on the other side of the field, trying to get the cross clear. Which means now there is a power play here for the side of freaking esports, but good defense from Julak comes through. An amazing primary, keeps the core away from that goalie barrier for now. Sarah now in the 1v1. Oni's blade comes through, but it's actually going to be the center terrain to grab that final goalie barrier. Julak here on the now, trying to find anything. The piercing shot comes through. Not much quite found yet, but good defense by Storm and freaking Chris. Daru not able to actually get it here. Now in overtime, the eject Aimi is there to come through, but again, freaking Chris is sitting on their defense, but unfortunately Storm is going to be the one stealing it away. The Giga Blast gets it through.
Yeah, I mean, I love to say calculated, but I don't think that angle was calculated. Really nice though. Got it right through Ryan Calypso as well. Love to see it though.
Yeah, for sure. And speaking of this point here, good comeback here from Koyo as they are able to get this goalie barrier open. Sarah there with a bit of a flick up into the corner, trying to get some offense going, but unfortunately now it's to play defense immediately. Storm, good defense, but it's not going to matter. The flip goes through. Freaking Chris doesn't have the cooldowns to manage, and hey, it's a point for Koyo. Let's hope that you keep it going.
Yeah, the test is old as time. Just flip it right at the midfielder. The midfielder will never react. They're not a goalie. It never fails. Never fails.
Yeah, and speaking of which, if you've had some time with Koyo here, is right now Daru absolutely able to get it through. He might not have any opportunity here to get some analysis. As play after play coming through. Freaking Chris losing some HP, but getting the core cleared. Potential opportunity here to get one goalie barrier down, defended away. Excellent striking here by Orion Calypso. Daru trying to get it through. Pendulum swing, not going to be there just quite yet. And before he gets the opportunity, Storm used that flip. No, doesn't get that goalie barrier. Now freaking Chris here in the corner, trying to get some offense moving again. Flip from Sero, gets one. Storm, good read on the bounce here. Able to play aggressively. Freaking Chris down now, stacks on stacks, fully charged to his name as well. Daru trying to maybe get it through, but that move speed disadvantage potentially coming out. No, stacks of his own actually, but as overtime comes through, Orion Calypso, good clear to get it clear. Flip has to come out though. This core speed a little bit scary to reckon with. Julak unfortunately missing flip, but Orion Calypso here now to play defense. Whiplash comes through. Sero denied that stagger, which might cost him his life in a second, but he has to score right now. Ooh, Julak, that's not what you want. Fortunately, doesn't get that clear. Sends it right into Sero, who capitalizes and thanks him kindly. Another point here to freaking esports.
Yeah, the faster core speed forces out faster decisions, and then sometimes with faster decisions, you are more prone to making mistakes, and Julak trying to take that greedy strike to try to get the pass through, but didn't realize that Sero's strike had just come off of cooldown. And really opportune moment for Sero there as they take the lead 2-0. The heavy impact from the now, it's not even really a deny as it's just a really good awakening. But prime time on Kai is going to be, I think, quite threatening on both defense and offense from the goalie role, because you can use it as one of the best defensive tools in the game sometimes against stuff, but also offensively it can be impressive too, especially when you have stacks on stacks momentum and are able to just run across the map as we begin this third set.
Agreed. And while we're here talking about some stuff, there's one thing I want to talk about, and it's the return of the Momentum Boots goalie. I think that's something that we've seen quite a bit of here in this patch. A lot of people trying it out. This new, right, same scaling speed, but bigger capacity, which means that we see a lot of situations where Storm, if he's left to his own devices, could really play two roles at once, but he might not get that opportunity right now. Good striking forces the core flip from Storm, as now the pull not able to get core back into his hands. A flip comes out from Orion Calypso. Freaking Chris, though, good win in the midfield here. It means that Orion Calypso now has to play defense. A whiff barrage is a little bit scary, and yeah, Dario immediately able to capitalize on that mistake. First point of the set going the way of Koyo.
Yeah, it goes to the corner, and then 3 creations come out. Even if Storm gets there, I'm not too sure he was going to save it, to be honest with you.
Yeah, for sure. I'm still stuck on those Momentum Boots, though. I want to see how Storm plays. I think he was able to play incredibly offensive when he had the opportunity. But as of right now, when his back's against the wall, that Momentum Boots is not going to find too much value, especially when a Now or a Rasmus can kind of use their secondaries to kind of situationally, right, like coincidentally break those Momentum Boots. And if that happens, then there might be some struggle here, but this is a situation where it can shine. Storm now using to prove that opportunity, or using the Momentum Boots trying to prove that opportunity, already looking for directions to go up. Flip comes through from Julak on the defense. Storm playing a little bit more defensively here than I actually initially thought. Now finally starting to move up. Pass forward to his midfielder, immediately going to be intercepted and loses a barrier because of it. Now Dario, an opportunity to score here. The Whiplash not going to connect. Freaking Chris, good strike war win now. Flip comes through from Orion Calypso. Doesn't find the cheeky angle that he was looking for. Oni's blade comes through, goes the way here of Sero, who might be trying to find this KO now onto Julak, should he get the opportunity. Good wiggling, though, from Julak. Keeps the core in play and keeps himself in play. Dario an opportunity to score, but just barely misses the angle. Storm, again, winning 2 interactions to keep the core alive. Clear top side, intercepted by the midfield and goalie of Koyo. Sero, though, finally grabs possession of the core for his team. Loses it immediately, though, and oh no! Storm, considering his options a little too long, lets it go through a second point for Koyo.
As you're talking about Momentum Boots, I think one thing to note is when you have these long defensive stands, or like kind of neutral stands, you take damage so often that you actually don't get any movement speed out of there at all. And that's something you need to like keep in mind. At some point, it might even be worth just bringing the midfielder to play defense so you can actually build your speed. But you do have stacks on stacks, so it's not as, I guess, impactful in that aspect.
Yeah, not as, I mean, there's just so much move speed to play in this game. I mean, look at Storm. He's running faster than the core right now. And even though he is going to lose both his barriers here, those stacks don't go away unless it's taken from him. Even if he has it. Now freaking Chris low on stagger, wants to defend his stacks if he has it. Sero marching the core forward. Julak gets the clear downwards using that core speed. Now a 2v1 situation. Storm immediately taken out. The core goes in.
I really love that dribbling from Daru there, using both the middle, I guess, expanse and the corner. It's even if you have a lot of movement speed, if you space your dribbles properly, it's really hard for the goalie to do too much against it. Especially when you have an eject button goalie that can come in and redirect your strike as well. So really nice job from Koyo taking the step back. The Manu now is going to come in. You know, a lot of people, it's not what it used to be, but it is still a powerful awakening. And a lot of pressure might be added to this game now that it was found here. I think the Stinger also from the start was interesting. Might help KO these stacks on stacks.
Agreed. And this is a buff Stinger as well, right?
This is a stinger that actually hurts quite a bit, I believe, right? The 11% on hits probably gonna mean quite a lot, especially on the Now or the Rasmus, neither of which have picked up any sort of defensive awakening, and already, yeah, Julak worse for wear. No stagger, no evade, potentially gonna be taken out here. Actually barely survives by a pixel's length. Sarah now the one taking punishment, losing half his HP. Gonna avoid that glitch pop for now, though. Able to get that stagger. Gonna be an eat immediately interrupted, though, by Julak. Now looking to position for this offense. Sarah, a little low. Oof. Secondary comes through, but it's gonna be cleared away by Orion. Calypso, Storm now. Look at that move speed to work with the Among Titans as well. Gonna be very impactful in these defensive or offensive plays. That's not what you want to see, though, and Daru's gonna capitalize that. A double barrier. This might just be a goal here in just a second. Freaking Chris trying to get the core out. Not going to find it, though. Good piercing shot, but it's still not over yet. Good clear from Storm now. Flip comes out from Orion Calypso. Core speed too much to contend with. Glitch pop is going to be here. Good firewall sentry on the defense as well. As right now, the core, I don't even know what's hitting the core at this point. There's so many things flying around, but the point goes the way of freaking esports.
That was a roller coaster of a point there. So, like, freaking esports had it, then almost lost it, and were able to secure it once overtime hit, but not what you want, honestly, as a player. It's really stressful to play those out.
Yeah, for sure. And speaking of damage, right, Daru actually going to be taken out here. This is potentially a very deadly map for those who do not want to play around it. It might even be worth just giving up the point, potentially, if that means you get to keep your stacks for the rest of the set. That being said, maybe an opportunity not afforded to Sarah and freaking Chris, both. No stagger, no evade. They're going to have to play very cautiously in just a second, as one of them's going to be staggered. Freaking Chris, probably not too long, but Orion Calypso here. Ryan Calypso with the double barrier off of the flip. Excellent aims. Both teams right now just brawling it out. Good barrage by Storm to face off against Daru. Whiplash comes through, doesn't find it. Freaking Chris, a good strike war win. As just on the other side, Sarah has that recovery drone, but doesn't want to lose it for nothing here. Defensive play comes through now in overtime. Yeah, absolutely good evade. Julak here. Oh. Oh.
Whoa, nice shot. Doesn't even have any dash extension, just purely off of a regular dash is able to get it past Julak there, even while getting hit, and this is a game point here potentially.
Game point already, though. A double barrier for Daru. That being said, Koyo now find themselves on the defense a little bit. Good clear, though. Got to come through. Now Julak, potential opportunity, but 3 members of freaking esports there to collapse. Daru again, looking worse for wear. Barely just got his stack. Doesn't want to lose it again. One barrier goes down, courtesy of flip from Storm. Unfortunately, Daru now got to go to the way of the Dodo. It's freaking Chris and Storm looking for an opportunity.
Oh, that exercise is too much to deal with. I think this might be the game right here. Ryan almost had flip, though. Something to keep in mind. It might be enough to at least pull out another point.
Right now, Sarah has that flip, double flip for the forwards of freaking esports. That's one coming through, immediately going to be answered though by Orion Calypso. Now KO by freaking Chris, not going to be found. Low on energy, potentially going to open up some opportunities here. Piercing shot doesn't find the redirection that freaking Chris wants. Sarah with a dribble, scary, but does get it clear in the end. Julak now looking to assist on defense. It's going to be up to Daru to potentially get this point in. Firewall sentry just gives freaking Chris the orb here. As now a flick comes through. Oni's blade does not stop the clear. Julak, an opportunity. Freaking Chris looking to get it through. Going to be taken, actually. Wow, a pixel perfect whiplash from Daru. Gets that point for Koyo.
Yep, at some point, you have to think Daru just realizes, I just need to move up and press on overtime and figure that out, and was able to score with it. But like, these are really close. It can go either way. I feel like every single point. If this is gonna be the rest of the series, it's gonna be an exciting series to watch.
Yeah, heater after heater right now. Orion Calypso getting the clear, and freaking Chris now Looking to march the core forward. Piercing shot gets one. Sero, great strike, gets the other. This might be curtains for Koyo if this offense keeps going. Freaking Chris now moving forward. Flip comes through from Storm. The barrage comes out to try to brute force it through. Now freaking Chris must play the role of goalie. Unfortunately, lets the core through. Now an opportunity. 1 KO comes through. Ryan Calypso with a flip. Gets it past freaking Chris. 2-2 here on set number 4. Koyo, potential opportunity.
Yeah, huge KO on the goalie there also. The stacks are gone at the most crucial point, arguably, in the game for the esports. We'll see if that comes to bite them back as they already lose a single barrier and almost doubled right there.
Yeah, the pressure's now coming on for Storm and crew. Dario trying to find the core, find that final goalie barrier, but going to be pelted away by a lot of abilities. Flip now through for Sero. Actually defended here. Julak, though, might have to pay for this defense with his life. That he does. Strike work comes through from Sero, but not going to be capitalized by freaking Chris. Now has to pay for that with his life. 2v2 situation. Is now a good strike from freaking Chris. Keeps that final goalie barrier up. Has a flip to work with, which means a potential KO on Dario if he reacts poorly. Crystallized Thorns preventing any regeneration from coming through. Now a flip for Ryan Calypso. Going to be caught out by the Oni Blade. The center terrain helping out side of freaking esports a little bit. Again, an opportunity here for Sero. Needs to find it to freaking Chris to get this final barrier. Does go that way, and piercing shot takes it. Flip comes through. Bounces off the center. The clear is not going to be made just quite yet, but a good flip from Dara means it's going to be an open for both teams. An opportunity. The Crystal Thorns here. Julak, a critical strike war win. Means that, again, the offense is reset. Sero has to get to the score in time, but a good cyber swipe keeps it through. A KO comes through for freaking Chris, and that's going to be the game. Unfortunately, Orion Calypso not going to be able to make the defense when he's KO'd. Game number 1 to freaking esports.
Yeah, what a heater. It was a set 4 heater, but it was a heater nonetheless. I think the Stinger really came in clutch there for Sero. Was allowed to pick up a lot more KOs than previously on previous sets, and you look at the damage numbers, 36,000, definitely paints the picture of this game for the Zentaro.
Yeah, looking at that, 36k, like you mentioned, right? 260 as well, a good redirect count, the offensive plays from Storm, something that we started seeing less of, admittedly, as the damage ramped up. Storm had to play a lot more cautiously after that first set, but still, nonetheless, most redirects in the game. And as the coach of Koyo, since you have a bit of an insight on this, what do you think the team has to do in order to adapt into this next game?
I think, for one, I think they need to not let the spark start not finding any sparks except the strength on, I think, the second or third draft get to them, because those can be frustrating when you pick a spark and then there's no sparks in the entire draft for the entire game. But I think that was unfortunate for them in the ones that they did win, but it happens to both teams, right? I think the other thing they need to do is just honestly be more composed when they're on offense. I think a lot of times they're trying to force it and they're not actually aiming their their strikes very well, and it means that Storm is able to get to the core really easily. He has a lot of movement speed, so it really doesn't take that much of an off strike to mess up your entire offense, and kind of what was happening this game.
Yeah.
We'll see just how bad it is in this game, but yeah, I mean, exciting to see. I think the Drakkar as well coming out with the CTL against triple melee characters. The Octavia Kai X all have to just take that all if they want to touch the core.
Yeah, if I recall correctly, Drakkar midfield is a old-timey Octavia counter, right? You use that Molten Bolt, that now buffed Molten Bolt, to tag the Octavia whenever she wants to go for the core, and just tag the core itself, right? To prevent her from really doing too much.
Yep, it actually wasn't like buffed in terms of like damage or anything. It was just it actually was nerfed in terms of damage and buffed in terms of cooldown. So it means that it's gonna come out more often, but the expense of being a little bit less lethal, to say.
Right, and already we do see some damage come through. Sarah on the other side trying to even it up, but as of right now, it's gonna be freaking Chris playing for his life here, getting the good old Octavia treatment. Having said, Daru gonna be the one also looking worse for wear as well. Molten Bolt doesn't come through. The orb comes just in time to save freaking Chris. Now we're going a little bit back and forth as well. Looking at these awakenings too. Size for Orion, Calypso, Daru, and Sero. Some potential big scaling here.
Yep. Daru's not gonna heal anytime soon, so they're gonna have to get this out, and it's not gonna happen. Really nice shot from Sero. They weren't able to confirm any of the KOs that Koyo wanted to early, and now for Chris is at the level 2, and they're gonna slowly gain stagger over the time of the game. You know, slightly harder to tell. So you want to do it early before that becomes a factor.
Yeah, for sure. And while no one has too many awakenings yet to help with their defense as well, it's going to be looking like a pretty bloody match already. Julak going to find himself worse for wear, going to be taken down to just a sliver. Freaking Chris now charging up the flow state, might lose it though in just a second. Yeah, and there it happens. Julak has to play forward here in order to preserve his life. Evade comes through, but that might be an opportunity when Sero gets its X Maximus. Bull Rush comes through, whiffs, and now Julak has an opportunity now to regenerate. Shotgun comes through, needs to get in the hands of Daru here. Actually, not even needed. Julak doing it all himself. Strike shotgun, reigns true, 1-on-1.
Yep, when you're able to close the pocket like that, the Jakar can just become a brawler if need be. And that's kind of what happened there. Really nice job from Julak with, decreased primary, what's it called? Come out time? I don't know.
Cast time.
Yeah, thank you. I knew you'd figure out those. But a really just good job. And they're going to lose their barrier, unfortunately, though. See if this ends up being a bull right away.
Yeah, there you go. The multiple comes through now, slowing down the pace of play just a little bit. Sero, though, using his recovery drone, got the whole recovery drone, wants to use the whole recovery drone. And he's going to be able to do that. Uh-oh.
I think freaking Chris and Julak might not have, I'm not freaking Chris, Orion, Calypso, and Julak might not have been on the same page there. But, as they say, don't let your opponent score on you, score on yourself, so they don't get the satisfaction.
Yeah, true. And you know what? If you're in a race for size, no chrono boost. It's okay if Octavia gets MVP. You just be okay with that now. So hey.
I don't know if you'd be okay with that. Butterfly still.
Oh, maybe that might be true actually. Yeah. Well, hey, things are not going too well then for the side of Koyo. Though that being said, able to find a KO. A second one might come soon to follow. But Storm able to snipe away a double barrier here. Good flip. Capitalizing on Orion's over-aggression. That being said, going to be an open net for both teams now. Freaking Chris going to be forcibly dragged away from the play. Sero forced to play the role in midfielder, but unfortunately, Daru, a good grab and tag there, right? Evening up the set.
Yeah, Julak using the shotgun first before the strike. It's kind of interesting because you can actually kind of strike first in some spots like that now. But just trying to be safe, and I like that. Just cool, just hard text with Omnibus here.
Hey, it's been a while. These newer kiddos, they don't remember when Jakar was good. Jakar used to be good, guys.
They don't remember. Let's see if Orion's not gonna say that.
Yeah.
That was an incredible display of corner offense there. Converting it to KOs because of the damage that leads from it. We're going to see the Thunderflight actually be in this draft, but luckily Octavia is not early in the draft, and it's not going to probably go down for her.
Yeah, actually going to be denied away here by Storm on the Kai. I think the size probably going to go to Kazan, yeah, but there's a lot here to work with. Stinger is the thing I'm looking at. 1-2 punch, okay. Not terrible, but I'm low-key still looking at the Stinger. I think it's going to be a problem for whoever picks it up, if it's going to be picked up. I guess not.
I think extra spec is fine here. I think when you have CTL Jakar, you kind of want to lock them out of the game. It really is oppressive. It's a really oppressive ult right now. That being said, Stinger is really good, so you might be right. But I understand the pick,
Yeah, I know what you mean.
That's all you need to know. And freaking Chris is going to be able to heal here, but the damage was done, and they were able to get a barrier. They're able to get a lot of cooldowns out here. Sero trying to ult Julak. That's really not going to do anything of any good here. Daru trying to figure out how to pick up this barrier.
Wow. That killed.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, regardless, the pull now going to make this a 2v3 situation. Good strike war win, though. Means that Julak not able to secure the goal. Pull comes through. Now freaking Chris back up in play. Pendulum swing comes out. Sero actually blocking the Molten Bolt with his body. Any scoring pressure from Julak. Good Giga Blast comes through. Defense comes through, though, for Orion Calypso. Julak trying to find his way to get the core, but nothing found right now.
Yeah, both scores are really low on freaking. We'll see if this ends
Oh.
up mattering or they're gonna score anyways. But you know, sometimes when even just having low health bars is just a handicap because you're just not able to apply the same pressure in offense and neutral game states, and it's just a slow death, I guess, to the goal.
Yeah. And as we get into it, a bit of a lucky sad boys angle for Storm and Co. right now. Yeah, unfortunately though, freaking Chris gonna say I want that luck somewhere else in the game. You guys gonna have this one. Ryan Calypso coming through. Dario here with the flip. Flip comes through from Storm. Takes one goalie barrier for his troubles, but it's going to be up to freaking Chris. Actually, good evade, predicting that KO opportunity. And Sarah on the flip side, actually getting one. Getting two, the recovery drone, preventing this from being an extreme power play. As the final goalie barrier goes down for the point. Good clear downwards means that another opportunity. Dario, excellent defense here. Perfect example of a brawler in the net. Now an opportunity potentially here for frickin' Chris. The base drop comes through, loses the flow state, but it's looking a little scary for everyone. Overtime comes through. If Sero gets this flip, it's curtains. Dang, it's gonna whiff though. It's frickin' Chris now dribbling the core forward. Dario playing in the midfield right now, marching the core forward very successfully, but a Giga Blast is gonna undo all that progress. Julak, strike, shotgun, maybe finding something. Nothing just quite yet. But this might just be a here 50-50 shot. Sero from the rafters. Actually just finding a glorious pass gets the goal.
Yeah, I think Koyo kind of had that point and just tried to force it a little too much with this right. I think they just need to take a few deep breaths and deal a little bit more calmly. You know, they lost that game one. They're a little antsy. They want this game two, but they just need to take it a little slower and see the game a little smarter speed.
Yeah, for sure. And I think that patience is going to be very, very useful, especially against something like the Octavia, where every second you stall out is a second that she does not have her flow state. And good, already looks like it's paying off just a little bit here. Good strike wars from Daru, keeps the core up, but unfortunately no goalie barrier burned. Finally, or sorry, core flip burned as well. As right now, Daru, good, another strike war win now opens up the net, but Sero and freaking Chris now are looking to get some revenge. Here is Sero gonna try to get the bottom goalie barrier defended once, defended twice, but not a third time. Orion Calypso finally seating up that goalie barrier. Sero now walking backwards to play goalie for just a second. Storm now acting as the de facto midfielder. Sero, no, not what you want to see. Hey, all brawlers are beautiful.
I mean, we saw it happen on the other side. Sarah thought it was his turn, and unfortunately it was not. His name was called, and he was not able to perform. Unfortunate. But it is gonna be 2-1. Maybe Koyo can take this point back and commit to an even game state.
Yeah, and right now it really feels like Koyo has this opportunity provided to them by Daru, who's been playing really well, winning strike war after strike war against freaking Chris. Feels like that really allowed the opportunity. That being said, immediate adaptation here from the side of freaking esports, already targeting Daru, but Daru not going down without a fight, looking to potentially get a KO for KO situation. Core speed takes one goalie barriers. Now all three members of Koyo here on the defense. Second goalie barrier goes down. Storm now with possession of the core goes forward to Sero. Dribble comes through, but a good Molten Bolt resets any sort of offense that freaking esports was looking to collect. Strike war won now by Daru. Just one more, and that'll be curtains here for the set. Overtime now coming into play in just a second. Julak gets it to Daru. Doesn't find the possession though. Topspin comes through. Sarah now has a 50-50 shot. Yeah, there it is. The X Maximus sinks it in before Daru can. 2-2 here on the set.
You say that's a 50-50, but I don't know how much of a 50-50 that is. I think that's really hard to defend against. Open space and the 1-2 punch to make it go, red with overtime. That's not an enviable spot for any goalie.
Yeah, that's true. That's a pretty big reaction check, honestly, and yeah, it would take a miracle to kind of save that one. Well played to Cero now, looking to end the set right here, but now the death of his midfielder means that he's going to be forced to play that position on the defense. Good bell ringer, though. Buys a little bit of space here for Storm to play with. Might be enough time for freaking Chris to come through. No. Flip comes through, and that's going to be an open net. Unfortunately, Julak, though, getting a little bit antsy. Orion Calypso barely keeping onto that final barrier as well. X Maximus comes through an excellent clear from Orion again, though, to keep this final goalie barrier alive. Darwin, a 1v1 situation, but the barrage going to ensure that nothing comes of it. 13 seconds here before overtime. Flip comes through. The bull rush now out. Both forwards are going to be staggered for Koyo here. 1v1 situation. We've seen this before, and Cero delivers a second point. Second set, I'm sorry, going the way of freaking esports.
Now, that's not what you want to see as Koyo. All of a sudden, their backs against the wall in this series here. Potentially the series set. And they do have the 2 and 3 picks, which is basically the best possible draft order from the losing team, I guess. But the size is not going to come in through the Kazan, unfortunately. We will not be seeing a 4-size Kazan today.
Yeah, and I mean, there's some things to look forward to. I'm mainly looking at that missile prop on Drakkar, right? I think that, yeah, biggest pickup of the entire set. Run us through it.
I think missile prop, especially when you have this, not only this ult build, so you're all global now. It's really hard to miss this ult now. But also, your primary lets you have so much range, and you can just kind of use it really early, just to pick up things that you would not normally be able to pick up. But it doesn't really matter if they just force them into melee range, and that's exactly what freaking esports is kind of doing right now.
Yeah, ooh, Cero feeling good right now, I think, working off that momentum of the previous point. Wins a 2v1 strike war against Koyo, against Koyo, and all of a sudden, this is looking bad, this is looking grim.
Yep, and honestly, I haven't really think Octavia is much of a factor this game, even past the last game. It's not really what's doing freaking esports justice. I think it's more just this offensive pressure from this X been putting up, as well as just their ability to just not give up goals very easily. They're playing really good defense and putting a lot of offensive pressure on them.
Yeah, base drops comes through here on the defense. Flow state ramping up potentially. Daru, though, looking to interrupt it before anything. Good pull from Orion, actually going to prevent the Octavia from doing anything. Soaring Angle comes through from Storm. Barrage comes through to prevent this dribble play from starting for Daru. Julak trying to find possession. Flip comes through. Double flip comes through, actually. It's now Cero fighting for his life. Has that recovery drone as a backup, though. The pull doesn't even find the KO, actually, is despite the low HP from the side of freaking esports, they might not be actually taken out. Julak, an unfortunate mistiming here, now going to cost his team the point. That's not what you want to see.
Right. If you're watching, Julak is getting a lot more space because of the missile up, but I actually think he's getting a little too much space. I think he needs to be a little bit closer, because you can't just rely on your primary to win the entire game for you. As much as Drakkar players want to believe that's true, it's just not. And good early kills are signs of life for Koyo, but this is potentially series points. They're gonna have to bring this one back here.
And good capitalization on it. A double barrier going to be found, but Cero blocking any sort of passing play. Daru as well, not feeling confident anymore in the 1v1, it feels like, over-relying on these passes, which are being taken advantage of. With flip from Cero, potential opportunity here. That's a good strike rolling from Julak, but Storm a little bit too fast to handle. Freaking Chris now defending for his life, but another 1v1 situation. No, good defense, good strikes, though, from Storm to keep the core in play. Now Cero once again finds himself here with the core dribbling off the black hole. Julak now has to win this 1v1 against Cero, but the Giga Blast prevents any sort of clear from being made. Overtime now for the game. Pass down to Orion Calypso. Good choice of clearing. Now bides the space that Daru might need. This is a clean shot, but no, going to be defended away again by Storm. Julak now trying to recover this offense. The flip comes through, but the black hole takes it out, but Daru's going to be there to finish off the point. Signs of life here from Koya.
I mean, if not signs of life, their signs of life are pretty grim because that was that was a close point even to take it because I don't know if this was gonna last much longer.
Yeah, well, you know, hey, remember the ocean. That's the phrase of another nasty team, but sometimes you got to remember the ocean, and we'll see right now. Maybe a flash of water shows up on the screen, but they've still got an uphill battle to make.
Yeah, freaking Chris though taken really low. But the problem is no kills are being confirmed, so it doesn't matter how low freaking Chris gets, he can just play goalie for 2 seconds and let Storm move up and play his role, and that's kind of what happened right there, and it's looking really bad for Koyo.
Yeah, pendulum swing, or not pendulum swing, the pull, death touch comes through by Orion Calypso to barely save the point. Daru, though, potentially looking to regain some confidence back, but the Giga Blast gets the clear that Storm needs. Almost there, the flip comes through, gonna be missed actually. This is a key opportunity, but gonna be snatched away. The 1-2 punch, not enough to score the goal, but again, you have to defend here. This is looking a little bit scary. Daru with a good kill, but the barrage from Storm, the goalie goal to end out the series. Freaking esports walk away with a week 1 win.
Yeah, I think Orion, he even realized himself he could just body block the barrage to the sides, just got impatient and wanted to spike it out immediately and took the wrong strike, and that's what happens. And really nice job. I honestly have to, if I have to like name an MVP this series, it's hard for me to name one because I think all 3 members of freaking esports did a really good job. I would probably give it to Storm. I think the defense was basically the deciding factor between these 2 teams, but really good job by all 3 members. As we see here, the 212 redirects, so
yeah,
so exactly what I'm saying. Just completely in control of this game throughout.
Yeah, it really felt like he had a grip. I mean, look at that, right? 1 + 6, right? That's more goalie participation, more redirects, more saves, right? Even almost as many shots, right? Really felt like Storm was able to play those 2 positions. You know, going back to what we were talking about earlier, this Mom Boots. It's a Mom Boots meta.
Yeah, I don't know if we can go that far.
Maybe, yeah.
The first game, it actually wasn't as impactful as one might think. I think a lot of the speed was coming from the stacks, not the momentum boots. But this game, I think it was a little bit more impactful. But it also feels like it's more impactful because strike shot isn't as what it used to be, right? So it's also something to keep in mind when you're weighing options there. But I mean, hey, maybe we'll see it more often. And really nice showing from Storm.
Show me your
All right, Brickbat, this is crazy, and no one in chat's gonna believe this, but we're actually live.
Oh, we're live? I thought I was in the past. That's crazy.
We're live.
It's like a twist, you know, where like you were talking with like a ghost, and the ghost was like, "Oh, I've actually been dead the whole time," but like they were a ghost, so you knew it, but you didn't believe it with your heart, you know. But then they were dead.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
We might be lying, but if someone
What if we
completely
are?
unrelated to us says it in chat, then it's real. I'm
Yeah,
not
but
gonna
what
say
if,
that.
what if
I'm
we
gonna
lied?
give up.
What
Yeah,
if we
what
lied and we?
Anyway,
Yeah.
heading into this game, Groundhog Day, the logo with motion blur issues. If you take a look at the core for a little bit too long, you start to get dizzy. I'm starting to get dizzy right now, but that Sorcerer Supreme flopped up there with an early KO, and they're playing the Aragoli. The Aragoli looking pretty nice.
W Aragoli, I think it's an incredibly strong pick this patch, and Serapi kind of proving us right, or proving us, yeah, they're proving us right by scoring with the assistance of the Aragoli, I think. Looking at the Awakenings here as well, specialized training is going to be pretty strong, I think. Not having that spark scaling can be potentially problematic if the draft order does not go your way, but I think in a lot of situations where the Kazan could be picked off, the Now could be picked off as well. I think that spec training on Spring Rolls can be potentially very problematic.
Definitely a possibility here. We'll have to be very careful around the X, especially near the edge. Same with the Kazan as well, and the NATO coming in. A lot of energy being burned by Groundhog Day to stay alive in that corner there. And Spring Rolls is incredibly low. Serapi as well on the other side. A good flip forward, but no one there to follow it up. And E-Boy Entourage, they're really not getting this early barrier pressure that they got last point.
Agreed. Sphinx here with a flip as well. This is going to be incredibly good here, but crazy flip from Sorcerer Supreme. That completely stun locked me for a second. Spring Rolls takes advantage of a moment of confusion. X Maximus sinks this in, so W Spring Rolls, right place at the right time, despite all the stagger, able to get that presence of mind in order to get that point.
Yeah, and well, one barrier taken very, very early here. And really, Groundhog Day exemplifying Groundhog Day itself. The early bird does get the worm as Spring Rolls is looking to score this goal here to build up a bit of a lead in this first set.
Yeah, what if we just like lied though? Like, what if we just lied? Like, what if we were like, what if we said something like not like close, but not like we teased it, you know, like the whole time. Like, we said something like I don't know, you know, the early worm. All right, I can't think of anything. It's too late, but you know what I mean. You get what I mean. Hey, what's up, guys? It's me, Brickbat and Sai. We're here at midnight Eastern as we're casting this game, and we are casting Spring Rolls getting yanked off stage. That man made a poor joke on stage, and now unfortunately the comedy club no longer wants him there.
Well, we'll see if this barrier can be taken, but Sphinx taking out the goalie. Stepping a little bit too far back there, unfortunately, and Spring Rolls set up perfectly, but Serapi winning the strike war is necessary to get out of there for the moment. There's so much pressure, though, and that X Maximus is going to do a number on the health bar of the Kazan. Whoa, Spring Rolls, what a strike war win to the top side. Okay, 2-1.
Yeah, I think I was using the strike reset off of the end of X Maximus there. Good understanding there of what his character does, able to get that goal, get the strike before I think even Sorcerer Supreme or Serapi even had the opportunity. And already, despite the air beam, getting a quick goalie barrier.
Yeah, and I think the main thing is that the passing lanes aren't really open, right, for E-Boy Entourage. It kind of feels like Sphinx is doing a very good job of getting in between Serapi and Sorcerer Supreme. But right now, with the barriers down, they're looking to score, and there's the follow-up strike coming in. 0.5 approaching here as this matchup's getting pretty close.
Yeah, 0.5 here on set number 1. What I'm looking at, though, is the slight energy advantage that Groundhog Day might be having in the situation. 3 flips just about to happen. 2 now. That 1 evade has been burned by Spring Rolls, but this is going to be a huge disadvantage for the E-Boy Entourage. If they want to take the set, they're going to have to start making some outplays.
Yes, they do. Wipeout Ninja looking like they're very mobile at the moment. Lots of speed on that Asher goalie. Lots of coverage onto that one barrier. And on the other side, the Air is going to have to do a lot of work here. Good strikes by IDC out of the corner. But Sphinx burning the meter early, sniping it all the way through between two, right to Spring Rolls, who bull rushes in. Doesn't get the score the first time. Another strike war attempt, unsuccessful, well defended by E-Boy Entourage. But they're permanently on the defense, it feels like. Constantly trying to interrupt this cross. Two members surrounding Sphinx, trying to find possession of the core here. But Groundhog Day. Oh! An instant flip attempt by Wipeout Ninja, instantly blocked by Sorcerer Supreme. And there's the X going down as well.
W Era getting a NATO as well, making this a power play. A little bit scary, though. This Asher still has all of the cooldowns to work with. And good interception here by Sphinx means that this offensive play might be stalled out.
Yeah, we'll see if they can convert. It's not going to be easy, as Spring Rolls is already taking so much damage. There's the flip for the KO. Sorcerer Supreme in the 1v1, but the barrier beam's a little bit better from Wipeout Ninja. And a passing play to the bottom side, tried to make use of the Asher's weaknesses. The lack of coverage over the entire net, but the scoring attempts are unsuccessful so far. Wipeout Ninja continuing to defend. The pass splitter goes wide, but no one there to snipe the core. And good defense coming out from Sphinx as well to help out, but it's such a dangerous situation to be in. IDC still has that defensive flip available, and it's looking favorable for E-Boy Entourage.
Yeah, flip on this IDC right now. Spring Rolls Bull Rush doesn't get the target that he wants. Is the core going dangerously close to these core right now? Good save by Wipeout Ninja on the maddening descent here by Sorcerer Supreme. Pull does not hit what it wants, but CRP continuing this corner offense here. This Sphinx finally making the clear here downside. Wipeout Ninja as well with the flip. This could be potentially hard to get through. Sorcerer Supreme now looking to get a bit of a KO on Spring Rolls. The X Maximus is there as well to create some distraction, but Spring Rolls almost gets the strike, but IDC there just fast enough with the clear, but the piercing shot able to catch the clear on the top side. IDC no tools left in the box. The set after a very long point going the way of Groundhog Day.
And what a well-played set by Wipeout Ninja. Well-deserved set win for Groundhog Day as we approach this draft. Sparkscalen coming in, and some scary awakenings, of course. The core speed potential. Bulk up pretty overtuned at the moment, but I think that the goalie will be looking at something different here. Not too many speed awakenings, only the Spark of Agility and Among Titans, and the X getting bulk up is quite massive actually for Groundhog Day. That is one of the best awakenings on the patch going last.
Yeah, agreed. I think that this awakening has a lot of power. It's got oomph, right? It's got bang for the buck that it provides, right? It makes you harder to KO and makes you easier. Makes it easier for you to find KO. As right now, Sorcerer Supreme going to be knocked out. A corner offense starting, and in this situation, this bonus power on the X can be so deadly. But now Sorcerer Supreme's back up. IDC now looking to walk forward. The beam is there before Spring Rolls could get the momentum going. Forward, top spin comes through from Sorcerer Supreme, able to get one barrier now, but Sphinx looking low, but able to participate, has an evade to work with. We'll see if Sorcerer Supreme can get a second barrier.
Yeah, but not against Wipeout Ninja. Instead, it Spring Rolls on the other end, but Serapi finds a KO while that offensive is attempted here. Wipeout Ninja, though, still has that flip available. Has his cake, gonna eat it too, gonna maybe type a message in the chat during his game, perhaps. As the barrier does go down, he probably shouldn't have typed. All good.
Yeah, all good. I think that right now what Wipeout Ninja needs to do is lock in and focus up. Whoa, right now I think that because IDC, you know how in Grand Blue if you alt-tab it messes up the frames? That's just what happened. This is because of Wipeout Ninja, and I think that Wipeout Ninja should really rethink his priorities here. And right now, the priority for Wipeout Ninja is actually going to be defending against Serapi. Sphinx forced to take out of this play. The pull does not yoink him into the black hole as the NATO finds a redirect here to Sorcerer Supreme. IDC now with a clear on the top side. Very good. Serapi, good. Now Mine able to find it. Takes out Wipeout Ninja. He's got to lock in right now. Go back to your game. Don't create any more distractions for yourself, and that's what's gonna go in the VODs. People aren't gonna remember certain aspects of this, except that.
Yeah, well, Brickbat, it's 12:20 a.m. for me. We need to like have more fun with this. It's too late.
Yeah, that's so true. That's so true. That's so true.
It's too late to like not have fun. What's like that?
Yeah. Oh, I actually I had a stomach ache for the first time. I'm normally like a goat. I actually like think that my like superpower is like kind of having a lead stomach. Like I think I just have a lot of bacteria in my gut. You know? Like I have the rare Asian buff, not lactose intolerant, drank milk all my life, never had a problem with it.
Did you have the body odor thing? The low body odor?
No, I'm disgusting.
Oh, okay.
I am disgusting. Yeah, no, not that. But my superpower is being able to eat what I want, not smell like what I want. You know what I mean? I could eat the flowers. I can't smell like flowers. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. If only, you know?
Okay, maybe that's too much of a tangent.
Nah.
No? Okay. Wipeout Ninja, though. Sticky situation. Still surviving. I don't know. I can't believe everything got together. It was rushed. It was an hour and 30 minutes late. But all 10 best of 3s for 2 leagues getting on stream. That's crazy.
Yeah. Guys, if you're listening to this, guys, I casted 10! I casted 2/3 of the NAS this week! Please, cast! Please! I'm begging you, man. I'm begging you! I do not want to cast 10 series every single week. Please! Please, on my hands and knees. Good score by Sorcerer's Supreme, though.
Yeah. I'm like the only one who knows how you feel.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
This actually been like, I don't think I've put in this many like man hours into this since like freaking like season 2, when like we didn't figure everything out. And then we figured everything out, so I was like less needed. But now we need to figure out new things, so I was like really needed. You know what I mean? And you too could be needed for Bestie and Slot. If you feel like you could cast, try it out. We've got OSAS, ISS, always willing to take new casters. Saw Katone and Fresh, they were so cool.
They were so
100%
cool.
even.
Yeah, they were 200%.
Cool. Yeah, they were like 2. I was supposed to be there for that, but like
yeah, you completely ditched them. That was crazy.
Okay, let's be
okay.
clear.
I know why you ditched them.
I mean, these bastard RTF. Oh, I think Primetime Asher is a little bit weak compared to Era. I want to face Era instead of. I don't want to face Era instead of Primetime Asher. I'm okay with being here for
and
4
speaking
hours.
of someone who would rather face Era Spring Roll scoring on the Era goalie of IDC Groundhog Day, they're still in this set. I'm so good.
Good job. Just like sorry, I had to look. I mean, just that game was a lot. That was a crazy series. I mean, I think that has to be like a record. There's so many records in Nassau Week 1, by the way.
Yeah.
It was like fastest goal, 2 seconds. Fastest game, 8 minutes.
First time Demons Raw have ever gotten 6-0.
6-0'd. Yeah, longest casting block ever. Let's not forget that one. What else? What others?
Oh, but the fastest goal clip is crazy though. Streak just like.
Yeah, that one is crazy.
And Envy like foreshadows it too, right? He was talking about Streak playing perfect, and the Streak just does that in 3 seconds.
W. No, it's 2 seconds.
Yeah, well, close enough. And Spring rolls with 2 points on the board now for Groundhog Day. It's a 0.5 here and a chance to take a massive lead against E-Boy Entourage. And it's scary too because Wipeout Ninja still has that backup defensive flip available.
Agreed. This is an Asher that I believe has cooldown spark as well, so just that little bit of extra cooldown, right? Not gonna make a world of difference, but on that primary, yes, it'll still, you definitely will feel that in a lot of these offensive situations, and I think that makes it incredibly hard for Serapi and Sorcerer Supreme to really get some fast goals that are gonna be needed if you are running an Era goalie, right? Even though Era is so incredibly strong, right? You know, in talks for top 1, if not top, definitely top 3, right? And I mean, yeah, that can happen, right? One small thing goes awry, Era's forced to take a strike war, and X is immediately going to capitalize upon that, right? So, unless this draft turns out really well for Groundhog Day to maybe bolster their offensive, maybe this prime time going in the hands of the Kazan size potentially as well, right? It's going to be a very uphill battle for the E-Boy Entourage.
Yeah, I think the E-Boy Entourage have had their opportunity. I think they had to win earlier. But now Groundhog Day are scaling into infinity here. And even though eBoy Entourage does get the primetime pickup, get the stacks on stacks pickup, this doesn't look too great for them. I think Groundhog Day are pretty locked in.
I agree with that as well. Honestly, if I were the Era, I'd be picking the recovery drone. You have what is it, Might of the Colossus, but it's gonna also help you contest with X in these Strike Wars, which is I think actually more important than giving 2 non-dash training buffs Flutterflies to your team. I think Flutterfly can be an overrated ability at times. I don't know. I think that's just me. I think Flutterfly is kind of overrated. I think it's one of the worst midfield.
I think it's adequately rated. I think everyone who is decent at the game does not think it is very good in a vacuum.
I guess that's fair. Yeah. So, well, it sucks. So,
yeah.
I think in those situations, I would just take the size. But as of right now, Sorcerer Supreme, a potential goal, but it's actually going to go really fast. Woof. Almost the scary goal here for the side of the eBoy Entourage, but they've got an uphill battle. This specialized training is very crazy. Sorcerer Supreme's going to have to wiggle his way out of this one.
It's really tough because the survivability has been yoinked away, right? Well, survivability won't help you with standing on that, but
100%.
Yeah, absolutely. So true, bestie. What's the other one? Truth Nuke. There we go. And Serapi about to drop a Truth Nuke onto the bottom side of the net, followed up by Sorcerer Supreme. Bang. What else is there?
That was awesome casting what we just did. That was awesome. Yeah. Oh my god, yo, we need like a master list of like comfort words for when we specifically need to cast like other casters. You know what I mean?
That's true. Also, did you? I talked to Fresh about casting earlier, and the one thing about comfort words is that they will only stand out if they are long.
Really?
Yeah.
I feel like 100% is kind of short, and my comfort word is now, which stands out a lot.
Well, you say now like with extra emphasis, so it stands out. But like stuff like I mean is like 2 syllables, right? Compared to yeah. So when a caster says yeah, it doesn't make them a yeah-er, you know? It just makes them a caster who happens to use yeah.
A yeah-er. Holy shit.
So if a comfort word is 1 syllable, I think it's like totally inoffensive. But when it gets longer than 1 syllable, that's when it depends.
Yeah. Also, that was me. They casted 10 BO3s. Let's be clear. Saya casted like I guess Saya casted OSAS finale, so I was like 5. I think you casted 5 BO3s this week.
I've casted around 10-ish back when I was casting everything to fill, but not this week. Brickbats.
Yes.
Brickbats the goat of this week.
Yes, I know. I don't have to work a weekend job anymore, so I can actually take weekend casts. This is so awesome. I hate working on weekends, guys. I mean, I'm never working a gig job ever again, bro. If I can help it, I'm okay with making the money that I make at my freaking dumb teacher job.
This is such like a post-show atmosphere during a best of 3.
Yeah, but like, I mean, low key, this is, 9 series. We're 10 series in. Like it's sort of a post-show, like whether we like it or not. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think people watching also have noticed a change of pace, right? There's been 9 serious, of varying degrees of serious, best of 3s today, all today.
Yeah. It's like variety, you know. Like sometimes we should just have like nuclear casts. You know what I mean? Like casts that are just experimental.
It depends,
you know?
though. It depends.
I mean, this is the format to do it, right? You're only casting 1 BO3s. Like your whole like what's the word?
Yeah, it's definitely something that we could like throw casters that we are less confident about into if we're like, yeah, they can step up, but maybe they won't. But speaking of who can step up, Groundhog Day, 3 flips on the board pretty much here, all built up, and Sorcerer Supreme looking incredibly low. 2 barriers down and instant spring rolls, flipping in front of the net, takes out everybody, and what an ending for Groundhog Day as they finish off this incredible first game.
Damn, W spring rolls, that guy killed them. They're dead. They're dead. He scored 4 things.
Guys,
4 things that point were scored.
Clip that and don't show... Like cut out everything else, you know? Like, just clip that part. Pretend that we were being serious.
Yeah, we turned that on the entire time. I mean, it's okay. Like, because like, it's like when you think about it, like, what's the point of these casts? And these casts are to A, build the community, but also, let's be clear, the real reason is so that we could, play the siren song of players saying, I'm gonna play in this league because I want to ego watch my clips, and we gave them the ego watch. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well.
Anyways, that was so cool. WV teams, they completed their
Nassau could never.
striker select so quickly, guys. It's almost as if like they beamed it right into the next game. I mean,
0.2 seconds.
yo, drop Leto, take notes. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Very different comps this time. Sphinx the one on the Era, not the player you usually see on a pick like Era, right? Sphinx usually playing a projectile range whatever character, but I guess a 0.2 second beam's kind of nice.
Yeah, it's pretty good. It makes it work like now primary, except honestly low key a little bit better. It's actually crazy too. I think this. Okay, guys. I'm gonna say it. I think we are overvaluing Era. I think she's really good. I do not think she's pick ban. I do not think she is. Back when Zentaro was like the best character. But remember when we were like saying hashtag save Zentaro, like ironically because he had like that one bug.
Yeah.
Did that bug ever get fixed? It's just a feature now, right?
It got fixed. It got fixed.
I got fixed.
The bug was he would stop on terrain when trying to dash over it, and that got
right.
fixed. Yeah.
Right. Like when we ironically said it, and he had like a 100% presence in what's it EUSL.
Okay, but
yeah.
that was kind of fake because EU had like 100%, close to 100% presence when he wasn't as strong. But yeah, he had the same presence in Nassau too. Like it was like 80
like
something.
it was. Yeah, like the Era is not as strong as Zentaro was then. I don't think so. I don't think Era is that strong.
But you know what would be crazy? Okay, so hear me out, okay? Since Era's not that strong, what if we reduced her cast time by another 25%? Okay. All right, are you hearing me? And then
okay, I'm hearing you.
And then we make it linger a little bit longer, so it could win interactions a little bit better. Okay. And then we bring back the fan favorite idea. It's time for the tractor beam, backwards knockback, and then finally to balance it all out, we need to remove the debuff because that thing has been so controversial. Bam!
Yeah.
That's an ability that would fit in to Omega Strikers.
I was literally thinking like I really like this to every single like person who's like nerf Era. I'm like low key, you should make a deal with a devil. You keep this shit, but we remove the debuff. Like keep the buff even because the buff is actually fun to use now. But like you just keep everything about it and just remove the debuff, and you could like buff other parts too. Like if it's really that crazy, you could like if she's really that dog shit after removing the debuff, you could just like. Or something
well,
else.
I wasn't actually
like,
serious about that.
I'm serious about it. I think it's better. I think this character is the most fun she has ever been.
And Spring Rolls is dead.
Yeah, that guy died. But you know what will die? Era if this shit gets reverted. Low key.
I don't think it's getting reverted.
I don't know. I feel like a dementia patient who has his like that moment of clarity. You know what I'm talking about? It's like the terminal clarity.
Yeah, but I'm not a dementia patient, so like I can't really know what you're talking about.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, has anyone ever? Wait, do you know about Everywhere at the End of Time?
I've heard of it.
Yeah, I listened to that entire thing, and I had a talk with my roommate because I played it like at like fucking 11 at night, like, and I didn't know it was loud because I played it on my phone. So like this guy who did not know what Everywhere at the End of Time was just like heard me just playing this shit at like 11. He's like, "What the fuck is like? Who is he?" Like,
you're playing it like out loud, like not headphones, like speakers.
Not headphones. No, not headphones.
Out of all the albums to play out loud.
Well, I just like. Well, I mean, it's long. Like, what? I'm not gonna like. I mean, like, I'm not gonna sit there the whole time. Like, what? I mean, what? I'm gonna do my fucking chores while I'm gonna listen to it.
Do you have like wireless earbuds, headphones?
No.
Okay, all good.
Well, I do, but I didn't want to have them in my ears for like 11 hours.
Well, you know who can get it done for 11 hours? It's Groundhog Day at the end of this incredibly long league broadcast. They're 2 points up already, a game up, looking to cement their win first in Nasty here. Versus Supreme already brought incredibly low spring rolls, healing up. The brawlers mirrored on each side of the world, and so many flips available for the E-Boy entourage. They cash out one barrier, looking for two, but spring rolls helping defend, and Sphinx as well, reinforcing the barrier. Second barrier going down. IDC had a flip available, a bit of an unforced error. Big opportunity for Groundhog Day to turn this entire thing around.
Yeah, good corner offense right now. CRP almost getting knocked off, but you're gonna have to defend this core flip. An amazing reaction here by IDC. The piercing shot coming through him as well. Actually, a serendipitous bounce. here on Sphinx to now make this corner offense possible. The NATO comes through as we enter overtime. Spring Rolls passing up to himself, going to be intercepted by IDC, but Syrupy able to defend a very dangerous core flip. Sorcerer Supreme now have the opportunity to walk forward, dashes past the core, unfortunately, but there's still plenty of time here. Good piercing shot, actually knocking Spring Rolls out of the play. Still an opportunity here, and yes, the pendulum swing finds the clear downwards. Syrupy not able to get the strike in time. That's a set taken here by Groundhog Day yet again.
Wait, so how do you pronounce Syrupy? Is it Syrupy or Syrupy? Or Syrupy?
I don't know.
Well, I pinged them. I'm asking.
What? You're going to have them type during their game? That's messed up.
No, right. I pinged
Why are you
them on
pinging them during their
Discord.
game?
It's during draft. It's during draft. All good. All good. And speaking of draft, this
Yo,
is
what do we
a
do?
scary
What is this?
What?
Spark of Leadership? I don't know. This Spark of Leadership pickup.
Yeah,
with
this
three
spark,
sparks now?
this spark of leadership pickup looks like the most useless thing ever.
Yeah, it
Wipeout
doesn't- I
Ninja, you could have gone anything else in this draft.
I think I would have pressed the 1-2 punch.
I would have prepped anything else, any awakening in the game over that spark of leadership. Like, it is doing nothing here.
I think it's only good if you get a Spark Exodia. Even if you get 3 sparks, it's like actually not that crazy what it shares, right?
Yeah, it's literally just about you having 3 sparks at that point, pretty
Yeah,
much.
okay.
And there are multiple sparks in that draft, so I don't
Yeah.
know. But you know what the bright side is? The silver lining. Early bird gets the worm, because Groundhog Day got the first set. They got the first goal of this set, and they have a lead. So this Asher doesn't really need much if they keep winning.
Yeah, W Spring Rolls, by the way, a good strike redirect there with using the Whiplash, getting exactly the place where IDC would not be able to cover it. So props to that. It really feels like he's kind of gotten his offense figured out for the series. It really feels like it's been very hard to defend him. And I think, honestly, feels like he's at kind of the highest presence here out of both rosters here in the series as well.
Yeah, we'll see if they can get it done here. Sorcerer Supreme bouncing it all over the map. Has that flip available. This could be a big point for the E-Boy Entourage if the Centauro can get the goal. As Syrupy's in position as well. The barrier being burned. Hit stun coming in. Well played by Syrupy, getting the snipe onto Wipeout Ninja.
Yeah, good angle as well from Sorcerer Supreme, right? Recognizing that Wipeout Ninja is going to want to flip this, so sending it at an angle where the flip is not going to matter. And Wipeout Ninja, a little bit of panic immediately capitalize on. Going to have to start this point here with literally no energy to their name.
Yeah, and Sov actually DM'd me saying that tell this Brickbat guy to listen to that album with headphones on sometime.
No,
he had the worst.
I have a
listening
job now. I
experience
cannot listen to that song. I have a job now.
ever. You should,
Unfortunately,
what if you fall asleep to it?
I'm just gonna say it. Yeah, I'm gonna fall asleep to that. No. That sounds like a way to freaking pee myself. I think that's.
Oh no! Speaking of
peeing
yourself. Okay. This VOD is gonna be crazy. The comments on this when I upload it on Friday are gonna.
Yeah.
I'll put a disclaimer in the comments. Like I'll do a pinned comment. I'll say this was midway through hour 8 of the 10 best of 3s.
This soft guy DM'd me. Something going 3 times in weekend. Yeah, I casted 10. I casted 10 series this week. 1 free time.
Speaking of free time, though, that Syrupy has a lot of free time. 7 more seconds after being KO'd, which means that E-Boy Entourage struggling on the defense, but getting a lot of damage on Spring Rolls here. If Sorcerer Supreme can finish off that KO, that would be huge. An awkward core flip bounce, though, and the barrier is not long for this world. Sphinx gets it done. Sphinx continues pressing forward, and so much pressure into the corner. Sphinx, the corner offense. Wow. E-Boy Entourage, they cannot defend against the era there.
Sorry, I was angry at Sov. I was too angry to recognize what's happening. Okay, I'm gonna look at this draft. Okay, Heavy Impacts is gonna go to the Centauro, which means it's gonna be denied actually by the Rasmus, which uses Heavy Impacts I think very well, right? The primary and the secondary are impacts, and the reduced cooldown always gonna be helpful as well. But I'm looking at. Ooh, interesting. I'm interested in this team player of which goalie is going to end up picking it. Hot shot for the Asher, I think, also very significant. So honestly, I feel like the two most impactful awakenings were actually picked up here in the second half of draft. That team player and hot shot, I think, are going to be very big and going to make both these goalies incredibly hard to get through.
Yeah, and Wipeout Ninja is gonna have a lot of defensive power. So many cooldowns available. IDC, the team player, very, very good awakening, right? But hasn't really had that much open space to get the passes down. I think Groundhog Day have done very well in constraining the open space available, but a lot of space opens up when you KO a player, so well done by eBoy Entourage.
We'll see if they can convert right now. Sphinx playing good interference right now, though, which means that that's going to buy enough time for Spring Rolls. Ooh, some scary Tycho bounces, sets Spring Roll up potentially for a score, but it is going to be defended away at the last second. Beam comes through, which allows Spring Rolls to get a massive pendulum swing here in the corner. Sphinx, a little bit of misdirection here. Doesn't get the strike forward, but it is going to be sent back up here by Wipeout Ninja. This pass splitter now adds to the mental stack as well. Flip finally comes through. Going to go topside. Sorcerer Supreme as well. Able to meet this core. A lot of mobility flying out. Good slashing strike by Sorcerer Supreme. This is potentially an opportunity here for the eBoy Entourage.
Oh, it's still the first point, though. So what's our next topic? Oh, if we don't come
I don't
up
know.
quick, Spring Rolls is gonna score like that.
Yeah, W Spring Rolls.
W
Spring Rolls. Yeah. Good work. Our next topic. Oh yeah, Fresh told me to read the fact that he DM'd me live. So there you go. You owe me a sub, Fresh, you know.
What?
And by sub, I mean a Subway sandwich. Oh, you know that Subway sandwich? Oh, I got a topic. That thing is like $8 now, isn't it?
Yeah, I think the promotional price now isn't the $5 footlong, it's like the $7 footlong.
It is massive L, and I'm getting random DMs from people. Stop DMing me.
Yeah.
Freaks?
I
Okay,
don't
actually,
think
Tempo,
I
I love you. You're awesome.
I don't think
W
I've
Tempo
been there
Melon.
like 3 million years ago. Listen to
Yeah, you're my beloved D tier. W Tempo Melon. Undefeated.
Completely out of context. Calling someone a beloved D tier goes crazy. Imagine, the Omega Strikers player tier list, my beloved D tier.
Hey, if it was a tournament of S ranks, you would hold it down, Tempo Melon, or S plus ranks, whichever rank you are. You know what I mean?
Anyway.
Oh, Spring Rolls guy is gonna die. Or maybe he's not gonna die.
Oh, Spring Rolls? Spring Rolls with the moves? Oh, Spring Rolls! What was that?
Oh,
doesn't get KO'd. Oh, okay.
Oh,
it's over.
okay. Well, you got to flip out of it. So like W, low key, still a W.
Yeah, it is a W as long as they can hold. But Wipeout Ninja, oh, it doesn't quite get the strike there, but does have the defense going. Good strike towards the center. Well done, Wipeout Ninja. Good decision making there. Important as the goalie in these claustrophobic situations. Strike to the top side, barely works out. The bounce to the center, looking very, very scary. And eventually, Serapi will find enough opportunities with the piercing shot. eBoy Entourage not out of this just yet, especially with the energy they have, but they gotta be careful because Groundhog Day so close to closing this one out.
And they're gonna need these resources as well, right? This is an Asher with Hot Shot. Already one barrier get it down and a bit of a misclear, but still got one to work with at least here. Flip comes through, but I don't think that's the flip that you're gonna want. So many cooldowns here for Wipeout Ninja, gonna make it so hard to find anything. One barrier at least goes down for now, but the Whiplash is there. The second one doesn't actually follow. IDC some good usage of the abilities, and now this is gonna be a power play for the side of eBoy Entourage.
Yeah. Well, it's 1-1. We have time. Next topic.
Oh yeah. So I gained like 5 pounds because of Teacher Appreciation Week because I just kept getting like sugary goods. Like I got, oh my gosh, and I had a really awkward situation because I went to, like, I was gifted this like Sarsaparilla, which is like a certain style of root beer, right? But it came in like what essentially is like a beer bottle.
Oh.
So it looked like a beer bottle, but it was Sarsaparilla that I got from Teacher Appreciation Week. So I was literally drinking it, and a parent came up to talk to me while I was drinking it, and they looked at it for a second, and I'm like, and I was like, I literally like nonchalantly said like, oh,
Like, this was given to me for Teacher Appreciation Week, but I did not add the fact that it was root beer. So there was like this 10-second awkward situation where like they're like, you were gifted like alcohol by a parent and you are drinking it while like on campus. Like, but as of right now, speaking of drinking on campus,
No,
IDC right now.
not that one, not that one. Speaking of being gifted here, Spring Rolls being gifted an opportunity, but IDC taking it away. An amazing clear to the other side. Flip still available for Spring Rolls, but the health bar dwindling a little bit here. Got to be careful. The Serapi bounces. Good back pass over to Sorcerer Supreme. Looking for the lineup and Wipeout Ninja a little bit too early with the strike as E-Boy Entourage 1 point away from staying alive here.
Good use of the Crystal Thorns, recognizing that Wipeout Ninja would have to make a pretty tough save, right? Using that secondary in a pinch can be mechanically demanding, right? Even though, as you know, all the jokes we like to say about Asher, it is something that you actually do have to time and aim. And under a situation like that, an amazing flip though. Spring Rolls harsh stops all debate. Wipeout Ninja as well, running forward. This is a very aggressive play coming out from Groundhog Day.
All right, well, they can't win the game here, so... Well, we can afford to greed one more topic.
Okay. Let's see. I recently went to 2 graduations. I went to the high school graduation for my students and a graduation for my last friend to graduate from college. And what's really crazy too is I waited for 3 hours because it was ASU, AK, and it was the biggest. It was the engineering college, which is the biggest. Like subgroup of graduates or a subgroup of students. So I literally sat there for 3 hours and I was on my phone. I actually missed him being called up. So I'm fake as shit, by the way. But we were also talking about things that like were crazy. Like you get one opportunity, right? It's gonna be live streamed and recorded for people to remember you. This is how your parents are gonna remember one of the biggest moments of your life. And like you could do whatever you want, right? So people were going up there like hugging their closest friends, and they were like high-fiving like their comrades. But there were some awesome ones, like showing a temporary tattoo of a rival college is one of them. Another one, someone did like a friggin' persona pose. Someone did the gritty. But I'm thinking that if you wanted to be remembered, what would you do if you could choose one thing to be remembered at for your graduation if you're gonna walk on that stage? One thing, like what? That's crazy that you have to like be remembered by. You know what I mean? Like you want your friends when you're like 35 to be like, funny story about Saya. Like this guy did this at his graduation. It was crazy, glizzy blizzy, and you tell it to like your kids, and they like groan because you're so lame, but like you're really cool.
Well,
oh my gosh.
Well, speaking of being fake, like Brickbat, Wipeout Ninja, a little bit fake there, unable to get to the core in time in the top corner. That means Serapi's the one who gets to show off in this draft. First pick here, and a lot of choices available. Maybe a little bit more, I don't know actually. This draft is weird, but definitely going to deny that prime time.
Yeah, and speaking of draft...
That's primetime Hotshot Asher.
Oh, no, it's a moment of silence.
That's primetime Hotshot Asher.
I'm gonna let this one sink in.
Yeah, I think that E-Boy Entourage might have made a bit of a mistake here. Even though it's 2 Sparks, that's primetime Hotshot Asher.
Well, best of luck to E-Boy Entourage. But speaking of draft, also let's talk about how Saya draft dodged the question.
Okay.
Did not give a proper response.
I have a story this time that's related. During my high school graduation, you know, like, no, so I went to this massive high school, and so I think we rented like the U.S. Open tennis court or something for the high school graduation, and it was like this massive venue, and all my friends were being called up, and then I realized like there were people out there like cheering. So whenever one of my friends got called up, I would just like yell their name and just clap really loudly, and the people next to me started doing that too, and we just like started doing that for everybody.
You're just like, go Dave, yes, go Aaron, and go Adam, good work, yeah.
Yeah. I'll be clear, I did not know like a good half of the people up there because there's like 1,000 students per grade at this high school.
Right. Okay. Gotcha.
But
That's crazy.
But we were cheering for everybody that day, and but
Wait, that was a crazy Tycho bounce, right?
Yeah.
Tycho bounce that Flop just did. Yeah, that was just awesome.
that was awesome. And Sphinx also could be KO'd pretty soon here, but Flop is not close to that particular KO, pressuring the barrier quite a bit, but. That last barrier is going to be a challenge. It's primetime Hotshot Asher you're dealing with, and Wipeout Ninja, the world is his oyster. He's like a college graduate.
Yeah, just like a college graduate, unfortunately, the side of eBoy Entourage has to clock in their 9 to 5 to potentially get this final barrier. What? Their soulless office job of trying to get through a barrier with primetime. I mean, look at that! Look at that! What are you doing? eBoy Entourage, this is a form of self-harm. Like, what is that?
Wipeout Ninja made good decisions in choosing his major. The primetime and Hotshot combined is going to get him a good salary. While eBoy Entourage, it looks like they're security guards. All good. Nothing against security guards, by the way. Their logo's cool. Their logo's like the only tolerable multi-person logo until Pudat and Sons.
Wait, this freaking... this Patat story, do you see this? Wait, at my high school graduation a week or so ago, they told us that they had to hold our applause or so for every single graduate, starting like 50 people in. We clapped a single time as a holding of our applause. So it's just one big ominous clap per person. That is awesome. Wait, we need to start doing that. Like,
what if we do that?
Normalize clapping.
What if we do that for the next goal? We just like clap.
Okay. Yeah.
Oh, let's just remember that and talk about something else.
Wait, no, Discord's not gonna pick it up.
It's gonna pick it up. Don't worry about it.
Yeah. Okay. Wait, this is awesome. That's
Yeah.
awesome.
I mean,
that's like an ominous clap. I'm just imagining like 1,000 people just clapping like one time. That's freaking. That's so great.
And speaking of getting clapped one time, eBoy Entourage, they're only gonna base Groundhog Day once in the regular season. They gotta make it count before the ominous clap will seal their.
The ominous clap. That's awesome. Oh my god. I think we're getting like these. We need to have oh my god, we need like a caster award. If we had a caster award, it would be like craziest transition would absolutely be one. But like if we had it, I'm like I don't know if I could trust like our community with that. You know what I mean? Like people would just be trying to farm caster awards and say like the most crazy shit.
Well, let's be clear. I don't think either of us need awards to farm crazy transitions.
That's true. That's true.
Well, yeah, we do that for free.
That's true. Speaking of no, that's fit me. Yeah. Wait, did that pick up?
Okay. This could be the final goal. Mental reset. Serious mode.
Okay.
This is what everyone will clip. Okay, so this is the real one. Wipeout Ninja in a bit of trouble, but with that primetime Hotshot, no trouble at all. So many barrier beams available, probably already back and off cooldown by now. Another charge still available. That one barrier is never going to fall down as two barriers are being threatened on the side of eBoy Entourage. Spring Roll's almost dead, but almost not going to do it here as the KO not confirmed. The bounce around the world. Dodging away from IDC, comboed and bounced to the bottom side of the map, to the top side, everywhere. eBoy Entourage, they got to make the most of this power play here.
Yeah, but this is still primetime Asher, but a little bit of a slip up by Wipeout Ninja. An amazing pass, actually, potentially, but no. Still has the cooldowns to work with, a flip as well. IDC with a possession of the core, but you've got to defend against Spring Rolls. A good perfect pitch, sends the core forward, but Sorcerer Supreme able to get the right place at the right time, sends it to the bottom side, and got a point here for eBoy Entourage.
That was really cleanly played by Sorcerer Supreme, and of course Serapi feeding on the top side as well, so that was well done, but they're going to need a lot more of that, and that primetime Hotshot Asher is just going to be the same thing over and over again. Right now, though, not quite getting the strikes they need to make the clears. A lot of damage onto Sphinx, taken out already as a barrier falls on the other side. Spring Rolls looking to make the 1v3. Not quite enough here. IDC, almost a flip built up as well. Not enough range on the side of Groundhog Day to snipe anything out. And on the other side, Serapi doing the exact opposite. Open net now. The primetime Hotshot Asher a lot less scary in this situation. Almost overextending. That's so many cooldowns burned. The pass to the top side. But Sphinx is there to help follow up. Groundhog Day survive. But IDC still has that flip. Doesn't burn it. And Spring Rolls is in position. E-Boy Entourage, they're in trouble all of a sudden.
Right now, cooldown's going down left or right. This is going to come down to it. The pendulum swing, though. Only need one thing. A single clap, if you would, to get through IDC. Groundhog Day do it again, just like the Groundhog, and take a second game here, giving themselves a Series 1 victory here in the North American Strikers training grounds.
It's kind of crazy that it's like NAST and T is one letter, but like it's training grounds.
Yeah, but like NASTR sounds terrible. Like, I don't know if I want to say that word live anymore.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. Wait, why did I put this here? It's the end of the stream. Oh, well, I guess we can watch it.
Yeah, awesome. Like WGO, it's okay. It's like, it's like we could do it, right? Yeah.
Who are we rating?
Oh, that's a good question. Is that like, it's like midnight?
It's like midnight, but there are a lot of people.
There are a lot of people. We did Swift Sarkane yesterday. There's CG Cruiser. Oh, Pewis, with a completely incomprehensible stream name, and with this overlay that says President Pewis. Wait, this is crazy. He lost the point though. He just lost the game. Oh, W Orange and Black just took it with the air goalie. That guy's been spamming it.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, if one broken primary didn't do it for you and Asher.
The other day, I pinged Pewis to push up, and they responded, "Stop pinging me," and then we won the game when they pushed up.
Fucking based. Honest, low key though. Fucking low key. If someone better than you gives you advice, telling them to shut up and taking the advice is kind of like fucking based. Low key, right?
Yeah, and then we won, which makes it even better.
Yeah, I think that's awesome. I think you should do that more. Like, tell your local pro leaguer to fuck off and then follow their advice. You just like do that. Like you just do that.
Yeah, well, thanks everyone for watching all 10 best of 3s that were streamed today. If they all go to game 3, I think we're doomed.
Wait, Jabberwock has the horse emoji as his VTuber, PNG tuber thing. Wait, that's fucking awesome.
Oh, good night, everyone.
Oh, holy shit, W Breast Mason. That guy showed up in my stream and popped the fuck off, by the way.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Who are we rating?
Pewis.
Oh,
No, we're done. We're done.
I know we're done, but like, who are we rating?